God's chosen ones, you have done what they said was impossible. You have walked through storms that should have broken you, faced enemies who schemed against you, and endured trials designed to stop you in your tracks. But instead of falling, you rose higher. Instead of giving up, you pushed forward, and now the very people who doubted you, who laughed at your struggles, who whispered behind your back, they are running in fear. Why? Because they never expected you to make it. They thought you were weak, insignificant, just another soul struggling to survive. But they didn't realize that you carry divine favor, that you are protected, anointed, and chosen for a mission far greater than their understanding. Every time they set a trap for you, they fell into it themselves. Every time they tried to curse you, the blessing of God over your life turned it into something greater. Now, they don't know what to do. They watch you rise, but they can't follow. They try to understand, but they can't comprehend. And deep inside, fear grips them, because they now see what you have always known. No one can stand against a child of God. If you have ever felt underestimated, if you know that God has carried you through impossible situations, type 777 in the comments as a testimony of your unstoppable faith. And to those who have supported this message through super thanks, your kindness and generosity are seen and deeply appreciated. May God bless you abundantly and return it to you tenfold. But here's the real question. Why are they so afraid now? What have they seen in you that makes them tremble? There's something happening in the spiritual realm that many don't understand. But you, God's chosen one, you are walking in a power that cannot be denied. Let's uncover the truth behind their fear, because what's coming next is even greater than what has already happened. God's chosen ones, you did the impossible. Haters can't keep up. They are running in fear. Chosen ones, gather close. Do you feel it? That crackling energy in the air, the weight of something unseen yet undeniably present. You are not ordinary, and deep down you've always known it. There is a fire inside you, placed there by God Himself, an ancient, unshakable force that refuses to be dimmed. And that, my dear ones, is precisely why the world watches you with such intensity. Some in awe, others in silent resentment. Have you ever noticed how people seem either drawn to you or deeply unsettled by your presence? It is because when you carry divine purpose, you expose everything around you, both light and darkness. Being chosen is not about wearing a crown or boasting of greatness. It's not about proving anything to anyone. The truly chosen do not need validation. Instead, they walk with an unshakable knowing, a quiet confidence that rattles those who live in mediocrity. And what happens when you step fully into that power? Those who underestimated you start running in fear. They believed you were weak, that you would break under pressure. But instead, they watch in disbelief as you rise, as you transform, as you accomplish what they thought was impossible. Do you remember Joseph, the dreamer? His own brothers plotted against him, consumed by jealousy, convinced they could bury his destiny. They threw him into a pit, sold him as a slave, and thought they had erased him from the story. But what they didn't realize was that God was using every betrayal, every hardship, to shape him for something greater. Years later, when famine struck, those same brothers had to come before him. Now a ruler in Egypt, begging for help. Genesis 50:20. Can you imagine their shock? The one they had tried to destroy was the very one they now depended on. How many people in your life have tried to dismiss you, only to find themselves needing the very strength they once mocked? And here's the thing about you. You don't need to seek revenge. You don't need to fight battles in the way the world expects. Your mere existence, Your resilience, your unwavering faith is enough to send your enemies scattering. Those who once ridiculed you will find themselves confused, wondering how they lost control of the narrative. But the truth is, they never had control. God did. Look beyond Scripture. History itself echoes this truth. Have you ever heard of Elon Musk? Before becoming one of the most influential figures in technology and space exploration, he was laughed at, doubted, and even forced out of his own company. Critics dismissed his ideas as impossible, labeling him as reckless and unrealistic. And yet, time and time again, he proved them wrong. He didn't engage in pointless arguments. He let his actions speak. Today, the same world that mocked him now watches in amazement as he redefines entire industries. Does this sound familiar? How many times have people told you that you were dreaming too big, that you would never succeed? How many times have they tried to push you down, only to later watch you thrive beyond their comprehension? Understand this. When God places a calling on your life, no amount of opposition can erase it. Your fire is not just for warmth, it is for refining, for purifying, for illuminating the path God has set before you. And those who attempt to stand in your way, they will be forced to step aside, because when you move with divine purpose, obstacles turn into stepping stones. Chosen one, will you dim your light to make others comfortable, or will you step fully into the power God has given you? Let them talk, let them doubt, let them scheme. In the end, they will be left grasping at the air, wondering how they got burned by a fire they never saw coming. The fire of purpose, the fire of destiny, the fire of God within you. So let me ask you, right here, right now, to affirm this truth with unwavering conviction. I am chosen. I am unstoppable. I am both gentle and powerful. Say it again, not as a whisper, but as a declaration that echoes through every fiber of your being. Because when the world tries to shake you, when doubts creep in, when the voices of haters try to drown out your calling, you must remember who you are. The naysayers, the doubters, the ones who scoff at your quiet confidence, they have no idea who they're dealing with. They mistake your stillness for passivity, your humility for weakness. But they don't understand that your silence is not submission. It is precision. It is the patience of a warrior who knows that victory is not won in haste, but in strategy. And when the time comes, you will move, you will strike, not out of anger, but out of divine necessity. Do you recall David before he was crowned king? As a shepherd boy, overlooked and underestimated, even his own family saw him as nothing more than a child tending to sheep. But David was no ordinary shepherd. He had been prepared in the wilderness, trained in solitude, made strong in the unseen battles. So when Goliath stood before Israel, towering over warriors who trembled in fear, David did not flinch. He didn't need a grand display of force. A single stone in the hands of the chosen was enough to bring down a giant. 1 Samuel 17:45-50. And when he struck, it was decisive. Does this remind you of yourself? How many times have you been underestimated, dismissed, or told that you weren't ready? The world sees outward appearances, but God sees what is within you. Your enemies assume you're unarmed, unaware that you've been sharpening your weapons in the quiet places. And when the moment arrives, your actions will not just surprise them, they will rewrite the entire battlefield. But why do you, as a chosen one, unsettle people so deeply? Why does your presence alone shake the ground beneath the feet of those who thrive in mediocrity? It is because you do not conform. You refuse to shrink yourself. The status quo finds comfort in complacency, but you were not made to fit into the mold of the ordinary. You are a disruptor, a force of transformation, a living testament to what happens when divine power meets relentless faith. Look at the world beyond Scripture. History itself bears witness to this truth. Take Nikola Tesla, a man of extraordinary intelligence, who saw the world not as it was, but as it could be. The greatest minds of his time mocked his ideas, dismissed his vision of wireless electricity and limitless energy, branding him as delusional. But Tesla was not seeking validation. He was operating on a level they could not comprehend. And long after his critics faded into obscurity, his work became the foundation of modern technology. His quiet brilliance, his ability to see beyond the obvious, made him a threat to those who were comfortable in their limitations. Does this sound familiar? How many times have you sensed the intentions of those around you before they ever spoke a word? How often have you recognized patterns, predicted betrayals, seen through the empty words of those who pretended to be allies? This is the advantage of being chosen. You do not just walk through life blindly. You are given vision, discernment, divine strategy. The usual weapons used against the ordinary, gossip, deceit, manipulation, they do not work on you. You see the attack before it is launched. You hear the lie before it is spoken. You read the script of your enemies before they ever deliver their lines. And this is why you are feared. Not because you seek conflict, not because you wish harm upon anyone, but because you cannot be controlled. You are simply too powerful to be ignored. They can pretend you don't exist. They can try to silence you. But once a chosen one steps into the room, everything rearranges itself. Your presence commands attention, not by force, but by divine authority. So tell me, chosen one, will you shrink yourself to make them comfortable, or will you rise? Will you hesitate when God calls you forward, or will you walk boldly into your purpose? Because whether they like it or not, whether they are ready or not, your time has come. Let them whisper, let them plot, let them underestimate you. It only makes the moment of revelation even more powerful. And when the time is right, when God signals now, you will strike. And let's take a moment to talk about that word, enemy. Have you ever noticed that you don't even have to seek out battles? They seem to find you. You are not someone who craves conflict. The chosen walk in peace, content in their calling, unbothered by the noise of the world. But every now and then, someone tests your patience. And that's when they realize, too late, that stepping against a chosen one is not like stepping against the average person. Why? Because you do not fight alone. You are backed by divine power. The moment someone tries to drag you into their pit, the moment they attempt to undermine your presence, they are playing a dangerous game. Have you ever had someone underestimate you, thinking you were an easy target, only for them to be stunned when you didn't break, didn't fold, but instead stood stronger than before? That is the fire of the chosen, not destructive, but refining, revealing, unstoppable. Do you remember David? The world saw him as a shepherd boy, insignificant, unqualified for battle. Even Goliath laughed in his face. But what did David do? Did he argue? Did he waste energy defending his worth? Number. He let his actions speak, and with a single, well-placed stone, he brought down a giant that others feared to face. 1 Samuel 17:45-50. What if David had let their doubts discourage him? What if he had let their laughter silence his faith? Now ask yourself, are you letting the words of others hold you back from stepping into your purpose? But listen, being chosen does not mean reacting to every battle. Do you know the true mark of power? Restraint. You are not reckless, swinging at every provocation. The enemy would love to see you waste your strength in meaningless fights. But wisdom says wait, watch, move when it matters. Can you recall a moment when you held back, when you let patience do the work for you, only to watch things fall perfectly into place without you lifting a finger? That is divine strategy. And yet, here's the thing about haters. They mistake kindness for weakness every single time. They push, they provoke, convinced that you will never push back. But then, suddenly, They realize they have awakened the sleeping giant, and by the time the truth dawns on them, it is already too late. Do you remember Esther? She was in the palace, silent, observing, waiting. She didn't act rashly, didn't speak too soon, but when the moment came, she stepped forward with unstoppable purpose. With divine wisdom, she exposed Haman's wicked plot and turned the entire kingdom upside down. Esther 7:3-10. What if she had acted impulsively? What if she had spoken too soon or too late? Timing is everything. Are you trusting God's timing for your battles, or are you letting impatience move you ahead of Him? Now let's step into the present. Think of Michael Jordan, the greatest basketball player of all time. Do you think he responded to every critic, every doubter, every insult? Number. He let his game speak. Opponents tried to rattle him, but instead of reacting emotionally, he used their doubt as fuel. He waited, watched, observed, then struck at the perfect moment. How many times have you seen someone underestimate you, thinking you wouldn't rise, only for them to later watch in shock as you soared higher than they ever imagined? So now, I ask you, when they doubt you, will you let their words shake you? When they try to pull you down, will you let them dictate your strength? Or will you stand firm, knowing the power that surges beneath your quiet surface? When you feel the weight of people's disbelief, when their disrespect tries to wear you down, affirm again and again, I carry ancient power. I move with silent strength. I will not be underestimated. What if you stopped worrying about the opinions of those who could never match your level? What if you truly walked in the fullness of your calling, without hesitation, without apology? Speak it, live it, because the haters will keep underestimating you. They have no concept of the power, wisdom, and intelligence that lies within you, and by the time they finally see it for what it is, they will already be standing in the aftermath of a battlefield they never saw coming. Now, let's talk about why your very presence disrupts the comfort zones of those around you. Have you ever walked into a room and felt the shift, the side glances, the hushed whispers, the subtle tension in the air? That's not your imagination. That's the energy shift that happens when someone chosen steps into a space. Why does this happen? Because when you carry divine favor, when you refuse to conform to mediocrity, you become a mirror, reflecting back to others the life they could be living if they stepped into their full potential. Your presence forces people to confront their own choices, and for those who have settled, that is deeply uncomfortable. Have you ever noticed that the people who ridicule your dreams the loudest are often the ones who secretly wish they had the courage to pursue their own? Why do they try to tear you down instead of rising with you? It's because you are proof that settling is a choice. You are living evidence of what happens when someone refuses to shrink, refuses to compromise, refuses to accept less than what God has promised. And instead of seeing you as inspiration, they treat you as a threat. Look at Joseph once again. His dreams weren't just his own, they were God-given visions of his destiny. But what happened when he shared them? His own brothers, instead of celebrating him, hated him for it. Genesis 37:5-8. Why? Because his dreams exposed their own lack of vision. His greatness did not come at their expense, yet they saw him as a threat simply because he dared to believe in something greater. Does this sound familiar? How many times have people dismissed your calling, laughed at your ambitions, whispered behind your back, not because your dreams were impossible, but because they were too afraid to dream themselves? And here's where things get even more interesting. Those same people who mock you, who belittle you, who try to convince others that you're too much or crazy for aiming higher, they do it not because they truly believe you will fail, but because they fear that you won't. If they can convince the world that your vision is foolish, they don't have to confront the reality that they've been living beneath their potential all along. But here's the truth they don't see coming. You keep moving, you keep building, you keep elevating, You don't waste time arguing. You don't need their validation. And one day they look up, and everything they said was impossible is now standing before them as undeniable reality. The jaws drop, the whispers hush, and suddenly the same people who once doubted you now want to learn from you. Haven't you seen this happen before? The moment you start succeeding, the very people who tried to break you suddenly act like they've supported you all along. The ones who rolled their eyes at your vision now act as if they believed in you from the start. But let me make one thing perfectly clear. Being a chosen one does not mean arrogance. It does not mean looking down on others or walking with pride. You carry compassion. You carry understanding. You want people to rise alongside you. You are willing to extend a hand, to lift others up, to share wisdom freely with those who are ready to receive it. But here's where the duality of the chosen ones comes in. If someone tries to sabotage you, belittle you, or treat you as if you are ordinary, they will learn the hard way. Because while you love deeply, you also burn fiercely. That is what makes you dangerous. You can elevate those who walk with you, or if someone continuously disrespects you, you will dismantle every illusion they built about who they thought you were. Think about Jesus. He was full of mercy, grace, and divine wisdom. He welcomed the brokenhearted, the lost, and the seekers with open arms. But he had zero tolerance for deception, hypocrisy, and dishonesty. He called out the Pharisees with boldness, exposing their schemes and tearing down their false authority. Matthew 23:27-28. Do you think that made him weak? Or did it prove that true power lies in knowing when to extend grace and when to speak unshakable truth? Look at history. Take Steve Jobs, for example, the man who revolutionized technology, who saw the world differently. Early in his career, people mocked his vision. They said his ideas were ridiculous, that personal computers would never change the world. But what did he do? He didn't waste time defending himself. He built, he created, he pursued his purpose without hesitation. And by the time his doubters realized they were wrong, it was too late. The world had already been reshaped by his genius. Are you letting the voices of others distract you? Are you allowing the doubts and insecurities of those around you to make you question your path? Or are you walking boldly, knowing that one day everything you are building now will stand as undeniable proof of your calling? Say this with me. I am a chosen one. I walk in divine power. I am a disruptor of mediocrity. I will not be underestimated. Let them talk. Let them doubt. Let them stay cocooned in their comfort zones. But you will rise. And by the time they realize what you've built, by the time they finally understand the power you carry, they will already be standing in the aftermath of a world you have transformed. Never forget the power within you, and never be ashamed of it. Too many voices in the world will try to convince you that staying unnoticed is wisdom, that blending in is the same as humility. But true humility isn't about making yourself smaller. It's about walking in your greatness without needing to prove it. Can a mountain shrink to make the plains feel more comfortable? Of course not. And just like that mountain, you were made to stand tall, unshaken by the winds of opinion. Here's the truth. You don't have to announce your power for it to be felt. Those who walk in divine purpose don't need to boast. They simply are. And that is what frustrates those who seek to control you. Have you ever noticed how people mistake your quiet nature for weakness? How they assume that because you don't seek attention, you must not be significant? But what happens when you finally speak? When you choose your moment and release words that cut through deception like a blade of fire? It's the same way Jesus operated when faced with those who doubted him. The Pharisees, the religious leaders of his time, constantly sought to trap him in his words, believing they could outwit the Son of God. Yet, time and again, he turned their own reasoning against them. When they questioned his authority, asking whether it was lawful to pay taxes to Caesar, he simply responded, Give back to Caesar what is Caesar's, and to God what is God's. Mark 12:17. A single statement silenced an entire crowd. No shouting, no debating, just undeniable truth. And what was their reaction? Shock, silence, the realization that he was operating on a level they could never touch. Does this sound familiar? How many times have people spoken over you, thinking they had the upper hand, only for you to calmly dismantle their arguments in a single sentence? How often have they laughed at you, only to later realize they were the ones who had miscalculated? That moment, the widening of their eyes, the nervous shifting, the realization that they have underestimated you is almost inevitable, because the chosen ones do not merely win battles, they reshape the battlefield. Look at someone like Albert Einstein. He was once dismissed as a slow learner, even considered unintelligent by his teachers. They didn't understand his quiet observation, his deep thinking. And then, when the moment came, he presented ideas that shattered conventional understanding. Suddenly, those who had overlooked him were now studying him, seeking his wisdom, recognizing the brilliance they once ignored. That is the paradox your enemies can't comprehend. How can someone be so quiet yet so powerful? How can they appear so unassuming yet hold so much authority? They expect you to react impulsively, to get caught up in emotion, to meet them in their chaos. But you remain steady. That's what truly shakes them. When they throw insults, you stand unmoved. When they try to manipulate you, you see right through them. And when the moment is right, you speak. Not in anger, but in authority. That's why you don't need to fight petty battles. You don't need to scream to be heard. A storm does not announce its arrival with words. It simply moves, and everything in its path is changed. You, chosen one, are that storm. You carry revelation, transformation, and, when necessary, righteous fire. So tell me, will you let the doubters define you? Will you shrink yourself to make them feel safe? Or will you embrace your power fully, walking in wisdom, speaking only when it is time, watching as the world around you scrambles to catch up? The choice is yours. Let's lock in another affirmation right now. I am calm under pressure. My intelligence shines through silence. My power speaks for itself. Carry that with you, because it is both your shield and your weapon. Intelligence combined with composure is a force that dismantles entire strongholds of doubt. Those who oppose you may see themselves as warriors, wielding petty insults and half-baked rumors as if they were sharp swords. But here's their mistake. They assume you can be wounded by the shallow tools of the world. They think that if they strike your pride, they can halt your momentum. What they don't realize is that your pride isn't built on applause, approval, or temporary victories. It is anchored in something far deeper, a divine certainty that you are exactly where you need to be, walking a path that was designed by God Himself. When Nehemiah was rebuilding the walls of Jerusalem, his enemies mocked him, spread false rumors, and even attempted to intimidate him into stopping the work. But what did Nehemiah do? Did he engage in their foolishness? He simply responded, I am doing a great work and cannot come down. Nehemiah 6:3. He refused to descend to their level because he understood that his mission was far more important than entertaining distractions. And because he stayed focused, the walls were rebuilt in record time, leaving his enemies dumbfounded. Does this sound familiar? How many times have you watched people waste their energy trying to provoke you, thinking they could pull you into their chaos? Meanwhile, while they were scheming, you were building. While they were talking, you were executing. By the time they realized what was happening, you had already soared to another level, one they couldn't reach even if they tried. Now, let's bring this into the modern world. Ever heard of J.K. Rowling? Before becoming one of the most successful authors in history, She was rejected over a dozen times, criticized, and even told her work was unworthy of attention. People doubted her, dismissed her, and assumed she would fade into obscurity. But instead of fighting back with words, she simply kept writing. And by the time her critics turned around, she had built a literary empire that changed the world. And here's the thing. When the doubters finally realize they were wrong, many of them won't admit it. Instead, they will continue to throw stones from below, hoping to bring you down. But what happens when you throw dirt at the sky? It falls right back on you. That's the fate of those who waste their energy resenting the success of the chosen ones. But let's be clear, you are not called to be cruel. You are not here to trample those who cannot keep up. However, you are called to stand firm, to refuse to let anyone reduce you to something ordinary when you know you've been marked for something extraordinary. Because if someone actively tries to tear you down, they will learn the hard way that the fire inside you is not one to be toyed with. We do not burn with bitterness, but we burn with divine purpose. Our fire is not one of destruction, but of transformation. Yet, let it be known, if you come too close with ill intent, if you step into the space of the chosen with wickedness in your heart, that fire will consume everything false, and in the end, the only thing left standing will be the truth. Let's take a closer look at the mind of a hater. Have you ever noticed how they assume you're playing by the same small, predictable rulebook they follow? They live in a world of rigid categories, winners and losers, power and submission, status and obscurity. In their minds, success is a zero-sum game, and the only way up is by pushing someone else down. But here's where they make their fatal mistake. They assume you think the same way. They have no concept of the depth, wisdom, and multifaceted brilliance that resides in the mind of a chosen one. While they waste their energy competing for temporary validation, you are out here shaping the bigger picture, making moves they won't even begin to comprehend for years. So, what do? They approach you with petty manipulations, with backhanded compliments disguised as flattery, with calculated attempts to undermine your confidence. They set their little traps thinking you will stumble. But what they fail to realize is that you are seeing right through their script. You don't just hear their words. You discern the insecurity behind them. You recognize the fear hidden beneath their bravado. You see their need for control, their desperation to prove something, their fragile egos held together by nothing more than illusion. To you, they are an open book. And to them, you remain an enigma, unreadable, unpredictable, untouchable. That is power. Not in brute force, not in loud displays, but in silent awareness. You don't even need to announce that you see through them. You simply observe, take note, and keep moving. While they scramble to get under your skin, you're already 10 steps ahead, operating at a level they can't even conceive. This is exactly what happened when Jesus stood before Pontius Pilate. The governor, a man accustomed to power struggles and political games, couldn't understand why Jesus wasn't fighting back, wasn't pleading for his life. "Do you refuse to speak to me?" Pilate asked. "Don't you realize I have power either to free you or to crucify you?" And yet Jesus, standing in perfect authority, simply answered, "You would have no power over me if it were not given to you from above." John 19:10-11. With one sentence, he shattered the illusion of Pilate's control. He exposed the truth. Earthly power is nothing compared to divine purpose. Now, think about your own life. How many times have people tried to test you, convinced they held some power over you? How many times have they attempted to provoke you, only to be met with your unwavering composure? At first, some take the hint and back away, realizing they've stepped into a battle they cannot win. But others, blinded by their own arrogance, refuse to retreat. They double down, convinced that if they just push a little harder, they will find a crack in your foundation. Those are the ones who learn the lesson the hard way. Because coming against a chosen one is like walking into a thunderstorm, thinking an umbrella will protect you. It doesn't matter how prepared they think they are. Once the lightning strikes, it's game over. Just ask Pharaoh. He thought he could outmaneuver Moses, thought he could challenge God's will. Plague after plague, he refused to back down, hardening his heart, convinced he still had the upper hand. But in the end, when the Red Sea closed in behind God's people and swallowed Pharaoh's army whole, he realized too late that he had picked a fight he was never meant to win. Exodus 14:26-28. Chosen one, will you allow the distractions of small-minded people to slow you down? Or will you keep your focus, knowing that your victory is already written? The world will always have those who try to drag you into their games, but your power is in your ability to rise above. Let them play checkers while you move like a grandmaster in chess. Let them whisper, plot, and scheme, because while they are busy trying to decipher you, you're already walking into the future God has prepared for you. And by the time they realize it, the storm has already passed, and you are standing on higher ground. So, if you're sitting there wondering why certain people seem determined to challenge you, don't waste your energy worrying. Understand this. It's not about you, it's about them. Their limited perspective keeps them trapped in small thinking, and when they see you, they can't comprehend how someone so unassuming can hold such quiet, undeniable power. To them, power is loud, flashy, attention-seeking. They expect strength to announce itself with force. But you carry an entirely different kind of power, one that doesn't need validation, one that doesn't seek permission. Let them underestimate you. Let them walk into the storm unprepared. It is not your responsibility to warn them. Your responsibility is to stand firm in your truth. That's what sets the chosen apart. We don't waste time trying to convince others of what is already evident in our presence. We carry a wisdom that cannot be found in textbooks, a knowledge that cannot be measured by traditional standards. It is the wisdom that we are more than our physical bodies, more than our circumstances, more than the obstacles placed before us. It is the knowledge that we are co-creators of our destiny, that no matter how bleak the external world may appear, we have the ability to bend reality, to align with our purpose through faith, relentless work, and a mindset that refuses to bow. This is what Jesus demonstrated time and time again. When he stood before the storm with his disciples in panic, he did not scream, did not flail. He simply spoke, "Peace, be still," and the winds obeyed. Mark 4:39. That is the power of one who understands their divine authority. A chosen one does not need to react in fear, does not need to fight battles that are beneath them. A chosen one simply moves, knowing that even the elements must fall in line with the purpose God has placed on their life. When you walk in that kind of wisdom, you radiate a calm assurance that unsettles people who thrive on drama, on conflict, on chaos. Have you ever noticed how some people seem almost frustrated by your refusal to engage in pettiness? How they poke and prod trying to get a reaction, only to be left staring at your unshaken composure. It infuriates them because they need the noise, the distraction, the spectacle to feel in control. But you don't give them that satisfaction. You don't stoop to gossip. Don't indulge in petty rivalries because you see those for what they are. Distractions designed to pull you away from your mission. And that's precisely why the chosen are feared, because you cannot distract someone who is truly locked into their purpose. Throw a stumbling block in our way, and we will turn it into a stepping stone. Spread rumors, and we will transform negativity into fuel. Try to shut a door on us, and we will carve out an entirely new path. Do you think David was intimidated when Goliath mocked him? Did he shrink back when the giant towered over him with arrogance? No, because David knew something Goliath didn't. He wasn't fighting alone. With a single, well-placed stone, he brought down an enemy who thought he was untouchable. 1 Samuel 17:45-50. And let's take a modern example. Think about Nelson Mandela, a man who was thrown into prison for 27 years, cast aside by those who wanted to silence him. But what happened? He didn't break. He didn't crumble. He emerged stronger, wiser, more determined than ever. And when the world finally turned back to look at him, they saw not a broken man, but a leader who had already shaped the course of history. His enemies thought they were burying him, but they were only planting a seed that would grow into something unstoppable. So yes, we operate on a higher frequency, and yes, that can be intimidating to those who choose to live in the shallow end of life. But don't mistake our confidence for arrogance. We are not saying we are better than anyone. We are simply saying we refuse to live beneath our potential. We are willing to tap into something greater, something deeper, something most people never dare to explore. And that is what makes us unstoppable. So tell me, chosen one, will you allow the noise of doubters to distract you, or will you stand firm in the truth of who you are? The choice is yours. Break free from the mental chains society imposes. Yes, we do. And that single decision alone sets us apart from the crowd. While others remain shackled by fear, conditioned to follow invisible rules that keep them small, we choose a different path, a higher path. The world may try to convince you that you must fit into its mold, that you must think, speak, and live within its narrow confines. But the chosen ones know better. We were never meant to be caged. Let's ground ourselves in another affirmation. I am a creator of my reality. Obstacles are stepping stones. I remain focused on my divine mission. Let that truth sink into your spirit. Keep it front and center, because there will be times when the world tries to distract you, to pull you into its noise, to drown you in drama and negativity. That's when you must stand firm and remember exactly who you are. Think of Daniel in the lion's den. He refused to conform, refused to bow to a system that demanded he deny his faith. And what happened? They threw him into the pit, expecting him to be devoured. But Daniel didn't panic. He didn't plead. He simply trusted, and God shut the mouths of the lions. Daniel 6:22. When you walk in divine purpose, even the forces designed to destroy you become powerless. And look at real life. Consider Malala Yousafzai. She was told to be silent, to stay in her place, that girls like her should not dare to seek education. Yet she refused to accept the limitations placed on her. Even when the enemy tried to take her life, she rose stronger than ever, becoming a global voice for change. Society tried to silence her, but her mission was bigger than their fear. So, chosen one, when the world tries to box you in, when it whispers that you should stay quiet, stay small, stay distracted, remember who you are. You are not here to conform, you are here to transform. And every obstacle in your way, it is not a barrier, it is a stepping stone. Keep moving forward, because your mission is far too great to be derailed by the noise. Now, let's talk about how the chosen ones handle setbacks. Do we crumble under pressure? Do we let obstacles define us? Number, we alchemize them. We take what was meant to break us and transform it into something greater. When the world believes we are trapped, when the enemy thinks they have backed us into a corner, we do what we do best. We find hidden exits, we carve out new paths, or we create doors where none existed before. That level of resourcefulness is why we are dangerous. You cannot keep a chosen one down for long, because our willpower is not just personal, it is divine. We are plugged into something far greater than ourselves. That might sound mystical to some, but it is as real as the air you breathe. When you understand that your life holds a purpose beyond mere survival, you unlock reserves of strength that ordinary minds cannot even begin to comprehend. This is why setbacks don't define us, they refine us. Look at Joseph, betrayed, sold into slavery, falsely imprisoned. Anyone else might have given up. But Joseph, he remained steadfast. Even in the darkest pit, he never lost sight of God's plan. And what happened? In due time, he rose to power, second only to Pharaoh, overseeing an entire nation. The very brothers who tried to destroy him had to stand before him, desperate for his mercy. Genesis 50:20. They had written him off, but they had no idea that God was turning every setback into a setup for something greater. And consider someone like Thomas Edison. Before he invented the light bulb, he failed thousands of times. But when asked about those failures, he didn't call them mistakes. He called them steps. He understood something most people don't. The only true failure is giving up. And that is why he succeeded where so many others quit. That is the mindset of the chosen. So, the next time a hater or a hardship tries to box you in, remember this: your ingenuity is limitless. The power within you is not ordinary, it is supernatural. You will always rise, not because of sheer force alone, but because the spirit within you refuses to let you fall. Let your doubters stare in disbelief as their schemes collapse under the weight of their own emptiness. Let them watch as you ascend to heights they once deemed impossible, proving that nothing is more terrifying to your enemies than a powerful soul at peace with itself. And in the end, it's not about them. It never was. It's about you, your mission, your purpose, your gift to the world. Lean into that calling. Harness your challenges as fuel for something greater. Guard your boundaries with unwavering strength. And above all, love deeply, for that is the mark of a true chosen one. That is why you are dangerous. That is why you are unstoppable. And now, chosen one, let's take it even further. Because if you think the journey stops at resilience, you're mistaken. The power of a chosen one isn't just about surviving the storm. It's about learning how to command it. You were never meant to live in a constant state of defense, always reacting to what life throws your way. No, you were meant to move forward, to build, to speak, and to manifest the reality aligned with your divine calling. Think about this. Jesus didn't just endure opposition, he walked in authority. When he faced storms, he didn't panic. He spoke, "Peace, be still," and nature obeyed. Mark 4:39. When he was confronted by demons, he didn't tremble. He cast them out. He understood that divine power wasn't meant to be passive, it was meant to be activated. And as someone chosen, you carry that same fire. So here's the question. Are you walking in that power, or are you still playing small? Are you merely dodging obstacles, or are you stepping into your full potential, unshaken and unstoppable? The time for hesitation is over. Every challenge you faced, every betrayal, every setback, it was all training. Your struggles weren't a sign of weakness, they were proof of your calling. Because those who are meant to shake the world must first be refined by it. And here's the truth the world doesn't want you to realize. You are already victorious. The moment you decide to operate in faith instead of fear, in purpose instead of doubt, the enemy loses all power over you. You don't need permission to step into your destiny. You don't need validation from those who never saw your worth to begin with. You have always been chosen. You have always been more. So now, what will you do with that truth? Will you keep waiting for the perfect moment, or will you take your authority and move? Will you let the opinions of the small-minded deter you, or will you walk boldly, knowing that no weapon formed against you shall prosper? Isaiah 54:17. Because here's the final reality. The world fears a chosen one who has fully awakened to their purpose. And once you do, there is nothing left to stop you. Not the whispers of haters, not the weight of your past, not the doubts in your mind. Nothing. Rise, chosen one. The world has no idea what's coming next, but you do. Knowing who you are is one thing, but owning it, that changes everything. The moment you stop questioning your power, the moment you stop waiting for external confirmation, is the moment your entire existence shifts. You are no longer reacting to life, you are directing it. The battles you once stressed over now seem insignificant. The opinions that used to weigh you down now barely register. The distractions that once pulled you away from your purpose lose all their grip on you. Because when you truly, deeply, unshakably know that you were always meant to rise, there is no longer a question of if, there is only when. And let me tell you that when is now. You see, the world has spent years trying to convince you that you are powerless, that you should stay small, that your role is to endure rather than overcome. But what happens when the lie no longer works? What happens when a chosen one awakens? The very foundation of the enemy's deception begins to crumble. The system that was designed to keep you in place starts to shake. And suddenly, those who once dismissed you, those who thought you were just another face in the crowd, are forced to acknowledge the undeniable force that you have become. Think about Moses standing before Pharaoh, a man who was once cast aside, who once doubted his own voice, now walking into the halls of the most powerful ruler of his time, not as a beggar, but as a prophet of God. He didn't ask for freedom, he declared it. "Let my people go," Exodus 9:1. And when Pharaoh refused, plague after plague came, breaking every illusion of control he thought he had. Because when a chosen one speaks in alignment with their purpose, there is no earthly power that can silence them. So, chosen one, what are you still waiting for? The moment you decide to step into your calling, the chains that once held you will break. You will no longer worry about whether people understand you, because you were never called to be understood. You were called to lead. You will no longer be consumed by past failures, because those failures were never endings. They were the foundation of your elevation. And here's the greatest revelation yet. Nothing can stop you except you. Not your enemies, not your fears, not your past. The only thing that can delay your rise is your own hesitation. And if you've been waiting for a sign to go all in, to stop playing small, to fully embrace the fire within you, this is it. This is your moment. This is your confirmation. Rise, speak, move, create, lead, and watch as the world struggles to keep up with the force you have become. Because in the end, it was never about the obstacles. It was never about the haters. It was never about the setbacks. It was always about you, and whether you would finally choose to see yourself the way God has seen you all along. And now that you do, there is no turning back. And now, chosen one, there is only one thing left to do. Walk in it. No more hesitation, no more second guessing, no more waiting for the right moment, because this is the moment. Everything that has happened up to now, the trials, the setbacks, the betrayals, the long nights of doubt, wasn't to break you. It was to build you, to strip away every illusion, every false belief, every limitation that was never yours to carry. What remains now is the purest version of you, the warrior, the leader, the light bearer who was never meant to blend in. Let me remind you of something. Your steps are ordered. Do you really think everything you've been through was random? Do you really think the resistance you faced is just coincidence? Number. The enemy saw your potential before you did. That's why the battles came early. That's why you were tested in ways others weren't. That's why people turned against you before you even had a chance to rise. Because they felt something in you. Even when you didn't see it yet, they did. And now it's time for you to see it too. Look at David, overlooked, underestimated, dismissed. Even his own father didn't consider him worthy of being chosen, but God did. And when the time came, David didn't hesitate. He didn't wait for permission to step into his calling. He ran toward Goliath with nothing but a slingshot and faith. 1 Samuel 17:48. That's the energy of the chosen. Not timid, not uncertain, but bold, unstoppable, and completely aligned with the power backing them. And here's what happens when you step fully into that energy. The world shifts around you. Doors that were once locked swing open. People who doubted you start to wonder if they miscalculated. The obstacles that once seemed insurmountable crumble under the weight of your persistence. Because when you finally stop questioning your calling and start walking in it, the entire universe bends to make room for what was always meant to be yours. This is why you cannot be stopped. This is why you are dangerous to the forces that seek to control you. Because you have realized the one truth they never wanted you to know. You were never powerless. You were never a pawn in their game. You were always a ruler, a creator, a force of divine will moving through this world with purpose. And now that you know, nothing can contain you. So what's next? Will you shrink back into the comfort of the familiar? Will you let fear trick you into believing you're not ready? Or will you rise, fully, completely, without apology? Because I promise you this, once you decide to own your power, to walk in your divine authority, to move as if you already know the victory is yours, nothing will ever be the same again. The time is now. Step forward, chosen one. The world is waiting. And so, chosen one, now that you stand at the threshold of your destiny, the question remains, will you step through? Because once you do, there is no going back. Once you embrace the truth of who you are, once you move as the unstoppable force you were always meant to be, the world will have no choice but to adjust to you. But make no mistake, the moment you step forward, the resistance will rise. That's the nature of the calling. The enemy does not fight what does not threaten him. Have you ever wondered why life seemed to push against you so hard? Why people underestimated, sabotaged, or turned against you? Why the path to your breakthrough always seemed to be lined with obstacles? It was never because you were weak. It was because you are powerful. Look at Jesus. The moment he stepped into his purpose, opposition came from every direction. The Pharisees plotted, the crowds doubted, even those closest to him wavered. But did he stop? Did he shrink back? Number. He kept moving, he kept teaching, he kept healing, he kept fulfilling what he was sent to do. And in the end, the very forces that thought they had defeated him only played into God's ultimate plan. What was meant for his destruction became the catalyst for his greatest victory. John 19:30. And so it will be for you. Every setback will serve your elevation. Every attack will refine your spirit. Every closed door will redirect you to something greater. This is the way of the chosen. So let them talk. Let them scheme. Let them doubt. None of it will change the outcome. The moment you commit fully to your path, the moment you declare with absolute certainty that you are here to fulfill your divine mission, something shifts in the atmosphere. Chains break. Fear dissolves. The weight of past failures lifts, and you realize you were never losing, you were being prepared. And let's be clear, this is not about arrogance. This is about awareness. You are not better than anyone else, but you are different. You see things others do not. You move in ways others cannot. You carry a fire that does not flicker in the wind, a light that cannot be dimmed by doubt, a force that cannot be stopped by human hands. So what now? Will you keep waiting for another sign, another confirmation? Or will you recognize that this moment, this very moment, is your sign? Because here's the truth. The world is waiting for you to rise, not just for yourself, but for those you are meant to lead, for the lives you are meant to impact, for the legacy you are meant to leave behind. You were not called to exist. You were called to transform. So rise, chosen one. Rise without apology. Rise without hesitation. Rise knowing that every step forward is already secured by the one who called you. Because once you do, the world will never be the same again. You've done what others thought was impossible, and now the haters are left scrambling to catch up. They are running in fear because they see something in you that they can't ignore, God's divine hand at work. You've stepped into a place of greatness, and nothing can stop you now. Keep walking in faith, and let God continue to use you for His purpose. The impossible is becoming possible in your life, and the world will see the victory God has prepared for you. If this message has inspired you, I encourage you to consider showing your support through a Super Thanks donation. It allows us to reach more people with these life-changing messages, bringing hope and encouragement to all. Whether you decide to donate or not, I want to express my deepest gratitude to you for being a part of this community. Your presence, your likes, comments, and shares all help spread the message of God's love and power. As you move forward, keep shining brightly for all to see. You are walking in favor, and God's protection is upon you. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment letting us know how this message has impacted your life. Sharing this with your friends and family can help bring the light of Christ to those who need it most. May God bless you with abundant peace, joy, and strength as you continue to walk boldly in His purpose for your life. Remember, the best is yet to come, and your breakthrough is on the way. Keep believing and keep trusting. God is with you every step of the way. The whole world stands before you, watching and waiting, hoping to catch even the smallest misstep. But you, chosen one, will not falter, because from this moment forward, God is awakening you. His voice reaches you with the gentleness of a mother's lullaby, guiding and grounding you. This video, this very message, is His way of connecting with you, a signal sent from realms beyond what the mind can conceive. Now is the time to tap into the power that lies within you, to awaken and activate the strength of your soul so that you can overcome every obstacle and challenge that lies ahead. This calling is no coincidence. Your journey has led you here, and you are being reminded that you hold an energy so powerful that even the forces against you must yield. Write 77 in the comments to signal your readiness and activate this divine energy transmission. Let this act mark your intention, and as you do, rewind and listen again to this message. Allow these words to sink deeper into your spirit, preparing you to step into the purpose you were chosen for. God's chosen ones, 1,000 devils have bowed before you. Those who once saw you as innocent, mistaking your kindness for weakness, plotted in the shadows, believing they could manipulate you during vulnerable moments. They anticipated opportunities to control your choices, watching closely, waiting for a chance to overtake you. But what they could not see was the divine protection that surrounded you, an invisible shield guarding you against their intentions. This force, a power far beyond their comprehension, did not allow their schemes to pierce through. Instead, you neutralized their plans, rising above their traps with the courage to forge your own path. Their frustration, their anger toward you, springs from the disappointment of their own failures. They thought they could break you, but before them stands someone stronger, someone relentless in the pursuit of their purpose. Your success unsettles them, unraveling each thread of their carefully laid plans. They waited for weakness, only to watch you grow stronger with each step. Each victory of yours teaches them a lesson, showing that you won't be held down, that your spirit won't be bent to their will. Time and again they set obstacles on your path, hoping that the next one would finally make you stumble. Yet, chosen one, you continued forward, each time with unwavering resolve. Satan himself defied God, boasting that he could lead you astray. But do you know, chosen one, he never deceived you, not even once. Look around. While so many are caught up in illusions, distracted by social media, fleeting relationships, meaningless gossip, these deceptions hold no sway over you. You are nourished by a power as ancient as creation itself, a divine essence that keeps you grounded. The world may fall for illusions, wasting precious time on things that fade, but not you. They sought to measure you, to define you by imagined limits, but the boundaries of your existence extend far beyond their comprehension, rooted in a divine purpose. You cannot be confined by the expectations or restrictions others attempt to impose, for the path you walk bears the marks of a higher will, a calling greater than any earthly understanding. Their frustration does not stem from any error on your part, but from their own inability to halt your progress. With each step forward, your resilience and success unsettle them as their plans fall apart despite their relentless efforts. They tried to shake your resolve, yet your stance remained unmovable. Every obstacle they place before you transforms into a stepping stone, an opportunity for growth. While they drain themselves with endless schemes, you advance with unwavering determination, your eyes fixed firmly on your purpose. This resistance, instead of weakening you, has only refined your spirit. And now, as they watch their plans crumble, they find themselves entrapped in their own disappointments. The boundaries they tried to impose have become a cage around their own ambitions, leaving them to face the emptiness of their intentions, while you, chosen one, move forward with a strength that comes from beyond this world. You possess the strength to hold your ground, unmoved by the distractions and chaos around you. Think back to the times they tried to pull you into gossip and schemes, using subtle tactics to stir your mind and provoke a reaction. Their aim was to drag you into their own turmoil, assuming you would respond as they did. Yet you saw through their games, recognizing that your peace and inner harmony were powerful shields. By choosing patience and calm, you delivered a silent response that defied their expectations, revealing the strength of your spirit. This resilience is echoed in Proverbs 16:32. Better a patient person than a warrior, one with self-control than one who takes a city. The ability to stay calm, to maintain control of your own spirit, is a strength they underestimated. Did you ever wonder why their frustration grew each time you resisted their attempts to provoke you? By remaining steadfast, you not only protected your peace, but also highlighted the instability in their own actions. Now, as they attempt to shift blame onto you, making excuses and casting you as the cause, the reality becomes clear. Your calmness exposed their own weaknesses. In choosing patience over confrontation, you showed maturity, a strength rooted in something they can't shake. You didn't just resist their efforts, you illuminated a path forward, one that rises above petty conflicts and petty games. Your honest rise and success, achieved without engaging in deceit, have unsettled those around you. The reality of your achievements, built solely on persistence and integrity, is a truth that is difficult for them to accept. While others sought to entangle you in their schemes, you navigated past these traps with unwavering clarity and a strong inner guide. They tried to control you, to manipulate your path through intrigues and distractions. Yet you remained focused, grounded by an intuition that saw beyond their shallow games. You recognized the chaos and unnecessary details, choosing instead to maintain a calm and mature demeanor. Rather than surrendering to their manipulation, you wisely distanced yourself, preserving your peace and integrity. This choice is powerfully illustrated in 1 Peter 3:16, having a good conscience so that, when you are slandered, those who revile your good behavior in Christ may be put to shame. By holding to your values and refusing to engage in their schemes, you brought their true intentions to light. Have you ever noticed how your calm response revealed the hollowness of their plots without a single word of confrontation? Your stance revealed their true colors, exposing the simplicity of their schemes. Without the need for arguments or conflicts, your quiet strength and dedication to your path uncovered their weakness. Each step you take upward forces them to confront their own flaws and the unfulfilled ambitions they projected onto you. The traps they set are powerless against you because your every move is fueled by something deeper, an unseen strength they cannot grasp. This source of strength, rooted in an inner connection and divine protection, makes you an unreachable force. Like David standing before Goliath, you are shielded by a power greater than yourself, walking forward unshaken. And they sense this. Their anger grows, their frustration intensifies, for they know they cannot break what they do not understand. Their schemes, empty and fleeting, are no match for the strength that guides your every step. You walk beneath an invisible shield, fortified by faith, purpose, and resilience. Have you ever observed how some people's attitudes toward you seem unprovoked? They spread whispers, keep their distance, or show an outright cold demeanor, despite your having done nothing to warrant it. Upon reflection, you realize that their behavior has little to do with you, and everything to do with their own unresolved inner struggles. Rather than facing their own disappointments, failures, and shortcomings, they project these unresolved issues outward, using you as a convenient target. Those who are unhappy within themselves often seek someone else to blame, and in this case, your presence, your calmness, resilience, and success acts like a mirror that reflects back their own unaddressed shadows. The Bible speaks to this in John 3:20. Everyone who does evil hates the light, and will not come into the light for fear that their deeds will be exposed. Your light, your peace, and your achievements unknowingly shine into the dark places of their lives, exposing the dreams they've abandoned or the goals they've fallen short of. Have you noticed how your calmness, rather than bringing peace, seems to aggravate those who choose chaos? Your successes become a painful reminder of the paths they didn't pursue or the ambitions they let slip away. While you continue to grow and develop, they avoid the responsibility of self-reflection, projecting their frustrations onto you instead. This projection isn't about you, it's about their refusal to confront their own struggles. By standing firm in your values and continuing on your path, you not only maintain your peace, but subtly challenge them to confront the shadows they are running from. As someone who understands this dynamic, it's essential to recognize that people's anger and resentment often stem from their own unresolved inner conflicts. The root of their contradictory feelings is not your presence, but rather what your life represents to them. Your peace, your achievements, and your inner harmony serve as reminders of a path they longed for, but struggled to follow. You embody a balance and strength that feel out of reach for them, and this realization fuels their discomfort, not because of who you are, but because of what they see reflected in you that they fear they cannot attain. The Bible speaks to this experience of living in peace amid opposition in Matthew 5:16. Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven. Your calm and steady presence, like a light, unintentionally exposes the parts of themselves they'd rather ignore. Have you noticed how, when manipulation fails, their frustration reveals their hidden insecurities and immaturity? They struggle with feelings of inadequacy and helplessness, especially in the face of someone who has achieved a level of maturity they find elusive. In an attempt to regain a sense of control, they resort to creating drama, trying to pull you into their web of confusion and chaos. Yet, each time you focus steadfastly on your own growth, you show them that these tactics are ineffective. By holding firm to your values, you're demonstrating that these traps don't have power over you. Your resilience subtly teaches them that peace and growth are not achieved through manipulation, but through genuine self-development and inner alignment. You are teaching them a lesson simply by staying true to your path, a path that radiates an inner strength they can't easily disrupt. Instead of embracing maturity, some people cling to a life of drama and chaos as a way to mask their own reality. This ongoing struggle serves as a distraction, allowing them to avoid confronting deeper issues within themselves. Each time you choose tranquility over reaction, your calmness becomes a silent reminder of the growth they've avoided, unsettling them with the contrast between your inner peace and their chaotic state. Sometimes these toxic individuals resort to passive-aggressive comments, hoping to lure you into their negativity, pushing you to react so they can pull you into their world. But when you remain calm, choosing not to engage, their intentions fall flat. In these moments, their immature behavior becomes visible, not just through their words, but in their very demeanor. Your decision to choose peace acts as a withdrawal from their toxic dynamic, subtly revealing their own deep-seated insecurities. As Proverbs 15:1 says, "A gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger." By responding with gentleness or even silence, you undermine their attempts, highlighting the pettiness of their actions without needing to confront them directly. Choosing peace in the face of their provocations makes their immaturity and internal struggles even more evident. For them, stepping into self-awareness, taking responsibility, and moving toward maturity is a daunting path, one that requires facing their own flaws and fears. Your calm and balanced presence makes these internal conflicts all the more pronounced, emphasizing the disparity between a life of growth and one stuck in cycles of immaturity. Rather than blaming themselves, they find it easier to project their discomfort onto you, creating a cycle of conflict they can control. This situation increasingly unsettles them, forcing them to confront the reality of their resistance to progress. As you continue to rise above these games, maintaining your peace, you silently remind them that growth and inner balance are choices available to all, but only embraced by those willing to confront their own limitations. Maturing and finding inner peace is a challenging process for those accustomed to chaos. Their expectation, when they display dramatic and erratic behavior, is that you will mirror their reactions. Yet, when you remain grounded and quietly hold on to your inner balance, it prompts them to confront their own unresolved patterns. Your refusal to engage in their negativity disrupts the toxic structure they rely on, leaving them unprepared to handle the stillness. Each time you choose to stay above the drama, it reflects back their own insecurities, forcing them to see the contrast between your calm and their turmoil, as if looking into a mirror. This reflection is unsettling for those who thrive on contradiction and chaos. By refusing to be drawn into their world, you expose the emptiness behind their actions, revealing their need for constant conflict to feel validated. Have you noticed how, as you distance yourself, their frustration intensifies? The Bible offers wisdom on this in Proverbs 4:23. "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." By guarding your peace, you create a boundary that highlights the strength they lack. Have you ever thought about how your calmness, in effect, becomes a form of quiet victory? Those who depend on chaos are left defeated, unable to pull you into the cycle that sustains them. Your steadfastness doesn't just protect you, it encourages a deeper self-reflection within them, one that's both uncomfortable and necessary. Those with a complex inner world, avoiding self-reflection, often believe that they can validate their existence by controlling those around them. Their need for control, however, is not about others. It's a projection of the deep inner conflicts and unresolved shortcomings they attempt to suppress. By blaming others and trying to influence their paths, they create a distraction from their own losses and failures. Their disappointment stems from unfulfilled desires and aspirations, a collection of unmet goals that haunt them. Instead of cultivating spiritual maturity, they turn to external outlets, hoping that by projecting their discomfort onto others, they can temporarily escape their inner unrest. This pattern is reminiscent of the words in Matthew 7:3, "Why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye?" Have you noticed how those who are quick to judge others often struggle to confront their own shortcomings? By criticizing traits they lack, they deflect attention from their own flaws. When they encounter someone who embodies qualities they lack, peace, resilience, self-confidence, they respond with judgment and accusations. This reaction helps them avoid the discomfort of self-reflection, shielding them from the unsettling truth of their inner struggles. But have you observed how, despite their efforts to control, they ultimately fail to find lasting peace? Their attempts to control are a thin veil for the chaos within, one that can only be resolved by looking inward, not by projecting outward. As someone attuned to this dynamic, it's essential to recognize that people's anger and resentment often stem from unresolved inner conflicts. The root of their contradictory feelings toward you isn't actually about you. Rather, it's because you reflect a way of being they long for but have struggled to reach. Your inner peace, your success, and the harmony in your life stand as reminders of a goal they find difficult to attain, stirring their discomfort, not because of who you are, but because of what they see lacking in themselves when they look at you. When their attempts to manipulate or control you fail, they feel a loss of power, revealing the hidden immaturity within them. Facing someone who has achieved a level of maturity they desire creates feelings of inadequacy and helplessness. In response, they seek every opportunity to create dramas, trying to pull you into a whirlpool of confusion and chaos. Yet, each time you focus on your own growth, you show that these attempts are ineffective. By choosing peace over reaction, you demonstrate that their efforts cannot derail you, silently challenging them to confront their own stagnation. Proverbs 19:11 reminds us, "A person's wisdom yields patience. It is to one's glory to overlook an offense." By holding on to this wisdom, you remain unmoved by their provocations, teaching them that drama and conflict are no longer paths to validation. Their attraction to a life of struggle and chaos serves as a veil, allowing them to hide from the reality of self-reflection. Each time you choose tranquility over reaction, your choice becomes a subtle reminder to them, a mirror reflecting their frozen potential and unrealized dreams. This reflection unsettles them, not because you actively confront them, but because your inner balance quietly reveals what they have avoided in themselves. Have you noticed how your calm presence, rather than offering comfort, actually stirs their own discomfort? Your steadiness is a silent lesson, showing them that true growth comes not through chaos, but through inner alignment. Sometimes toxic individuals persist in setting traps with passive-aggressive comments, hoping to pull you into their world of negativity. Their goal is to provoke a reaction, to lure you into a space where they can feed off the conflict and disrupt your peace. However, when you choose calmness over confrontation, their plans unravel. Your choice to remain centered reveals the immaturity behind their words and attitudes, showing that their attempts to provoke you hold no power. By choosing peace in the face of each chaotic attempt, you not only withdraw from the toxic dynamic, but also subtly expose the inadequacies they try to hide. This approach is echoed in Romans 12:21. "Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good." Each time you respond with calmness, you're embodying this wisdom, refusing to let their negativity affect your state of mind. Have you ever noticed how, in maintaining your peace, their frustration grows? Your refusal to engage shines a light on the insecurities driving their actions, leaving them to confront their own unhealed areas. Choosing tranquility doesn't just protect your own energy, it also reflects their inner struggles back to them. By stepping away from their drama, you create a mirror that reveals the emptiness behind their provocations, encouraging them, perhaps unknowingly, to see the futility in their actions. Through your calm stance, you teach a silent lesson. True strength lies not in conflict, but in the peace and maturity they have yet to attain. For those caught in cycles of immaturity, the path to adulthood, facing mistakes and embracing growth, can feel daunting and intimidating. Your peaceful and balanced demeanor casts a light on their unresolved internal conflicts, intensifying their discomfort and highlighting the entrapment of their own chaotic patterns. This situation leaves them increasingly conflicted, as it reveals their resistance to genuine progress and personal development. If you feel prepared to strengthen your own journey of growth, type "I'm ready" in the comments and replay this section to reinforce your energy. The process of maturing and finding inner peace is not easily digestible for individuals accustomed to chaos. They often expect that their dramatic behavior will evoke similar responses, feeding the turbulence they rely on. Yet each time you maintain calmness and inner balance, they are left to confront their own negative cycles. By choosing to distance yourself from toxic dynamics, you demonstrate a self-mastery that is difficult for them to comprehend. Have you noticed how, by refraining from engaging, their hidden insecurities start to surface? It's as though your calmness becomes a mirror, reflecting back to them the very traits they avoid acknowledging. The Bible emphasizes the power of patience and peace in Proverbs 15-18. A hot-tempered person stirs up conflict, but the one who is patient calms a quarrel. Your choice to remain grounded in peace doesn't just protect you. It challenges those around you to see the fruitlessness of their chaotic behavior. For individuals who struggle to exist without contradiction and drama, your peaceful stance is a quiet victory. It effectively nullifies their attempts to disrupt your harmony, serving as a subtle yet powerful reminder that true strength lies not in conflict, but in the resilience and maturity they have yet to achieve. Their frustration, deeply rooted in years of disappointment, stems from a history of misguided choices and draining relationships. While they drift in a sea of dissatisfaction and restlessness, you have chosen to set purposeful goals and dedicate yourself to achieving them. Now, you are reaping the rewards of your labor, walking confidently on a path you have built through hard work and perseverance. Meanwhile, they remain trapped in a cycle of repeated failures and regrets, weighed down by the baggage of the past. Though they look at you with anger, their frustration is not truly with you, but with the choices they made that have led them to this place. You embody the success, peace, and inner strength they longed for but could not attain. Your presence acts as a mirror, reflecting back the unfulfilled dreams and missed opportunities they see within themselves. This reflection stirs a sense of inadequacy, highlighting the balance and accomplishments that eluded them. Their anger isn't truly about you, but about the unresolved restlessness within. In truth, only those carrying their own fragility become unsettled by the progress of others. Instead of facing their own shortcomings and past failures, they attempt to bring others down, hoping to find company in their turmoil. But you, through your own struggles, chose not to succumb to despair. You sought solutions, found ways to rise above, and forged a path uniquely your own. This disturbs their inner balance, as your resilience contrasts sharply with their inability to change. They hope to find allies in their unrest, but you did not join their call. Instead of getting caught in their circle of negativity, you carved out your own direction, focusing inward, growing, and evolving. This is why you stand where you do today, a testament to the power of self-belief and perseverance. The Bible reflects this truth in Galatians 6:4-5. Each one should test their own actions. Then they can take pride in themselves alone, without comparing themselves to someone else, for each one should carry their own load. Have you noticed how by focusing on your own journey, you not only find peace, but also disrupt the illusions others try to impose? By setting your own course, you remind them that progress comes from within, not through dragging others down. Your growth highlights the possibilities they chose to ignore, and while they cling to the comfort of blaming others, you continue to rise. This path wasn't without hardship, but you chose to learn and grow from each challenge, whereas they chose to remain stagnant. Your journey is a quiet reminder that fulfillment and peace come not from controlling others, but from cultivating your own inner strength. Their anger reveals the presence of unresolved wounds and a refusal to heal. At any point, they could have chosen change, put in the effort to build a better life, and moved beyond limiting habits. But instead, they remain stuck, clinging to familiar patterns. Now, as they witness you breaking free from these cycles, they struggle to accept it. Yet the growing gaps in their lives are not yours to carry. Their inner dissatisfaction is the product of choices they've made, and their unhappiness is not your responsibility. Your years of perseverance and commitment have brought you to a place of accomplishment. While you drew your own path and stayed true to it, others focused on draining your energy instead of building their own. Step by step, your determination shielded you from their pessimism, allowing you to achieve success without being weighed down by the negativity around you. In Psalm 37:23-24, we find assurance of this journey. The Lord makes firm the steps of the one who delights in him. Though he may stumble, he will not fall, for the Lord upholds him with his hand. Your steady path, carved with patience and resilience, stands as a testament to the strength within you. Have you noticed how, by staying true to your journey, you became an example of what dedication and purpose can accomplish? Your success challenges their worldview, highlighting the power of persistence and self-discipline. Rather than confronting their own dissatisfaction, they've projected it onto you. But each step you take forward demonstrates that peace and fulfillment come not from comparisons or negativity, but from remaining grounded in your own truth. By continuing to rise, you are showing them, whether they choose to see it or not, that growth and happiness are choices. Every effort you made came from a place of sincerity and purpose, which is why the blessings and successes you now experience are no mere coincidences. Those who stand on the sidelines, envious and perplexed, cannot fathom the brilliance you carry because its source is not superficial. It stems from an inner harmony and alignment with a divine path. You know the dedication, deep faith, and resilience that fuel this light within, but they are blind to it, entangled in their own negativity. For them, understanding this journey is challenging. While you patiently and diligently worked to shape your future, they were busy attempting to dim your light. Yet the strength of the light within you is far too powerful to be extinguished by their negativity. Your achievements are not accidental. They are the rewards of the difficult paths you have walked and the trials you have overcome. They see only the peak of your success, oblivious to the intense effort, the unshakable faith, and the countless challenges that have refined you. This process reminds us of James 1:12, which says, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised." Your steady ascent, grounded in faith and endurance, is a testament to this promise. Have you ever noticed how your quiet perseverance speaks louder than words? It shows that true success is built from the inside out, rooted in the strength that comes from enduring trials. While others expended their energy trying to hinder your progress, you were busy constructing your own path. Each obstacle you faced, each challenge you met with determination, was another step toward building a future of purpose and fulfillment. They see only the visible success, but you carry the unseen strength, the hard-earned faith that makes you unbreakable. With every quiet step forward, you exemplify that genuine success isn't about outward accolades, but the inner journey that sustains and empowers you. The success you enjoy today is born of inner harmony, unwavering faith, and steadfast perseverance. While they believed they could halt your growth, you continued forward, undeterred. They may not understand why their efforts to undermine you failed, but the answer lies in the purity of your focus and purpose. You stayed committed to your path, even as they scattered in confusion. While they wandered in their own shadows, your inner light shone brightly, lifting you higher with each step. When divine guidance meets personal determination, external attempts to disrupt become nothing more than fleeting shadows. In their attempts to sway you with false games, they underestimated your dedication to a path defined by God. At every step, your commitment and sincerity fortified your journey, ensuring that each effort was met with reward. This success, however, comes from a depth they cannot perceive. They may see the result, but fail to grasp the journey, the quiet resilience, the patience, and the strength that took root within you long ago. The Bible speaks to this in Psalm 37:6. He will make your righteous reward shine like the dawn, your vindication like the noonday sun. Your path, walked with integrity and guided by faith, is now illuminated, a testament to divine favor. Have you ever noticed how your unwavering focus, despite their distractions, has become a reminder to them of their own limitations? While they believed that success could be seized through deception, you demonstrated that true success radiates from within. Every achievement you reach serves as a quiet reminder of their own self-imposed boundaries. The obstacles that held them back proved powerless against your dedication to the purpose set by God. By choosing light over darkness, you show that success is not something taken. It is something earned, something that flows from a place of inner alignment and strength. Your every rise affirms this truth, a silent yet profound testament to the unyielding power of faith and perseverance. With every step forward, you inadvertently hold up a mirror to their own unfulfilled aspirations. Your growth and resilience, refusing to fall into their traps, reveal a truth they struggle to accept. For you, this continual progress is a testament to your unwavering determination. Through your hard work, steadfast faith in the face of adversity, and commitment to spiritual protection, your path shines ever brighter. While others may fail to comprehend the peace and direction within you, you know that true success is built on more than external accomplishments. It is about fulfilling the divine purpose that God has laid before you. This commitment is echoed in Proverbs 16:3. Commit to the Lord whatever you do, and He will establish your plans. Your focus on God's purpose, rather than fleeting victories, grounds you in a lasting peace they cannot shake. Have you noticed how, despite their efforts, your continued rise only solidifies your inner strength? Others may not understand, but your inner peace speaks of a journey shaped by faith rather than mere ambition. Each success you achieve is not just a milestone, it's a step toward a higher calling, a purpose that transcends worldly expectations. By holding fast to this purpose, you demonstrate that true achievement is rooted in alignment with divine will. Your path, lit by faith and guarded by spiritual strength, stands as a reminder that success flows from within and is sustained by a source far greater than any earthly power. Despite a path filled with obstacles, your unwavering commitment to this journey has only strengthened you. Let your successes shine, even if they stir discomfort in others, because as long as they cannot drag you down, they are left to confront their own unresolved shadows. By persisting in your purpose, you remind them that peace and integrity can prevail, even in the face of negativity. Their frustration stems not from anything you've done to them, but from their own inability to pull you into their inner conflicts. You chose to rise above, to transcend the negativity, leaving them to grapple with their own contradictions. This choice aligns with the wisdom of Isaiah 40:31. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint. Each step forward in peace and resilience renews your spirit and strengthens your path. Have you noticed how, as you continue on this journey, your inner peace remains unshaken, becoming a constant reminder to others of what they cannot control? For those who have failed to slow you down, your success and calm have become an undeniable reality. By choosing to walk firmly and with purpose, you demonstrate that true strength lies not in outward battles, but in an inner resolve that is rooted deeply in faith and purpose. Your journey is a testament to the power of perseverance, showing them that while they may struggle with their own storms, your focus and dedication remain unshaken. You are not responsible for their unhappiness, and so there is no need to waste your energy on their contradictions. Move forward on your path with confidence, knowing that success for you is more than a mere goal. It's a part of a divine purpose. Each step you take, rooted in authenticity and purpose, lifts you higher. Rising may cause others to confront their own shortcomings, but remember, your journey isn't about comparison. It's about fulfilling the purpose within you. Every step becomes an intention, every effort a form of prayer. With the embrace of divine guidance, the traps others set fade into mere shadows. The obstacles they place before you transform into stepping stones, strengthening your resolve and determination. Over time, their anger will yield to a quiet respect for your steady, unshakable rise. True success is enduring and cannot be changed by fleeting opinions or distractions. Your path is not shaped by the perceptions of others, but by your commitment to the purpose God has laid out for you. Remember, success is not a destination. It is a journey that grows and renews with each step, rooted in strength and purpose. This journey, sacred and invaluable, is beyond their understanding. As you advance, those who wish to see you falter will ultimately be left to face the chaos they have created for themselves. Proverbs 4:25-26 speaks to this resolve. Let your eyes look straight ahead. Fix your gaze directly before you. Give careful thought to the paths for your feet and be steadfast in all your ways. Have you noticed how each time you focus on your own path, their distractions lose power? By staying true to your purpose, you are creating a path that radiates authenticity and resilience. In moving forward, you show that fulfillment lies in aligning with your higher calling, not in reacting to the noise around you. Let those who sought to hold you back confront the reality of their own choices. Your silent strength serves as a reminder that genuine success is found not in outward victories, but in an unwavering commitment to growth, faith, and purpose. Trust yourself as you walk along the path uniquely set for you. The light within you will only grow brighter, illuminating each step and making God's grace upon you even more evident. Continue steadfastly on this journey, knowing that each obstacle is not a deterrent but a signal of the next peak awaiting you. Rise above negativity, grounded in the inner guidance that your faith strengthens. Beyond where you've come so far, greater heights await on this path of faith. Each victory and success becomes a testament not only to your dedication, but to God's noble purpose manifesting through you. Stay true to yourself, hold fast to your purpose, and continue to move forward. As you rise, the peaks that were once out of sight are now within reach, transforming from dreams to reality through your faith and perseverance. Remember, your journey is crafted by more than personal intention. It's elevated by a higher purpose that shapes each challenge into a lesson, each setback into a foundation for growth. Have you felt how each trial, while difficult, builds something resilient within you, preparing you for even greater heights? This journey is echoed in Romans 8:28, which assures, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." Every challenge is woven into a greater plan, designed to bring out the best in you and to prepare you for the fulfillment of your divine calling. With each step, the connection between your spirit and purpose deepens, transforming the chaos of the world around you into a canvas for you to paint your destiny. Keep moving forward, knowing that each rise is more than a personal success. It is the realization of a purpose aligned with divine grace. The world, with all its distractions, becomes a backdrop to your journey of growth and transformation, a journey that reflects the beauty of a life lived with unwavering faith and inner strength. This is not a journey driven by reaction. It is one of creation, a path where you embody strength, wisdom, and clarity. Each struggle you've overcome stands as a testament to a calling that becomes clearer with every step. You are on a path designed for those rare souls who choose to press on, undeterred by the shadows surrounding them. This is your place, not because of who you were, but because of who you are becoming. In Isaiah 41:10, we find reassurance. "Do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." With every challenge you face, remember that this journey is one of divine support and purpose. Have you noticed how each trial not only strengthens you, but clarifies your vision of the person you are meant to become? Your presence here is no accident. It's the unfolding of a greater purpose, a calling that has chosen you to step forward with courage and resilience. Every challenge faced and every moment of growth is a step toward manifesting the best version of yourself. Embrace this journey, knowing that your path is one of purpose and transformation, leading you to fulfill a calling that reaches beyond what you can see now. Those who doubted, judged, or tried to hold you back have, in reality, contributed to your strength. Their opposition became part of the story that shaped you, honing your focus and fortifying your resilience. Every moment of resistance has been a lesson, an opportunity to rise above and reconnect with your true self, wiser and stronger. There will be days when the journey feels overwhelming, but in those moments, remember, you are not alone. You've come this far for a reason, surrounded by unseen forces cheering you on, guiding each step, and lifting you when you feel you might stumble. In these quiet, sustaining moments, you realize that the strength within you is not solely your own. It's a powerful force, rooted in something beyond this world, flowing through you with a purpose that surpasses the present challenges. Each step forward, each victory, is not merely an outward success, but a testament to the inner mastery you've cultivated. People may see the visible milestones, but they don't know the silent battles you've faced or the moments you chose to press on, even when weariness crept in. This resilience brings to mind Philippians 4:13. "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." This journey is a partnership, a path where divine strength meets your own, empowering you to achieve what once seemed impossible. Have you noticed how, despite the challenges, there's a steady strength that never leaves your side, urging you onward? Your choice to rise each time, to keep moving, is what sets you apart. It's the reason you're still here, grounded yet ascending toward a purpose uniquely yours to fulfill. This path is not defined by those who opposed you, but by your unwavering commitment to walk it, turning every challenge into a stepping stone. You're moving towards something extraordinary, a purpose as strong and resilient as the spirit within you, one that no obstacle can diminish. Keep your gaze fixed on the path before you, trusting that the light guiding you is eternal. This light dispels every shadow and reveals the truth of who you are and the greatness awaiting you. Fear has no place here. You're enveloped in divine protection, a force far stronger than any human intention or worldly challenge. You're precisely where you need to be, and with each step forward, you move closer to fulfilling the promise of this sacred journey. Continue to rise. Continue to let your light shine. Your life stands as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and a living embodiment of faith in action. Each moment, each step, is leading you toward a destiny as vast and beautiful as the spirit within you. Remember Psalm 121:8. The Lord will watch over your coming and going both now and forevermore. The journey you walk is supported by a strength beyond measure, a power that guides you to heights only you can reach. Have you felt the unwavering presence of this light, even in challenging times? Trust that it is leading you toward a purpose greater than any obstacle, a future shaped by divine intention. Let this assurance fuel your steps, reminding you that every effort you make brings you closer to a destiny uniquely crafted for you. As we conclude this journey together, remember that the path you're on is one of purpose, resilience, and divine guidance. Each step forward brings you closer to the fulfillment of a calling uniquely yours. Let the light within you continue to shine, illuminating every challenge and victory along the way. Trust that you are exactly where you need to be, held in protection and guided by a higher purpose that is beyond any worldly obstacle. Embrace each moment, knowing that you are moving toward a destiny as beautiful and vast as the spirit within you. If this message has resonated with you and you'd like to support the channel, consider donating through the Super Thanks feature. Your contribution helps us continue to bring uplifting, meaningful content to those who need it. Whether or not you choose to donate, please know that your presence here is deeply appreciated, and every bit of support through likes, comments, shares, and subscriptions means the world to us. If you're ready to continue on this journey, remember to like this video, subscribe to stay connected, and share it with others who might benefit from this message. Leave a comment below to let us know how this journey has inspired you. May you be blessed with peace, resilience, and a heart open to the incredible path that lies ahead. Thank you for being part of this community. We're grateful to walk this journey alongside you, and may your light shine ever brighter. Welcome, God's chosen ones. Today, let's take a moment to embrace a truth that sets you apart from everyone else in the world. The devil, with all his strategies and forces, is not as powerful as he wants you to believe. When it comes to you, he trembles. Yes, you heard that right. The devil himself shakes with fear at the sight of a chosen one. While many people live in constant fear of unseen forces, worrying about what darkness might bring, you hold something far greater, a destiny sealed by God himself. This isn't an ordinary life you're living. It's a divine appointment, safeguarded by a protection so impenetrable that even the highest-ranking demon wouldn't dare lay a finger on you. To those who have gone the extra mile by supporting this channel through Super Thanks, I am deeply humbled and grateful. Your generosity uplifts this message, helping to spread God's word to countless others who need it most. You are truly making a difference, and I cannot thank you enough for being part of this journey. For those who feel the power of this message in your spirit, declare your faith boldly in the comments by typing 77. Stand firm in the knowledge that you are chosen, protected, and unstoppable under the mighty hand of God. But let me ask you this: have you ever wondered why, in the midst of life's storms, you keep standing tall? Why, no matter what plans the enemy has formed against you, they crumble to pieces before they can even touch you? Why the people who once sought to harm you are left frustrated and powerless? It's not luck, and it's not coincidence. It's God's divine protection at work in your life, a shield so powerful that even the gates of hell cannot prevail against it. Imagine your enemies watching in disbelief as every attempt to bring you down fails. Imagine their confusion as they realize you are surrounded by a force they cannot overcome. But there's even more to this story. Why has God chosen you for this extraordinary protection? Why do you carry this divine seal when so many others falter? The answer lies not only in His unfailing love for you, but in the powerful purpose He has set for your life. Let's dive deeper into this revelation and uncover the unstoppable plan God has placed over you. It's time to understand why even the greatest forces of darkness are powerless against you. God's chosen ones, even the top demon, can't touch you. God sealed your destiny with divine protection. At number 1, your soul vibrates on a frequency that demons simply can't perceive or comprehend. As a chosen one, you exist on an entirely different level of being, one that is so high, dark forces can't even begin to understand it. Imagine trying to tune into a radio station that isn't on any of the frequencies they know. This is exactly what it's like for demons when they attempt to target you. They operate on low frequencies, feeding off of fear, doubt, and negativity. These are the things that give them power. But your soul, chosen one, vibrates at such a high frequency that it's like an invisible force field. Something so far beyond their reach that they can't even locate you, let alone come close enough to harm you. It's as though you are operating in a spiritual realm they simply cannot access. They may try to manipulate others to spread their darkness, but when it comes to you, they are powerless. It's not just about your ability to defend yourself. It's that they can't even get a grip on your essence. To them, you are like a walking enigma, a mystery that keeps them at bay. In the Bible, we see this concept reflected in the story of Job. Even when Satan was allowed to test him, there was a clear limit to the harm he could do. Job's faith in God's protection was so great that no matter how hard Satan tried, he could not defeat him. This illustrates a profound truth. When you're chosen and under God's divine protection, there's a wall of spiritual energy around you, impenetrable and strong. This protective energy is not just a shield, it's a force that baffles and even scares the enemy. Demons by nature thrive in darkness, using ignorance, fear, and confusion to fuel their power. But you, as a chosen one, are a beacon of light. Your very existence casts light into the dark places where they dwell, and that light exposes their lies and weaknesses. Have you ever wondered why some attacks seem to just bounce off of you without leaving a mark? That's not just protection, that's divine elevation. You've been placed on a higher plane, so high that no matter how hard the enemy tries, they are kept at a distance. Your strength is in your light, and it's something they simply cannot fathom. It's not just about being untouchable. It's about being so far beyond their understanding that they have no idea how to fight you. They are trapped in their own limitations, powerless against what they cannot see or understand. The Bible tells us in Ephesians 6:12 that our battle is not against flesh and blood, but against spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. This is exactly the realm in which you now dwell, so far beyond the reach of darkness. Demons are left confused and powerless. They are like shadowy figures in a world they can no longer manipulate, trying in vain to even get close to you. When you realize this truth, it changes the way you approach challenges. The enemy may try to make their move, but as a chosen one, you're operating on a frequency they can't even comprehend. The attacks don't stick because they can't even grasp who you are or what you carry. Have you ever paused to consider the significance of your divine protection? The attacks that don't touch you, the struggles that don't break you, they're not random. They're proof that God has sealed your destiny with His protection. Just as a lighthouse stands strong against crashing waves, so too does God's divine shield keep you safe from the forces that seek to destroy you. So, what does this mean for your life today? How will you walk in the knowledge that your soul vibrates on a level demons can't touch? It means you can live with confidence, knowing that no matter what darkness attempts to surround you, you're above it. You are untouchable, protected, and elevated. Your very existence is a testament to God's power and divine favor. In their eyes, you are an untouchable mystery, a shining light in a world full of darkness, and that is a power they can never understand. Number 2. God's contract over your life is non-negotiable, an unbreakable promise that stands firm no matter what forces may try to interfere. Your destiny was sealed long before any dark power could even begin to imagine altering it. Imagine your life as a contract, written in divine ink, that no demon or enemy can change, no clause for modification, cancellation, or interference. It's permanent, unshakable, and, most importantly, non-negotiable. This is why you, as a chosen one, are untouchable. The enemy may attempt to attack, distract, or derail you from your path, but these attempts are futile because the end result has already been decided. Your life is a part of God's divine plan, a plan that was established before you were even born. Psalm 139:16 says, "Your eyes saw my unformed body. All the days ordained for me were written in your book before one of them came to be." This scripture underscores the truth that your destiny is not an afterthought. It's part of a blueprint that has been set in motion by God Himself. The protection over your life is not a reaction to attacks. It's a guarantee that no force can alter what God has decreed. The forces of darkness, whether demons or negative energies, may try to derail your journey, but they are fighting a battle that was lost before it even began. Their efforts are pointless because the divine contract over your life is unchangeable. Just as in Romans 8:31, if God is for us, who can be against us? The truth is, there is no enemy, no power, no force in existence that can overpower the divine plan God has placed for you. Each time they attempt to harm you, they only strengthen your purpose. Every attack, every challenge is absorbed by that divine contract, not just keeping you safe, but actually pushing you toward your destiny. It's like the energy they try to use to bring you down is recycled and transforms into strength that elevates you higher. This is not about luck or chance. It's about divine authority, a protection that transcends human understanding. Demons, dark forces, and all malevolent powers know this, and they fear it. They fear the authority of the one who sealed your destiny, because they know their power is nothing compared to the sovereignty of God. And this protection isn't just about shielding you from harm. It's about ensuring that every attack only leads you closer to your God-given purpose. Think about it. Have you ever faced an attack that seemed to backfire, strengthening you in the end instead of weakening you? That's no coincidence. Every effort the enemy makes to stop you only ends up pushing you closer to where you need to be. It's as though their darkness is transformed into light within you, propelling you further along the path God has set for you. The enemy may try to sow fear, doubt, or negativity, but these seeds fall on fertile ground. They grow into wisdom, strength, and unwavering faith. What would happen if you truly grasped the unshakable power of the divine contract over your life? How would your perspective change if you fully understood that every attack has already been absorbed into the divine plan for your elevation. The Bible teaches us in Isaiah 54:17, "No weapon formed against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you." The truth is, your divine protection doesn't just shield you, it guarantees that no matter what the enemy tries, they cannot prevail. No weapon formed against you will prosper, because the contract God has over your life is non-negotiable, and it stands unchallenged against any force that dares to come against it. So, how will you walk in this truth today, knowing that you have divine protection and your purpose is already sealed? How can you step forward with confidence, knowing that no attack can alter what God has ordained for you? It's time to walk in the authority of your divine contract and trust that no matter what forces may come against you, you are untouchable, elevated, and destined for greatness. Number 3, demons tremble at your awareness of their manipulations. The moment you, as a chosen one, recognize how dark forces operate, their power over you is utterly shattered. Demons and negative energies thrive on manipulation, deceit, and subtle control. They rely on keeping people unaware, operating in the shadows where their tricks go unnoticed and unchallenged. But once you see through their tactics, once you realize the games they're playing, their influence evaporates. Their power is rooted in illusion, and the second you strip that illusion away, they lose any grip they may have had on your life. This is why the enemy fears your awareness. It's the key to their defeat. It's not just divine protection that keeps them at bay. It's your heightened awareness that neutralizes them completely. As a chosen one, you have the ability to see through their deception. You understand their most common tactics: fear, confusion, and doubt. These forces attempt to plant seeds of negativity in your mind, hoping you will water them with your own energy, growing them into destructive thoughts and actions. But the moment you become aware of how they operate, those seeds can't take root. They can't manipulate someone who already sees through their schemes. You stop being a pawn in their game because you refuse to follow their rules. Think about it. When you see a magician performing a trick, the illusion loses its power the moment you understand how it's done. Similarly, when you understand the enemy's strategies, they lose their ability to control you. Your awareness is like a magnifying glass, revealing the tricks and lies that they try to conceal in darkness. In the Bible, we see examples of people who were deceived until their eyes were opened. In 2 Corinthians 11:14, we're reminded, "And no wonder, for Satan himself masquerades as an angel of light." When we are unaware, it's easy to be misled, but once you realize the true nature of the enemy, they lose all their power. This is why demons fear chosen ones, because you can see through the lies they use to entrap others. Your awareness isn't just a shield, it's a sword. It cuts through their illusions with every thought that is aligned with truth and light. Demons are not afraid just because you're protected by God, but because you possess the spiritual clarity to expose their deceptions. It's almost like having a superpower that renders their entire strategy useless. Every tactic they use to ensnare you falls apart when exposed to the light. They cannot control what they cannot deceive. Their greatest fear isn't your protection, it's that you know exactly what they're up to. The moment you see through their schemes, they are left powerless. They no longer have any leverage, and you walk through life untouchable, not because you are shielded, but because you are wise to their tactics. And that truth, that wisdom, sends them running in fear. Have you ever noticed how the enemy tries to sow seeds of doubt when you're about to make a breakthrough? This is one of their favorite tricks, making you question your worth, your abilities, or your faith. But when you become aware of these attacks, they lose their sting. Instead of letting these negative thoughts take root, you counter them with truth. with the knowledge that you are already victorious. 1 Peter 5:8-9 warns us to be alert because the enemy prowls like a roaring lion, seeking someone to devour. But what if we are already alert to their schemes? What if we recognize their moves before they even have a chance to make them? In that case, they are left powerless, and we walk forward, untouchable and unshaken. The real reason dark forces fear you is that you are no longer blind to their strategies. You see the truth, and the truth makes them flee. They may try to attack, but the moment they do, you are already one step ahead, cutting through their lies and manipulation. Your awareness is your power. It's not just that you're protected, it's that you're wise enough to recognize the tactics of the enemy, and that wisdom makes them powerless. This is why, as a chosen one, you are untouchable. You know the truth, and the truth sets you free from every trick the enemy tries to play. Number 4. The battle was over before it even began. From the very moment you were chosen, your victory was already sealed. Demons and dark forces may have strategized, plotted their traps, and prepared their attacks. But what they failed to realize is that you had already won the battle. Your destiny was written long before they even thought to interfere, and it was sealed in such a way that no force, no matter how malicious or cunning, could alter its course. Every move they make is futile because the outcome was determined from the very beginning. Think about it. The enemy spends so much time and energy trying to come against you, but they are playing a game they've already lost. They plot, they scheme, they create chaos and confusion, but no matter what they do, nothing sticks. Every plan they devise fails before it even gets off the ground. It's almost as if they're running in circles, desperately trying to attack someone who's already beyond their reach. Have you ever wondered why their attacks don't seem to have any lasting effect on you? It's because your life is intertwined with a divine purpose that they simply cannot touch. Psalm 37:23 reminds us, "The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delights in his way." When your steps are ordered by God, the enemy can't change the direction you are going. What's truly fascinating is that the dark forces don't even realize they've already lost until they try to move against you. Every time they attempt to strike, they are met with the harsh reality that their efforts are entirely pointless. It's like watching someone throw punches at thin air. Every strike they make misses its mark. They are operating in vain because your protection is anchored in a higher realm, one that they can't even comprehend. God's divine plan for you is so far above their pay grade, so far beyond their reach, that no matter what they do, it's like they are fighting against an impenetrable wall. The truth is, the battle was decided long before it began. Your purpose, your path, and your victory were all established before the enemy even had a chance to strategize. In Isaiah 14:27 it says, "For the Lord of hosts has purposed, and who will annul it? His hand is stretched out, and who will turn it back?" God's plan for your life is unshakable and unchangeable. No matter how hard the enemy tries, they cannot overturn what God has already declared. This divine protection doesn't just shield you from harm, it guarantees that no matter what comes against you, you will prevail. The enemy might try to distract, distort, or disturb your peace, but their efforts are doomed to fail. Every time they attempt to launch an attack, they are reminded of the futility of their mission. They are fighting a battle that was lost before it even started. And the reason you are truly untouchable is because your destiny has already been written. God's plan for your life is so far above the reach of the enemy that they cannot even touch it. They may try, but their efforts are as powerless as throwing punches at the air. Think about your life for a moment. Have you ever felt like you were up against forces that seemed overwhelming, only to realize that you've already won? The enemy may have tried to derail your purpose, but time and time again, you find yourself moving forward, unharmed and unshaken. That's not by chance, that's divine destiny in action. The battle isn't even a contest because the outcome was determined long ago. God's plan for you is irrevocable, and no demon in hell can change that. This is what makes you untouchable, the assurance that your victory is guaranteed. Demons can try, but they can never win. Your destiny is already written, and no attack can change the ending. When you walk in this truth, you can face every trial, every obstacle, with the confidence that you are already victorious. The enemy is fighting a losing battle, and you are walking in a victory that has been sealed for all eternity. Number 5. Demons can't thrive in the presence of true authority. They simply can't survive when you walk into a room because of the unparalleled spiritual authority you carry as a chosen one. It's not just that they avoid you, they cannot handle being anywhere near you. The power within you is so immense that they cannot coexist with it. You don't just walk through life protected, you walk with divine authority that makes dark forces scatter the moment you show up. It's as though you're surrounded by an invisible force field. But it's much stronger than that. It's an undeniable magnetic presence, something so powerful that demons don't just avoid it, they fear it. Dark forces thrive in environments filled with chaos, fear, and confusion. They feed off of these negative energies, manipulating situations where doubt and uncertainty prevail. But the moment someone who carries divine authority enters the scene, it's over for them. The chaos they depend on begins to unravel. Their ability to manipulate fades, and they no longer have a hold on their environment. When you carry that level of spiritual authority, you don't even have to fight them off. They flee on their own. It's like they're allergic to the very energy you bring into the room. Have you ever noticed how, in times of intense spiritual warfare, the moment you speak with authority, the atmosphere shifts? That's not coincidence. That's the power of divine authority at work. Demons are highly perceptive. They can sense authority long before you even say a word. As soon as you step into their presence, they know exactly who you are and what you carry. And that's why they don't bother to try to mess with you directly. They know it's futile. They understand that coming against you is like stepping into a battle they have no chance of winning. It's not just that you are protected, it's that you embody a power that's beyond their comprehension, a power that is untouchable to them. Ephesians 6:10 tells us, "Be strong in the Lord and in the strength of his might." The power you carry is rooted in God's might, and that makes you a force they cannot challenge. This isn't just about survival, it's about spiritual dominance. You don't just exist in the presence of dark forces, you disrupt their very existence. They cannot stand in the face of the authority God has placed in you. It's like the sun rising and scattering the darkness. The enemy may try to make a move, but they are fully aware that they cannot defeat what they cannot comprehend. This authority you walk in is not something that comes from yourself. It's a gift from God, given to you for a purpose, and that power commands respect. Just like how the wind can't challenge the sky, demons can't challenge the authority you carry. This is why, when you stand firm in your identity as God's chosen, you become untouchable. The forces of darkness may try to surround you, but they are helpless in your presence. They can't thrive in the environment you create, the environment of truth, light, and authority. As a chosen one, you're not just walking through life. You are walking in a realm of divine authority that makes darkness flee. Psalm 27:1 affirms, "The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear?" The answer, no one and nothing, because you are armed with the ultimate authority, the power of the Most High. When you fully understand this truth, how does it change the way you approach life's challenges? Knowing that the enemy can't thrive near you, what will you do with the authority God has placed in you? You don't need to fight every battle because you already carry the victory. The enemy knows it, and so should you. The next time darkness tries to surround you, remember that you carry the authority to make it flee. You are not just protected, you are a force of divine dominance, and nothing can stand against you. Number 6, your energy is a divine firewall, and demons are powerless against it. Fear is the primary tool demons use to gain control over people's lives. It's their favorite tactic, the one they rely on the most to manipulate and destabilize. They know that if they can make you afraid, they can steer you away from your purpose and weaken your resolve. Fear is a gateway to hesitation, doubt, and a feeling of powerlessness. Exactly the kind of vulnerability dark forces want to exploit. But here's the truth. Chosen ones don't operate in fear. You've been set apart by God, and because of that, fear has no place in your life. When a chosen one enters the scene, the very fear that demons rely on begins to evaporate. It's not that you never face challenging or intimidating situations, but fear does not rule you. You approach life with a different mindset, one that is firmly rooted in faith, confidence, and the assurance that your path is guided by something much greater than the threats or circumstances that may surround you. Fear might knock on the door, but it never gets invited in. This is what truly makes you untouchable. Demons can't get a foothold in your life because you're not responding to their attacks with fear. Instead, you act with purpose, clarity, and divine authority. When demons try to stir up anxiety, doubt, and confusion, they are met with an immovable force. They see that you are unshaken, unmoved by the chaos they try to stir. They can sense that your energy comes from a higher place, a place of divine protection that they cannot touch. Their entire strategy relies on the idea that you will react out of fear, acting rashly, making impulsive decisions, or losing hope. But when they see you walking with certainty, they realize their efforts are in vain. Fear may have been a powerful weapon in their arsenal, but it becomes utterly useless when faced with someone like you. The Bible reinforces this truth in 2 Timothy 1:7, which says, "For God gave us a spirit, not of fear, but of power and love and self-control." This scripture serves as a reminder that fear is not your inheritance. As a chosen one, you are empowered with a spirit of courage and strength, and demons cannot contend with that. They know that the more you stand firm in your faith, the more powerless they become. Each time they attempt to provoke fear in you and fail, they lose ground. The more you show that you're not controlled by fear, the more they realize they cannot touch you. Their manipulative tactics begin to backfire, and the power they once had over you fades away. When you refuse to be moved by fear, demons have no choice but to retreat, because they understand that they are fighting a battle they cannot win. This divine firewall you carry, one made of faith, clarity, and inner strength, becomes an impenetrable shield. It's like a spiritual force field that makes it impossible for dark forces to penetrate. When you live in this truth, grounded in unwavering faith and divine confidence, you stand as an untouchable force. Fear cannot take root in your heart because you know who you are and whose you are. The enemy might try to make their move, but every time they attempt to instill fear, it only shows them one thing: they are powerless against the power of faith. They retreat, not because you're physically shielded, but because your energy, your unwavering trust in God's protection, is a force they can't overcome. So, how do you walk in this truth every day? What does it look like to live completely free from fear, grounded in the unshakable confidence that God has already secured your victory? Demons may try, but your faith, clarity, and inner strength will always leave them powerless. And when fear tries to knock, you can stand firm, knowing that it can never cross the threshold of your divine protection. Number 7, the fear in their eyes is real. Chosen ones aren't just protected from dark forces, they actively confuse them. Demons and negative entities operate based on patterns, habits, and weaknesses. They study people, learning where they can exploit fear, insecurity, and doubt to control or manipulate. Their strategy is simple. If they can create chaos within you, they can lead you astray. But when it comes to chosen ones, it's an entirely different game. You don't fit their mold, and that throws them off completely. Your actions don't follow the script they expect, and that unpredictability disorients them. Imagine trying to play chess with someone who's playing an entirely different game. Demons try to predict your next move, but because you're not playing by their rules, they can't anticipate what comes next. This confusion doesn't just frustrate them, it weakens them. You see, demons rely on their ability to anticipate and control human behavior. When they can predict your moves, they can manipulate outcomes by pushing the right emotional triggers, fear, doubt, and insecurity. But when they can't predict your responses, they're left powerless, scrambling to figure out how to manipulate you. It's like they're trying to follow a script that's already been rewritten. Their predictable tactics, which work on most people, fall flat with you. Where most people get caught in cycles of fear or failure, you're moving on a higher plane, guided by divine wisdom that they cannot understand or control. Instead of reacting with fear, you act with purpose and confidence, rooted in a deep trust that God is guiding your every step. And this unsettles them even more. They are used to seeing people react with insecurity, doubt, or hesitation when their buttons are pushed, but you don't respond in the same way. You're not giving them the emotional reactions they're accustomed to exploiting. This leaves them with nothing to grab onto. The more they try to figure you out, the more confused they become. You leave them no room to manipulate you because your thoughts, actions, and decisions are aligned with a purpose they cannot comprehend. It's as if you're operating on a different wavelength, one they can't tune into. The Bible speaks to this in Romans 8:6, where it says, "The mind governed by the Spirit is life and peace." The peace and clarity you operate in disrupts the enemy's ability to control you. They can't predict your next move because you are grounded in divine guidance, a wisdom that's far beyond their reach. This spiritual dissonance, the fact that they can't align with you or predict your moves, is a form of divine protection. They can't manipulate what they can't understand, and this frustrates and weakens them. While they're busy trying to figure out who you are, trying to control your thoughts or actions, you're already steps ahead, moving in divine purpose. You're untouchable, not because you are immune to attacks, but because the very way you move disrupts their plans. They are left scrambling, unable to get a grip on you while you keep advancing out of their reach. So, the next time the enemy tries to make a move, recognize that your unpredictability is your strength. You are not bound by the same limitations they try to impose on others. They can't manipulate what they don't understand. The fear they try to sow in others is powerless in your life because you are operating on a higher frequency. While they struggle to predict your moves, you are already aligned with divine purpose, walking in authority and strength, untouchable and ahead of the game. Number 8, your destiny is tied to a greater mission, and that mission is guarded by a peace that demons cannot touch. Chosen ones possess something special, a deep, unshakable inner peace that no dark force can penetrate. This peace doesn't come from living a life without struggle or challenges. In fact, chosen ones often face more obstacles and hardships than most. But the key difference is that your peace isn't based on external circumstances. It comes from within, rooted in your connection to a higher power that keeps you grounded no matter what storms rage around you. Demons thrive on chaos. They create confusion, stir up drama, and spread fear, hoping to knock people off balance and keep them in a constant state of anxiety. But when you carry inner peace, all of their efforts are rendered powerless. It's like trying to start a fire in the rain. It just won't catch. No matter how much they try to throw disorder into your life, you remain steady. Your peace makes you untouchable in their eyes. They don't know how to shake you, how to make you panic or fear. While they frantically stir the pot, expecting you to lose your footing, you walk through the storm as if it's nothing, because you are grounded in something far greater than the chaos they try to create. This peace doesn't just frustrate demons, it weakens their hold over you. Their entire strategy is built around creating chaos and getting people to react emotionally, to be overwhelmed and driven into fear and doubt. But when you stay anchored in peace, they lose their grip. You're not reacting to their manipulations, so they have no control over you. They cannot manipulate someone who is unshaken, someone whose soul is rooted in divine peace. Psalm 46:10 reminds us, "Be still and know that I am God." In the midst of every trial, every attack, your stillness, your peace, is a declaration of faith in God's sovereignty. Here's the real kicker. The more they try to disturb your peace, the stronger it becomes. Every attempt they make to throw you off balance only reinforces the truth that your peace is untouchable. It's as if their attempts to disrupt you are absorbed into that peace, making it even more solid and unshakable. Each trial they send your way only serves to increase your inner strength. They may try to rattle you, but all they're doing is reinforcing the fact that your peace cannot be disturbed. It's a divine, unbreakable shield that grows stronger with every attack. This peace is not just a form of protection, it is your greatest weapon. It is the weapon that demons cannot overcome, the weapon that keeps them at bay, and the weapon that ensures your soul remains undisturbed. Your peace is a reflection of the authority and power that God has placed within you. When you walk through life with that kind of calm presence, the enemy has no choice but to retreat, because they realize they cannot affect what is already anchored in divine peace. So, how will you walk today, knowing that your peace is your greatest weapon? When the storms of life try to throw you off course, remember that your inner peace, rooted in God, makes you untouchable. No force in hell can disturb the calm that you carry within you. With every challenge you face, that peace only grows stronger, ensuring that you remain aligned with your divine purpose, unstoppable and unaffected by the chaos around you. Number 9. Your name is spoken in realms you can't see. This isn't just a metaphorical statement or a poetic flourish. It's a serious reality that sends a clear message to the forces of darkness. You might think of your name as something your parents chose, a way to identify yourself in a world full of billions of people. But the truth is, your name carries weight far beyond what most people can comprehend. Demonic forces are well aware of your name, and they know the divine authority attached to it. They understand that your identity is linked to something much greater than you can see. And let's be clear about something. Demons aren't just afraid of you. They are terrified of the consequences that come when they mess with you. Picture this: demons gathered around a dark conference table, whispering over their plans, maybe sipping their eerie cups of coffee, discussing whether they should target you. As they go over their options, they quickly realize that your name is not just any name. It's on a celestial list, a list with a giant red warning label attached. Warning: touch at your own peril. It's as if you have a neon sign above your head flashing, divine protection in place. Proceed with extreme caution. Their risk assessment doesn't take long. They know that going after you could result in far more than they bargained for. It's like trying to rob a bank that's been magically shielded. You don't even know where to start. Why bother? Their odds of success are slim to none. Targeting you isn't just a bad idea. It's a spiritual no-no that could have eternal consequences. Their entire existence is based on manipulating people, pushing them toward fear, doubt, and confusion, But with you, they face something completely different, a chosen one, with divine backing so strong that it turns any attack into a futile attempt. The enemy knows they aren't just dealing with an ordinary person, they're facing someone who carries the full weight of divine protection. It's like trying to break through an unbreakable wall. Demons may choose to target the unsuspecting, those who are vulnerable to their influence, but you are not one of them. You are shielded by forces they cannot see, cannot comprehend, and cannot touch. Psalm 91:11 tells us, "For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways." This is the reality of the protection you carry. They may whisper your name in the darkness, but it's not out of an attempt to invoke power over you. No, they whisper because they are afraid of what happens when they even think about coming after you. The moment they consider targeting you, they realize they are signing up for spiritual defeat. Their plan of attack is doomed from the start because they know they will face consequences far greater than they can endure. The cosmic forces, those powers of divine protection, will remind them swiftly and decisively that you are off limits. Their attempt to harm you will be met with a spiritual force so strong it renders them powerless. It's like they've stepped into a trap they can't escape, and before they even get close, they know they're better off looking for easier prey. They can try, but the moment they make that move, they sign their own spiritual demise. Have you ever wondered why, despite all the enemy's attempts, you're always protected, always moving forward? It's because your name is spoken in realms they cannot reach. When they say your name in the shadows, it's not out of any hope of gaining power over you. It's because they know you're untouchable. God has sealed you with his protection, and the forces of darkness know they are no match for what surrounds you. You are a walking reminder that the enemy is defeated, and no matter how hard they try, they can never overcome the divine authority that stands in your defense. Number 10. Your light exposes their darkness. Demons are like cockroaches that scurry for cover when the lights come on. They thrive in darkness, in the hidden corners of fear, doubt, and confusion. This is where they do their best work, manipulating situations, sowing seeds of chaos, and deceiving people. Darkness is their domain, where they are free to operate unnoticed, pulling strings behind the scenes. But when chosen ones walk into a room, it's like flipping on a bright, glaring light. In that instant, the darkness is pierced and the demons are exposed for what they truly are, powerless and pathetic. Your light is not just a metaphor, it's a powerful force that illuminates their very nature, revealing the deception they thrive on. It's not about doing anything overtly dramatic or flashy. Simply by being your authentic, God-aligned self, you bring a clarity that exposes their tricks and deceit. Demons rely on shadows to confuse and mislead people, to create a sense of uncertainty and fear. But when you enter the picture, that darkness fades away. Your presence alone dissolves their smoke and mirrors, rendering their strategies ineffective. They can no longer hide behind their lies, their fear tactics, or their manipulations. The very act of you being you, rooted in truth, light, and divine purpose, exposes them for the empty, powerless forces they are. This exposure is terrifying for demons. Imagine the shock and frustration they experience when they realize their attempts to manipulate you have failed. Your light has unmasked their game, and they cannot do a thing about it. They want to thrive in secrecy, pulling the strings from behind the scenes, but you are the spotlight that brings everything into sharp focus. It's like they're trying to perform a magic trick, only for you to reveal the hidden trapdoor they were using to deceive others. The moment you step into the room, their entire act falls apart. The Bible teaches us that the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. This is the truth that demons fear. The light of God within you cannot be overcome, and it makes their darkness crumble. Even the top demons know they can't touch you. They're fully aware that you bring the kind of exposure that breaks down their power. When they try to make a move, they are faced with the truth that their darkness has no place around you. They may hiss and snarl in frustration, but deep down, they know they are powerless against the light you carry. Your light doesn't just illuminate their darkness, it completely renders it powerless. Every time you shine, the enemy's influence weakens, and their control over your life is shattered. You walk through life with a clarity that reveals their true nature, making it clear to everyone that the shadows have no hold over you. They are powerless in the face of the light you carry, and each step you take in that light brings greater freedom. This isn't just a personal victory, it's a cosmic reminder that darkness can never compete with the power of God's light. Every time you stand firm in the light of truth, the enemy is exposed for the weak and deceptive force they truly are, and their power is stripped away. Think about it. Every time you walk into a situation where the enemy has tried to control, manipulate, or create confusion, your very presence reveals their lies. What would happen if you fully embraced the power of your light? How much more effective would you be in exposing the darkness around you, leaving the enemy with no choice but to retreat? You are a living testament that darkness cannot withstand the light of God. It is only a matter of time before every force of evil is unmasked and defeated. Number 11. You're a walking rebuke to darkness. Your very existence is like a thunderclap in the stillness of the night, a bold, undeniable declaration that darkness has no place here. Just by being who you are, you embody a living rebuke to everything that dark forces stand for. It's as if your presence alone sends shivers down their spines, forcing them to confront the undeniable truth that they are not the ultimate authority in this world. You are a living testament to light, love, and divine purpose, everything they fear and despise. You challenge the very foundation of their existence, disrupting everything they thrive on: fear, manipulation, and chaos. Think about it. Every time you take a breath, you breathe life into hope, faith, and purpose, countering the despair and hopelessness that demons want to sow in the hearts of others. Your very essence sends a message, loud and clear: I am here, and I refuse to be silenced. This audacity terrifies them. They can't touch you, not because you're simply protected, but because they recognize that you carry something far more powerful: the ability to dismantle their influence with a single thought aligned with God's will. Your very existence exposes their weakness and forces them to reckon with the truth that they cannot overcome the light within you. Imagine the sheer panic in their ranks as they realize that they are up against someone whose very nature challenges their existence. It's not just your actions, but your thoughts, intentions, and heart that resonate with divine power. When you align your mind with God's purpose, it's like dropping a spiritual bomb in their midst, causing their carefully constructed webs of darkness to collapse. They see this, and they know they're facing an unstoppable force. This is why they avoid you at all costs. They can't afford to engage with someone whose very presence exposes their lies and manipulations. You aren't just another person walking through life. You are a living contradiction to the very fabric of darkness itself. The moment they even think about confronting you, the sheer power of your being sends them into retreat. You don't need to shout or fight. Your existence alone is enough to send them scattering like cockroaches when the lights come on. This is the ultimate reminder to them that they can't compete with the truth and light you carry. The more you stand firm in who you are, rooted in the truth of God's purpose, the more their power crumbles. unable to resist the brilliance of divine truth. This isn't just about protecting yourself. It's about becoming an undeniable force in the world, a living testimony that darkness cannot stand in the light. By simply being yourself, you challenge every plan the enemy has set against you. You expose their weakness, rendering them powerless. Every action you take, every word you speak, sends a wave of disruption through the forces of darkness, reminding them that no matter how hard they try, they can never overcome the truth and light that you carry. This is the power you wield, simply by being who you are. And that is their greatest fear. Your presence, your very essence, is a living rebuke to everything they stand for. Number 12. Divine assignment means supernatural reinforcement. Your life is not just a journey, it's a divine assignment, one that comes with supernatural reinforcement most people can't even begin to comprehend. While others might feel isolated in their struggles, you walk with celestial armies standing by your side, ready to intervene in ways that transcend human understanding. But don't get it twisted. These aren't just your run-of-the-mill guardians offering a casual pep talk. No, these are divine enforcers, spiritually empowered beings committed to your purpose, going far beyond mere protection to actively clear your path and fortify your every move. Imagine the magnitude of knowing that every step you take is supported by forces that exist beyond anything your eyes can see. You don't just have angels watching over you. You have a battalion of celestial beings whose sole purpose is to ensure your journey remains unimpeded, no matter the challenges that arise. Think of them as cosmic bodyguards, but they aren't just keeping the bad stuff away. They're actively working to clear obstacles from your path, making sure you continue forward with confidence and divine purpose. They move mountains for you, shifting the spiritual currents to keep you aligned with the destiny God has laid out for you. When you are walking in a divine assignment as significant as yours, the universe itself aligns to support you in miraculous ways. Every decision, every movement is reinforced by these higher powers, guiding and protecting you in ways that surpass any understanding you have of your own path. Imagine your life as a grand tapestry, each thread of divine intervention woven into your story. These enforcers don't just keep the negativity at bay, they make sure only the right vibrations make it through to your journey. You are surrounded by supernatural reinforcement, an invisible but undeniable force that strengthens you with each passing moment. Every setback, every struggle is met with immediate action from this divine team. You may not always see them, but they are actively at work behind the scenes, clearing spiritual roadblocks, aligning the stars, and ensuring that you stay on course with your true calling. Think about it. When dark forces try to interfere, these enforcers step in, transforming what looked like a roadblock into a simple speed bump. The obstacles that would have derailed others only become opportunities for you to rise higher. You're not just surviving, you're thriving. Each challenge becomes part of a larger, beautifully orchestrated plan that works in your favor, turning potential setbacks into triumphs. So, when life throws challenges your way, remember this: you are never alone. You have the unwavering support of celestial beings who are there to ensure that nothing derails your destiny. You are walking in an extraordinary reality, surrounded by divine reinforcement, and this makes you a force to be reckoned with. The path ahead may not always be easy, but with the backing of the supernatural, every obstacle becomes an opportunity to grow stronger and move closer to your divine purpose. Your life is a testament to the power of divine alignment, and the more you embrace this reality, the more unstoppable you become. As we reflect on the extraordinary truth of your divine assignment, it becomes abundantly clear that you are far more than just a traveler on this earthly plane. You are a beacon of light, a living embodiment of purpose, and an unstoppable force designed to make an impact that echoes through eternity. The challenges you face are not mere obstacles. They are divine opportunities for the power within you to be showcased, magnifying the strength and resilience that have been endowed upon you. With angelic armies standing guard at your side, your path is not only protected, it is purposefully paved and reinforced by supernatural energies that respond to every step you take, ensuring that nothing can derail you from your divine mission. Every breath you take is a bold declaration of your unwavering resilience, a challenge to the darkness that seeks to encroach upon your destiny. You are a living testament to the truth that you are never alone in this journey. The universe itself conspires in your favor, aligning every moment to keep you connected to your highest purpose. Even when the darkness whispers doubts, fears, and attempts to dissuade you, your light shines brighter than any shadow can withstand. In the face of opposition, you are a walking rebuke to negativity and chaos, embodying hope and strength in a world that often seems overwhelmed by uncertainty. Your very existence challenges the core of darkness, exposing its limitations and illuminating the boundless possibilities that arise when you align your life with divine will. Your light not only protects you, it actively dismantles the forces of darkness, revealing their powerlessness in the face of divine authority. As you move forward, carry this truth in your heart. You are not just destined for greatness, you are divinely reinforced, fortified by the very essence of God's love, power, and purpose. Every step you take sends ripples through realms unseen, a clear message to the dark forces. They are powerless against the light you carry. Embrace your role as a chosen one, for your presence is essential to the world. The world needs your brilliance, your unwavering strength, and the unique light that only you can shine. The heavens themselves celebrate your journey, watching with pride as you move closer to the fulfillment of your divine purpose. Let your light shine boldly and without hesitation, knowing that you are divinely reinforced, unbreakable, and unstoppable in your pursuit of the destiny you were created to fulfill. The path ahead may be filled with challenges, but with divine power and protection, you are destined to overcome every obstacle and emerge victorious. As we reflect on the profound truth shared today, let this be your unwavering reminder. God has placed a divine seal of protection over your life, a seal that cannot be broken by any force of darkness. No matter how powerful the opposition may seem, even the most cunning and relentless forces of evil cannot penetrate the shield that God has wrapped around you. Your destiny is secured, your purpose is anointed, and your life is held firmly in the hands of the Almighty. As it is written in Isaiah 54:17, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue that rises against you in judgment you shall condemn." You are not only protected, you are victorious, because the battle has already been won by the Lord. In moments of uncertainty, remember that God's angels are assigned to guard you on every path, just as Psalm 91:11 promises. His plans for your life are greater than anything you could imagine, and His presence goes before you, ensuring that every step you take is aligned with His will. Do not let fear or doubt creep into your heart, for God's power within you is far greater than the forces of darkness around you. You were chosen, loved, and called to stand as a beacon of light in this world, a testament to His glory. If this message has touched your heart, brought peace to your spirit, or renewed your faith in God's promises, we humbly invite you to support our ministry by donating through Super Thanks. Your contributions enable us to continue sharing these messages of hope, faith, and encouragement with people all over the world. Even if you are unable to give, please know how deeply we appreciate your time, your prayers, and your presence here. Each of you is a vital part of this community, and we are so thankful to have you walking alongside us in this mission. Before you go, Please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to our channel. By doing so, you ensure that you won't miss future messages designed to strengthen and uplift your walk with Christ. We also encourage you to share this message with someone who may need to hear it today. Together, we can spread the good news of God's protection and love to those who need it most. Your voice matters here, so we would love for you to share your thoughts in the comments below. Whether it's a personal testimony, a prayer request, or a word of encouragement for others, your words could inspire someone in ways you may never know. As you step forward into the rest of your day, carry this truth with you. You are never alone, for God Himself is your refuge. He is watching over you, guiding you, and protecting you from every plan of the enemy. May His favor go before you, His peace fill your heart, and His blessings overflow in every area of your life. Thank you for being part of this journey, and may the light of His presence continue to shine brightly in you and through you. Stay faithful, stay strong, and most of all, stay blessed. You are deeply loved. God's chosen ones, they finally realized you've known this the entire time. Now they feel foolish. Awaken, chosen ones, and embrace this moment of divine revelation. The truth, like a silent sentinel, has been patiently waiting for the lies to crumble under their own weight. Picture this: a world where people fancy themselves as master manipulators, weaving schemes and wearing masks, convinced they've outsmarted you. Yet, through it all, you've been quietly observing, every move laid bare before your discerning spirit. And now, the revelation has struck them like lightning. They've realized that you've known their secrets all along, and the shock on their faces, absolutely priceless. Before we dive into the heart of this powerful truth, comment 77 below to declare your readiness for clarity and breakthroughs. Thank you to everyone who has shown their support through Super Thanks. Your generosity uplifts this mission. Now, let's uncover what happens when the tables turn and the so-called clever find themselves exposed. What does it mean when God allows you to see what others try so hard to hide? And why is this the precise moment for your strength to shine? Stay with me, because what comes next will leave you empowered and ready to step fully into your divine calling. God's chosen ones, they finally realized you've known this the entire time. Now they feel foolish. You let them believe they held the upper hand until the moment it was too late to reverse their course. It wasn't deception for the sake of cruelty. It was a deeper, more purposeful strategy. You recognized their need to feel in control, so you gave them exactly that, the illusion of power. Each time they thought they'd outsmarted you, you responded with a silent nod or a faint smile, as if to affirm their misplaced confidence. But behind that facade was the quiet truth. They were mere players in a story you had authored, every action of theirs unfolding precisely as you had envisioned. Think about it. How often did they throw subtle jabs or drop calculated hints, convinced they were steering the narrative? They reveled in their schemes, assuming they had manipulated you into a corner. Yet, they failed to grasp that their victories were never theirs to claim. Proverbs 21:30 reminds us, "There is no wisdom, no insight, no plan that can succeed against the Lord." And just like that, their every move fits snugly into the greater design, a design they were oblivious to. From your vantage point, you observed their efforts with unshaken composure. They mistook your silence for ignorance, your calm for weakness. They thought they were playing an intricate game of chess, but you saw through it all. In truth, they were playing a much simpler game on a board you left behind long ago. Did you ever wonder if they'd catch on? Or were you certain their pride would blind them to the obvious? The Bible warns in Proverbs 16:18, "Pride goes before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall." They marched forward confidently, all the while walking deeper into the trap they had unknowingly helped build. Now, as the truth dawns upon them, the weight of their realization is crushing. Every smug smile, every small victory they celebrated feels meaningless in hindsight. They're left not only questioning their every move, but also grappling with a haunting question. How much did you know all along? How long have you been steps ahead of them? Their supposed triumphs now feel like a bitter joke, their confidence replaced with a humbling awareness of their missteps. Can you picture the moment when realization hit them? The sting of understanding that they were never truly in control must feel like a heavy blow. Their actions, their schemes, their plots, all led to the same undeniable conclusion. They were pawns in a game they believed they controlled. And now they must reconcile with the truth. They underestimated not just you, but the power of divine foresight guiding your path. They were never as secretive as they believed themselves to be. In their minds, they were masters of disguise, expertly concealing their motives and actions in plain sight. They trusted their subtle gestures and whispered exchanges to remain unnoticed. Yet, it wasn't the big dramatic moments that revealed them. It was the overlooked details, the tiny breadcrumbs they left behind, confident that no one would piece them together. But you did. With every careless misstep, every fragmented clue, you quietly constructed a full picture of the very truths they thought were buried. Isn't it ironic how much people reveal without realizing it? Their casual glances, the hurried way they moved through certain conversations, the slight tremor in their voices when discussing certain topics, all these minor tells were far louder than they intended. They didn't recognize that deception, by its very nature, always leaves traces. Ecclesiastes 10:12 warns us, "Words from the mouth of the wise are gracious, but fools are consumed by their own lips." Their nervous laughter, the inconsistency in their actions, even their seemingly calculated moves, only served to confirm what you already suspected. While they believed their efforts were impenetrable, their strategies were riddled with predictability. You didn't need to dig deep or uncover hidden layers. It was all there, waiting for someone observant enough to notice. Did they truly think their secrets were safe? Did they ever question why their attempts felt so easy to execute? In truth, it wasn't their brilliance, but their overconfidence that made them transparent. Proverbs 26:26 aptly says, "Their malice may be concealed by deception, but their wickedness will be exposed in the assembly." They underestimated not just your awareness, but the divine wisdom guiding your discernment. Now, the realization has hit them like a tidal wave. The game they thought they were winning was never as clever as they imagined. The confidence they wore as armor has turned brittle, and they're scrambling, trying to retrace their steps and figure out where they faltered. But the truth, they never stood a chance. Their movements were too obvious, their tactics too simple, their plans too flawed. You didn't need to outsmart them. You only had to watch, wait, and let their overconfidence lead them into their own undoing. Picture their reaction now, as the weight of exposure sets in, the panic in their eyes, the humiliation in realizing just how much you knew from the start. It's all a bitter reminder of their miscalculations. How must it feel to realize the secrets they clung to so tightly were never truly hidden? Their own self-assurance blinded them, while your quiet wisdom, sharpened by faith, gave you the upper hand. They're left feeling vulnerable and foolish, painfully aware that they underestimated not only you, but the divine guidance that always brings truth to light. You saw their vulnerabilities clearly, yet you never once revealed your own. They were certain that if they probed long enough, if they kept up their scrutiny, you would eventually falter. They were searching for cracks, small, exploitable weaknesses that would give them the upper hand. But while they were busy analyzing you, you were quietly studying them. Every insecurity they sought to hide, every fear they tried to mask, you observed it all. And the most remarkable part? You did it without ever exposing the slightest hint of your own weaknesses. They thought their plans were clever, their tactics unassailable. Each calculated move was designed to test your resolve, to make you stumble, to provoke a reaction. But you saw through it all. Their strategies weren't as foolproof as they believed. In fact, they were deeply rooted in their own insecurities. Like shadows cast by a flickering light, their fears betrayed them, revealing more than they intended. As Proverbs 10:9 reminds us, "Whoever walks in integrity walks securely, but whoever takes crooked paths will be found out." While they projected strength, their actions spoke volumes about the fragility they tried to hide. Every attempt they made to rattle you became an opportunity for you to understand them more deeply. Did they ever pause to wonder why you seemed unaffected, why you didn't flinch under pressure? Likely not. They were too focused on finding weaknesses in you, never realizing their own were on full display. Their need to dominate, their desire to control, even their efforts to shield themselves from vulnerability, all of it unfolded before your eyes. Psalm 64, 5-6 speaks to this, saying, "They encourage each other in evil plans. They talk about hiding their snares. They say, 'Who will see it?' But God will bring them down." They assumed they were in control, but their transparency betrayed them. And now, as the truth sets in, they're left grappling with the uncomfortable reality. Every scheme, every ploy, every attempt to shake your confidence only served to expose them further. The power they thought they held, it was an illusion, one you allowed them to cling to while you remained steadfast and unshaken. Imagine the weight of their realization now, that while they were so focused on you, they never stopped to consider how much they were revealing about themselves. How must it feel to know that the person they tried so hard to unmask already saw everything they were hiding? Their vulnerabilities, once their closely guarded secrets, are now laid bare, while yours remain untouched and unknown. The tables have turned, leaving them feeling foolish, vulnerable, and exposed. The strength they thought they had has crumbled, and they're left wondering, how much did you know all along? How much of their effort was wasted on someone who was always steps ahead? You read between the lines, where the real story unfolded. While they poured energy into crafting their words, spinning narratives and weaving lies, you were focused on something much deeper. They thought their words alone could convince you that the right phrases would shape your perception. But as they spoke, you noticed what they didn't say. Actions, not words, always told the real story, and their actions revealed far more than they ever intended. How often do people overlook the power of nonverbal communication? Their body language, the smallest flickers of emotion on their faces, and even the tension in their posture betrayed them. A hesitant laugh, a fleeting look of discomfort, or a forced smile, each of these spoke volumes. Proverbs 15:3 reminds us, "The eyes of the Lord are everywhere, keeping watch on the wicked and the good." In the same way, you remained watchful, seeing the truth they thought they could bury beneath polished words and rehearsed fronts. Think about how often they paused before answering, or how their voices wavered in moments of pressure. Did they ever consider that these tiny cracks in their performance would expose them? They assumed their carefully crafted sentences could shield them, but their subtle hesitations and involuntary reactions gave everything away. Their strength, what they believed was their ability to control the narrative through words, was undone by the very movements they didn't think you noticed. Now, they're coming to terms with the reality that their actions painted a picture they never intended. While they thought they were in control, their nervous glances and fleeting moments of impatience told you everything. It's like Proverbs 26:24-26 says, "Enemies disguise themselves with their lips, but in their hearts they harbor deceit. Though their speech is charming, do not believe them, for 7 abominations fill their hearts. Their malice may be concealed by deception, but their wickedness will be exposed in the assembly." Their words were never enough to conceal the truth, because their own behavior constantly betrayed them. Imagine their discomfort now, knowing that the strength they relied on, words, turned out to be their greatest weakness. They were so preoccupied with controlling the conversation that they overlooked how much they revealed in their movements and expressions. How does it feel to realize that their silence was just as telling as their words? Every pause, every nervous shift, they've all added up to this moment of clarity. Now they feel exposed, unable to hide behind their carefully constructed facades. Their attempts to mislead only highlighted how little control they truly had, and they're left feeling foolish for underestimating your ability to see the truth they couldn't conceal. You mastered silence as your weapon, turning what they saw as inaction into a strategy far more powerful than any confrontation. They anticipated reactions, sharp words, emotional outbursts, or defensive retorts, believing they could provoke you into playing their game. But instead of giving them what they wanted, you chose silence. This wasn't weakness or surrender, it was intentional. It was a calculated move to maintain control, to observe their behavior, and to let them reveal more about themselves than they ever intended. In their minds, silence was something to fill, a void they couldn't leave empty. Every time they pushed for a reaction and received none, their confidence faltered. They began to overthink, projecting their insecurities and fears into the silence. Proverbs 17:28 captures this perfectly. Even fools are thought wise if they keep silent, and discerning if they hold their tongues. Your restraint spoke volumes, forcing them to confront their own doubts. Each moment of quiet became a mirror reflecting their lack of control, their inability to manipulate you into responding. Can you imagine their frustration as they tried again and again to provoke a response, only to be met with calm stillness? Your silence unsettled them because it was unpredictable. Without any reaction to gauge, they started questioning everything, their plans, their assumptions, even their own intentions. In their desperation to understand your silence, they began to expose their vulnerabilities. As Ecclesiastes 3:7 reminds us, there is a time to be silent and a time to speak. You chose the perfect time for silence, using it to disarm them without lifting a finger. What they didn't realize was that silence is not empty. It's full of meaning, of power, of intention. By refusing to engage, you forced them to unravel. Their supposed strength, their ability to provoke, manipulate, and control, crumbled when faced with someone who wouldn't play along. Your silence became a weapon that lived in their minds, rent-free, driving them to doubt their own strategies. It wasn't just the absence of words that unsettled them. It was the clarity and strength behind it. Now, they see the truth. What they mistook for passivity was actually your greatest move. Silence wasn't just a response. It was a reflection of their own lack of control. The irony is sharp. While they spent all their energy trying to pull you into their world, they ended up trapped in the web of their own making, all because they underestimated the power of quiet restraint. How does it feel for them now, knowing they were undone not by your words, but by your choice not to speak? The weight of that realization must sting, realizing that what they thought was their strength revealed their greatest weakness. And in the end, your silence spoke louder than any words ever could, leaving them feeling exposed, foolish, and utterly outmatched. Their power moves were nothing more than ego-driven games, hollow gestures cloaked in the illusion of strategy. They fancied themselves master tacticians, playing an intricate game of mental chess, convinced they had the upper hand. Each subtle jab, each attempt to diminish you, was a show of what they believed to be power. But what you saw was far more revealing: the desperate need for validation behind their every move. Their actions weren't fueled by strength, but by insecurity, masquerading as confidence. True power doesn't require theatrics or manipulation. It stands firm without needing to prove itself, a lesson they have yet to learn. Proverbs 16:18 warns, "Pride goes before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall." Their every attempt to outmaneuver you only highlighted their fragile ego. They weren't playing chess with you. They were playing a game of their own making, one that revolved around their need to feel dominant. But their moves were predictable, their motivations transparent. A pattern of behavior rooted in an almost childlike desire for attention and significance. Did they ever wonder why you didn't react? Why their efforts seemed to fall flat? While they were busy trying to assert control, you were quietly observing. You saw the cracks in their facade, the moments where their actions betrayed their insecurities. Their power moves weren't strategic. They were emotional outbursts disguised as authority. Ecclesiastes 7:8 says, "The end of a matter is better than its beginning, and patience is better than pride." And it was your patience that exposed the truth. Now, the realization is dawning on them like a bitter truth they can't escape. The control they thought they had was nothing more than an illusion. They weren't leading the game. They were running in circles, exhausting themselves in a performance meant to impress you. But you weren't playing along. You were simply watching, letting them unravel in their quest to prove something that didn't need proving. The sting of this understanding cuts deep. What they once saw as strength has been revealed for what it truly was: insecurity wrapped in bravado. Their so-called power moves were cries for validation, not demonstrations of authority. And now they're left grappling with a sobering truth. Real power isn't about playing games. It's about not needing to play them at all. How must it feel to look back and realize their every move was a reflection of their own fears and weaknesses? They see now that the dominance they sought was never about you. It was about them trying to fill a void within themselves. And as the illusion crumbles, they're left exposed, vulnerable, and painfully aware that the power they thought they held was nothing more than a fleeting shadow of their ego. You knew they craved validation, and you withheld it with unwavering resolve. Their every action, be it a subtle jab, a boastful claim, or an attempt to outshine, was rooted in an unspoken plea for acknowledgement. They wanted respect, approval, or at the very least, some reaction that would confirm their significance in your eyes. Yet no matter how hard they pushed, no matter how cleverly they tried to provoke a response, you gave them nothing. You recognized the subtle desperation beneath their efforts and refused to feed it. It's a powerful thing to see through someone's need for validation, isn't it? They thrived on reactions, hoping that even irritation or anger from you would affirm their importance. But you offered them no such satisfaction. Every slight, every attempt to one-up you fell into a void of silence. Ecclesiastes 4:6 captures this truth. Better one handful with tranquility than two handfuls with toil and chasing after the wind. While they toiled for your acknowledgement, you remained tranquil, unmoved and unbothered by their games. Your silence wasn't passive, it was intentional. Without realizing it, they had built their sense of control on your acknowledgement, relying on your reactions to feel powerful. But as time passed, and they received nothing, No approval, no encouragement, not even the frustration they might have hoped to provoke. They began to feel the futility of their efforts. Each attempt to get a rise out of you only magnified the emptiness of their pursuits. Have they stopped to wonder why their actions fell flat? Or why your silence seemed louder than any response they could have drawn from you? In truth, the silence you maintained was its own message, a clear, quiet statement that exposed the imbalance of power. While they believed they were in control, your refusal to engage revealed just how dependent they were on something you refused to give. Proverbs 26:4 teaches, "Do not answer a fool according to his folly, or you yourself will be just like him." You chose not to validate their antics, and in doing so, you maintained your dignity while stripping them of their illusions. Now, the realization is setting in. They're confronted with the painful truth that their need for validation was a reflection of their own insecurities. The power they thought they wielded was never theirs. It was yours, because you controlled the very thing they sought. How must it feel for them now, knowing they spent so much effort chasing after something that was never within their grasp? The sting of this awareness is profound. They see now that their actions weren't about you, but about the void within themselves. Every move they made was an attempt to fill that void, and your silence became the mirror reflecting their own vulnerabilities. In the end, their desperation for validation wasn't a sign of strength, but of dependence, a dependence you refused to enable. And now they're left feeling foolish, realizing that the power they sought was never about you, but about the affirmation they couldn't find within themselves. You predicted every move they would make with unerring accuracy, turning what they believed was a strategic game into an open book. They thought themselves unpredictable, masters of misdirection who could keep you guessing at every turn. In their eyes, they were the architects of a clever plan, always one step ahead, weaving a web too intricate for you to unravel. But in truth, you had already mapped out their entire playbook long before they set their schemes in motion. What they failed to realize is that their moves weren't the strokes of genius they imagined. They were patterns, guided by ego, fear, and the desire to assert control. Every manipulation, every shift in tone or calculated action followed a script you had seen countless times before. Proverbs 16:2 reminds us, "All a person's ways seem pure to them, but motives are weighed by the Lord." And just as God discerns the true intentions of the heart, you saw through their attempts at complexity, recognizing their habits for what they were, predictable reactions born of insecurity. Think about how they must have felt, believing their unpredictability was their strength. Did they ever question why their moves seemed to land so easily within your grasp? They couldn't see that their tactics weren't unique. They were rehearsed patterns they repeated over and over, oblivious to how transparent they were. While they thought they were playing chess, you were already looking 5 moves ahead, understanding their intentions before they even did. You had the advantage not because you outsmarted them in the moment, but because you had already anticipated their game. And now the illusion is shattered. They're confronted with the reality that their so-called cleverness was never a mystery to you. Their unpredictability was, in fact, a predictable cycle they couldn't break free from. Ecclesiastes 1:9 speaks to this truth. What has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the sun. Their actions were no exception. Every step they took, every move they made, was a repetition of the same predictable patterns. Now they're grappling with the weight of this realization. The confidence they had in their supposed complexity has been replaced by the sting of exposure. Imagine how humbling it must feel to know that the very person they tried to outmaneuver had already seen through them from the start. Their attempts to keep you on your toes only highlighted how deeply they underestimated your insight. How must they feel now, knowing they were playing right into your hands all along? What they thought was strength, an air of mystery and control, was nothing more than an illusion, undone by your ability to read them like a book. Their embarrassment is profound as they come to terms with the truth. The unpredictability they prided themselves on was never real. It was a facade, easily dismantled by someone who saw through not just their actions, but their motives. And in that recognition, they are brought back to earth, humbled by the clarity of your discernment. You didn't feed their drama, and in doing so, you exposed their plot for what it truly was, a desperate attempt to control the narrative. They thought their manipulation, gaslighting, and emotional theatrics would pull you in, creating chaos that would leave you off balance. They twisted situations, pushed buttons, and played mind games, expecting to provoke a reaction that would validate their efforts. But instead of engaging, you chose stillness. You refused to fuel the fire, stepping back and allowing their tactics to unravel without your participation. This restraint wasn't weakness, it was wisdom. Proverbs 29:11 reminds us, "Fools give full vent to their rage, but the wise bring calm in the end." By staying calm and refusing to respond, you not only maintained your dignity, but also held up a mirror to their behavior. What they intended as a masterful manipulation turned into an exhibition of their insecurity. The more they tried to escalate, the more obvious it became that their antics weren't a show of strength, but of a need for validation and control. Their drama, designed to ensnare you, became painfully transparent. What they mistook for cleverness revealed itself as childishness. Imagine the frustration they must have felt, pouring energy into creating chaos, only to see you standing firm, unmoved. Instead of achieving their goal, their behavior only exposed their vulnerability, a craving for attention disguised as power. Ecclesiastes 10:2-3 says, "The heart of the wise inclines to the right, but the heart of the fool to the left. Even as fools walk along the road, they lack sense and show everyone how stupid they are." Their actions, unacknowledged, spoke louder than any words could. By refusing to react, you forced them to confront a harsh truth. Their games weren't as sophisticated as they believed. They thought they were pulling strings, but in reality, they were flailing, trying to force significance into a situation where none existed. The indifference you showed stripped away their illusions, making their attempt seem small and petty. Have they realized yet how much they relied on your participation to sustain their facade of control? Now, they're left to face the embarrassment of their own actions. The drama they stirred up, once intended to trap you, only served to highlight their own flaws. They thought they held the upper hand, but the lack of your response was the ultimate eye-opener. Their tactics, far from appearing powerful, now look ridiculous in hindsight. The sting of this realization is undeniable. They thought they were exposing your weaknesses, but instead they revealed their own. How must they feel now, knowing their best efforts at manipulation only showed their desperation? They've come to see that their games, designed to draw you in, only pushed them further from the control they sought. And as they grapple with the reality of their exposed insecurities, they're left humbled by the power of your calm, steady refusal to engage. They never understood your depth, and now they're left grappling with how shallow their actions truly were. They approached you with surface-level tricks, quick, flashy maneuvers designed to manipulate or outsmart, thinking they could pull you into their web with ease. In their eyes, you were just another person to outmaneuver, someone who would fall for their usual antics. But their greatest mistake was underestimating the quiet strength and profound depth you carried. They assumed your responses would be predictable, but you were operating on a level they couldn't even begin to comprehend. They saw the world in simple terms, in black and white, while you moved with an understanding of the unseen nuances. Proverbs 25 speaks to this truth. The purposes of a person's heart are deep waters, but one who has insight draws them out. While they focused on crafting shallow schemes, you saw the bigger picture, their motivations, their fears, and the agendas they didn't even realize they were revealing. They mistook your calmness for simplicity, unaware that it came from a wisdom that was beyond their grasp. Imagine how focused they were on their so-called clever moves, believing their quick wit and flashy tricks could unsettle you. They never stopped to ask themselves why their efforts seemed to fall flat. You weren't reacting as they expected because you were several steps ahead, quietly anticipating their every move. Their games, designed to impress or manipulate, were painfully transparent in the light of your insight. Ecclesiastes 7:19 reminds us, "Wisdom makes one wise person more powerful than 10 rulers in a city." Your wisdom wasn't loud or boastful. It was quiet and unshakable, rendering their tactics futile. Now, as the weight of their miscalculations sinks in, they see themselves for what they are: shallow, transparent, and foolish. What they believed to be a strategic game of wits was, in reality, a mismatch from the start. They were playing checkers on a board where you were already mastering chess. Their schemes, which they thought were ingenious, now looked like childish attempts to gain control. Can you picture the sting of that realization? The humiliation of recognizing how little they truly understood you. The truth is undeniable. They barely scratched the surface of your understanding. They never saw the depth of your discernment or the strength of your awareness. And now, standing in the shadow of that realization, their actions seem small, desperate, and insignificant. What they thought was a battle of equals was never that. Their shallow attempts at manipulation only highlighted the vast gulf between their perception and your reality. This humbling experience has stripped away their illusions. The depth they failed to see in you is now painfully clear, and it casts their efforts in a harsh, unforgiving light. They realize that what they thought was a clever game was nothing more than a series of shallow moves against someone who never needed to play. In the end, they're left with a truth that stings deeply. They underestimated not just your depth, but the profound wisdom that made their schemes irrelevant from the very start. They're left wondering what else you've seen and known, and the weight of that realization is almost too much for them to bear. The moment they understand that you've always seen through their facade, their carefully constructed world begins to crumble. What once seemed to them like clever, calculated moves now appears amateurish, transparent, even laughable. The illusion of control they so desperately clung to vanishes, as if a curtain has been pulled back, leaving them exposed in ways they never anticipated. It's not just the exposure that rattles them. It's the uncertainty of how deep your insight goes. They begin to question everything, every word they've spoken, every glance, every subtle maneuver they once thought was hidden. What did you notice? How long have you known? What truths did you quietly piece together while they believed they were in control? The paranoia creeps in, gnawing at them, as they replay every interaction in their minds, searching for the cracks in their performance. Proverbs 10:9 offers a poignant reminder: whoever walks in integrity walks securely, but whoever takes crooked paths will be found out. And they now feel the truth of those words acutely. What makes this realization even more unsettling is how effortlessly you saw through them. While they spent countless hours crafting their facade, you were quietly observing, unraveling their intentions with calm precision. Imagine how it must feel for them now, realizing that every subtle comment, every carefully placed move was under your watchful eye all along. Ecclesiastes 12:14 reminds us, "For God will bring every deed into judgment, including every hidden thing, whether it is good or evil." In this same way, your clarity and discernment became a light exposing what they thought was safely hidden in the dark. The paranoia becomes a trap of their own making. What they once saw as their strength, their ability to manipulate, to deceive, now feels like a ticking clock counting down to their own undoing. They're left second-guessing themselves at every turn, consumed by the fear of what else you may have discovered. The power they believed they held over you now feels like a distant illusion, replaced by the stark truth that you were always several steps ahead. Every moment of uncertainty deepens their sense of foolishness. They realize now how fragile their control was, how easily their hidden agendas unraveled in the face of your calm and steady insight. What they thought was a perfectly constructed narrative is now nothing more than a loose thread, pulling apart with every thought they have. The sting of this realization is sharp. They weren't just seen, they were known deeply, completely, and for far longer than they ever suspected. How must it feel for them now, knowing their secrets weren't secrets at all? Every action, every word, every scheme, they were all laid bare before someone who never needed to confront them to understand them. The realization that you were always watching, always seeing through the cracks in their facade, leaves them humbled, unsettled, and trapped in a prison of their own self-doubt. Their fear isn't just about what you've known. It's about what else you might still know, and that uncertainty lingers, haunting their every thought. You were always 2 steps ahead because you trusted your instincts while they became entangled in their own overthinking. While they labored to construct elaborate plans and micromanage every detail, you moved with a calm, intuitive certainty that came from within. Their approach was riddled with overanalysis, plotting endlessly, trying to anticipate every possible outcome, and obsessing over how to control you. In contrast, your strength came not from complexity, but from clarity. A quiet, unwavering confidence that allowed you to act decisively while they second-guessed every step. They thought their mental chess game would keep you off balance, believing that their calculations and tactics were enough to outmaneuver you. But what they didn't realize is that while they played an intricate game in their heads, you relied on the steady voice of your instincts, always guiding you with precision. Proverbs 3:5-6 speaks to this wisdom. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight. By trusting in that deeper guidance, you moved effortlessly while they stumbled over their own complexity. Can you imagine their frustration, believing they had outsmarted you, only to discover you had already anticipated their moves? They underestimated the power of simplicity, the ability to see through a situation clearly without overcomplicating it. They mistook your calm for passivity, never realizing that your instinct with precision while they wrestled with doubt and confusion. Your groundedness became your secret weapon. While they scrambled to adjust their strategies, tangled in the webs of their own overthinking, you remained confident in your ability to sense the truth. Isaiah 30:21 reminds us, "Whether you turn to the right or to the left, your ears will hear a voice behind you, saying, 'This is the way, walk in it.'" That inner voice, the steady compass of your instincts, allowed you to navigate their games with ease, always staying ahead without needing to overthink or overanalyze. As the dust settles, they're left grappling with the undeniable truth of how effortlessly you navigated through their chaos. Their elaborate schemes, painstakingly crafted to manipulate and control, crumbled under the weight of your calm intuition. They spent so much time strategizing, believing they were pulling the strings, that they never realized their overcomplicated plans were no match for the quiet power of your clarity and confidence. What they viewed as a game of strategy was, in reality, a battle between their confusion and your unwavering sense of direction, and your intuition triumphed every single time. It's humbling for them to see now how their frantic attempts to overpower you only revealed their own insecurity. Every twist in their narrative, every overthought maneuver, served to highlight the desperation behind their actions. Proverbs 19:21 reminds us, "Many are the plans in a person's heart, but it is the Lord's purpose that prevails." While they relied on schemes, you trusted a deeper guidance, one that saw past the chaos and moved in alignment with truth. This trust allowed you to dismantle everything they worked so hard to build, not through force, but through clarity. Imagine their shock as they realized that all their efforts, their manipulation, their carefully calculated moves were met with nothing but your calm, instinct-driven responses. They thought they were controlling the game, but their own complexity became their undoing. Each step they took was predictable in the face of your unwavering focus. James 1:5 speaks to the power of wisdom, saying, "If any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you." This wisdom, rooted in your trust and discernment, allowed you to stay 2 steps ahead while they scrambled in confusion. Now, as they reflect on their defeat, they're forced to confront the truth they avoided all along. Their tricks were never as clever as they believed. They see now that their attempts to manipulate and control were driven by fear, not strength. What they mistook for strategy was nothing more than a frantic attempt to assert dominance in a game they never understood. Their confusion blinded them to the fact that your confidence wasn't born of calculation, but of faith in the truth. In the end, it's undeniable. While they were busy overanalyzing, constructing webs of deceit, and striving to control the narrative, you stood firm, trusting your instincts and allowing the truth to unfold naturally. What they believed to be their upper hand was merely an illusion, shattered by the simplicity and precision of your approach. Their schemes, designed to entangle you, only served to expose their weaknesses, leaving them stunned by the quiet power you held all along. Now, as the reality of the situation fully sinks in, they are left with an overwhelming sense of foolishness. How could they have ever thought they could outmaneuver someone who had already seen through their facade? The silence you wielded with precision, the drama you refused to entertain, and the validation you purposefully withheld, all of these choices exposed their vulnerabilities. What they believed to be moments of power were, in truth, glaring signs of their insecurity, their ego-driven attempts at control, and their desperation to feel significant. So, let them wrestle with the weight of this realization. Let them replay every moment, questioning how much you knew and how long you had known it. The doubt and paranoia they now face are of their own making, a direct result of the very games they played. Proverbs 18:12 says, "Before a downfall the heart is haughty, but humility comes before honor." Their arrogance blinded them, and now they are left to confront the humbling truth that their overcomplicated schemes were no match for your quiet, unshakable awareness. Every move they made, every tactic they employed, crumbled in the face of your calm and calculated restraint. They thought they were pulling the strings, but in reality, you were always in control. You saw their actions for what they were, childish ploys to gain the upper hand, and you let them run their course, knowing their own desperation would undo them. Isaiah 40:31 reminds us, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint." While they exhausted themselves in their efforts to manipulate, you soared above their chaos, untouched and unbothered. Now, the tables have turned. They sit with the weight of their foolishness, realizing that their greatest mistake was underestimating you. They thought their complexity could outwit your simplicity, but it was your clarity, your ability to see the truth without unnecessary noise, that dismantled everything they built. What they viewed as strength was, in fact, weakness masquerading as confidence. Let them feel the weight of this truth. Let them grapple with the knowledge that you were always steps ahead, not because of elaborate strategies, but because of your grounded awareness and trust in your instincts. In the end, it is their turn to sit with the embarrassment of their missteps, to feel the sting of their arrogance, and to come to terms with the fact that you always knew exactly what was going on. And in that realization, they are left to confront not just their own folly, but the quiet, undeniable power you held all along. Thank you so much for staying until the end of this message. Your support means the world to me. If this video resonated with you or brought clarity to your journey, consider showing your love through a super thanks donation. It helps keep this channel growing and reaching more people like you. And whether you donate or not, know that I deeply appreciate you being here. If you haven't already, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Share this message with someone who might need it, and let's spread hope and wisdom together. I'd also love to hear your thoughts. Leave a comment below. Your engagement keeps this community alive and thriving. May God bless you abundantly, guide your steps, and fill your life with peace and purpose. Thank you for being part of this journey, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Have you ever stopped to wonder how you've managed to rise above the storms sent to destroy you? Your strength, your resilience, and your unwavering faith in God have baffled not only your enemies, but also the very forces they've used to try and break you. If this resonates with your journey, type 777 in the comments to declare your victory today. And to all of you who have shown your incredible support through super thanks, thank you from the depths of our hearts. Your encouragement makes this community a true beacon of light. Today, we're delving into the extraordinary story of God's chosen ones and the challenges they face when the enemy sends their most calculated weapon, a storm in human form. They entered your life subtly, wearing the perfect disguise: a friend, a lover, a supporter, someone who seemed to fit seamlessly into your world. Their presence felt familiar, their charm disarming, and their intentions skillfully hidden. This storm wasn't just a person, it was a carefully crafted force designed to dismantle your peace, shake your confidence, and leave you in ruins. But here's the twist. Instead of crumbling, you stood tall. Instead of breaking under the weight of their manipulative tactics, you grew stronger. And now, the very one who was sent to terrorize you is the one living in fear. What was it about your spirit that scared them away? Could it be the unmistakable mark of divine protection that surrounds you? Stay with us as we uncover the powerful truths behind why no weapon formed against you can prosper. What lessons can we draw from this battle, and how does God continue to shield His chosen ones in the face of such calculated opposition? You'll want to hear every detail. This might just be the encouragement you need today. God's chosen ones, they sent a psychopath to terrorize you, but you scared that psycho away. The individual sent to disrupt your life was no ordinary person. They were a master manipulator, an expert in the art of deception. Cold, calculated, and devoid of genuine emotion, they perfected the craft of mimicking everything you thought you needed in a friend, partner, or confidant. A psychopath doesn't truly feel love, care, or compassion. Instead, they analyze emotions as an actor studies a role, then masterfully perform to meet their sinister goals. But why would someone put on such an elaborate show? Their ultimate aim was to infiltrate the most intimate parts of your life, to discover what brings you joy and peace, and what stirs your deepest fears and vulnerabilities. So they could weaponize those very things against you. At first glance, their intentions were anything but obvious. They arrived in your life cloaked in the guise of a staunch supporter, someone who seemed like a gift from God during a challenging season. Could this be a modern-day example of what Jesus warned about in Matthew 7:15, when he said, "Watch out for false prophets. They come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ferocious wolves." They posed as loyal friends, appearing to stand by your side while secretly scheming behind your back. Perhaps they entered your life as a lover, convincing you that you were the center of their universe, even as they dismantled your world piece by piece. Or maybe it was a family member, one who shared meals and laughter with you, all while subtly gaslighting you and twisting reality. They seamlessly switched roles, wearing masks of kindness, loyalty, or vulnerability, all designed to keep you under their control. But what was their true purpose? These individuals were sent to distract you from your divine calling. Like spiritual infiltrators, their mission was to invade your mind, sow seeds of confusion, and pull you away from God's purpose for your life. They are bringers of chaos, not companions of peace. Consider the wisdom of 1 Peter 5:8. Be alert and of sober mind. Your enemy, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion looking for someone to devour. Their whispers were laden with lies, and their actions planted doubts so deep they felt like a shadow weighing on your soul. How often did their presence drain your energy and diminish your light? These were energy vampires, feeding off the very essence of your spirit because they lacked one of their own. This struggle is not new. Think of Samson and Delilah, Judges 16:4-21. Delilah pretended to love Samson, gaining his trust only to betray him and strip him of his God-given strength. Doesn't this parallel the way these individuals operate in your life? They draw near with false affection, exploiting your trust and vulnerabilities for their gain. How did they find your weak points? Could it be because the enemy recognized your potential and sought to undermine it through such deceitful people? Yet, even in the face of their schemes, God's protection over you remained steadfast. Isaiah 54:17 reminds us, "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you." The very traps they set for you became their own undoing, much like Haman in the story of Esther, Esther 7:10. He built gallows for Mordecai, but ultimately was hung on them himself. Does this not show how God turns evil schemes back on the schemers? How many times did their presence leave you questioning yourself, your worth, or your decisions? And yet, why were they unable to destroy you completely? Could it be that God's hand was on you all along, shielding you from the worst of their intentions? Remember Joseph's declaration to his brothers in Genesis 50:20. "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Perhaps, through their betrayal, God is refining you, preparing you for a purpose greater than they ever imagined. So, what can you learn from this? Have you considered that their actions, though painful, may have strengthened your discernment and deepened your reliance on God? Could it be that God is teaching you to recognize wolves in sheep's clothing so you can fulfill your divine mission without distraction? What if the very experiences meant to break you are molding you into an unstoppable force in His kingdom? These are the individuals who take their inner darkness and try to cast it upon you, hoping you'll bear its weight. Their manipulation is deliberate, their actions calculated to drain you, not just of energy, but of confidence and clarity. Their aim is to control, and they'll stop at nothing to achieve it. They know precisely what to say to make you doubt yourself, revisiting your old wounds just to weaken your defenses. And when they see you begin to falter, they smile, not out of joy, but because your confusion feeds their agenda, their ultimate goal, to dominate your thoughts, your spirit, and your energy. Take a moment to reflect. Haven't you seen them for who they are? It's the ex who couldn't let you go, silently tracking your every step as if your happiness was an affront to their control. It's the friend who publicly celebrated your success but whispered words of discouragement behind closed doors. Or perhaps it's the family member who took your loyalty, a gift freely given, and wielded it like a weapon against you. The painful reality is this: these people aren't strong. Their chaos may appear intimidating, but beneath it lies an emptiness so profound it consumes them. They masquerade as powerful because their survival depends on convincing you to believe their lies. Their schemes are not rooted in strength, but in desperation to fill the void they carry inside. Their actions bring to mind the warnings of Jesus in John 10:10, where he said, "The thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. I have come that they may have life and have it to the full." These individuals embody the thief, seeking to rob you of the life and purpose God has set before you. Do their tactics feel familiar? Have they left you questioning your own worth, only to realize later that the problem was never with you? But as they plotted, you began to see through their facade. Bit by bit, their carefully crafted mask began to crack. What once seemed like genuine smiles now felt forced and insincere. Their words of care and support began to ring hollow, revealing the emptiness beneath. Slowly, the energy they once cloaked themselves in shifted, exposing them for what they truly were: storms disguised as people, sent to challenge your faith and resolve. Doesn't this sound like the trials endured by David when Saul, consumed by envy, sought to destroy him? Though Saul was once a mentor and king, his jealousy turned him into a pursuer of destruction. 1 Samuel 18-24. And yet David, guided by God's wisdom, discerned Saul's intentions and refused to let bitterness consume him. Just as David stood firm, trusting in God's justice, you too began to understand the true nature of the storm sent to test you. But oh, how they underestimated you. They thought their chaos could unravel you, but instead it revealed your strength. What if their schemes were the very thing God used to sharpen your discernment and deepen your faith? Remember Romans 8:28. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Could it be that their plans were never meant to succeed, but to prepare you for something greater? Why do you think they were so determined to control you? Could it be because they saw the light in you, a light they couldn't comprehend or replicate? And now, as their illusions crumble, they are left with nothing but the hollow void they carried all along. Meanwhile, you stand stronger, refined by the fire, and prepared to walk boldly in the purpose God has for your life. They played their role with chilling precision, smiling as they schemed, slithering through your life as if the stage was theirs alone. Every lie was carefully scripted, every act of manipulation rehearsed, and every attempt to break you meticulously planned. They were certain they had you cornered, ensnared in a game where they controlled the rules and the outcome. But what they failed to anticipate was your silence, a response they were entirely unprepared for. You chose not to fight fire with fire. Instead, you sat back, calm and steady, observing their every move with unwavering eyes. While they celebrated their imagined victory, basking in the illusion of their dominance, the truth was quietly unraveling. Their web of deceit began to collapse, thread by thread. At first, they were too consumed by their arrogance to notice. They believed they had broken you, that their calculated moves had left you vulnerable. What they didn't realize was that you were simply allowing them to reveal their true nature. With each lie they told, with every manipulation they attempted, they exposed themselves, not just to you, but to everyone around them. Their illusions held no power over you anymore. You didn't need to confront them. Their own lies became their downfall. This moment echoes the wisdom of Proverbs 26:27. Whoever digs a pit will fall into it. If someone rolls a stone, it will roll back on them. The manipulator's schemes became the very trap that ensnared them. Haven't we seen this pattern before? Those who act in deceit often become victims of their own chaos, undone by the very tactics they use to harm others. When manipulators sense their game is failing, they often grow desperate, even reckless. They pushed harder, frantic to regain control, throwing tantrums, spreading rumors, and twisting stories to make you appear as the villain. Yet you remained unshaken. Like a mountain standing firm against the fiercest storm, you didn't argue or explain yourself. You didn't flinch. Your stillness, grounded in divine strength, was more powerful than any response they could provoke. Consider the example of Jesus during his trial before Pilate, Matthew 27:12-14. Despite the false accusations hurled at him, he remained silent, refusing to dignify the lies with a response. His silence spoke volumes, revealing the baselessness of his accusers' claims and demonstrating a strength that transcended words. Doesn't this parallel your own experience? Your refusal to react exposed the manipulator's desperation and stripped them of their perceived power. And then the inevitable happened. Their mask cracked. The calm, calculated facade they had worn so convincingly shattered under the weight of your silence. The chaos they unleashed began to reflect back on them, like a mirror, showing them the emptiness they tried to hide. In their unraveling, it became clear that their strength was a mere illusion, dependent on your reaction to sustain it. But you stood unbothered, a beacon of quiet authority. Isaiah 30:15 offers a profound truth. In repentance and rest is your salvation. In quietness and trust is your strength. Your stillness, rooted in faith and resilience, turned the tables without you lifting a finger. Isn't it remarkable how God can use your silence to dismantle the schemes of the wicked? Your unshakable presence spoke louder than any argument or explanation ever could, leaving the manipulator powerless and exposed. What gave you the strength to remain so composed in the face of their chaos? Could it be that God was equipping you with a peace that surpasses all understanding, Philippians 4:7, ensuring that their attempts to unsettle you would only serve to fortify your resolve? As their masks fall away, they are left with nothing but the truth of their own emptiness, while you stand stronger, wiser, and unshaken in the purpose God has for your life. You allowed them to act out their tantrums, weave their lies, and desperately claw at your energy. Yet no matter how hard they tried, they never got the reaction they craved. That was your true power, your refusal to play their game. Every time they launched an attack to provoke you, they were met with an invisible wall, a wall built from your silence and resolve. And that silence, as deafening as it was, carried a message they couldn't ignore. I see you, and you hold no power over me. In that moment, the tables turned. They felt it, the weight of fear. But it wasn't fear of retaliation. It was fear of losing control. They realized that the role they had cast you in, that of the victim, didn't fit. Instead, you stood as the judge, the witness, and the one wielding the real power. What could be more terrifying than someone who sees through every illusion, every lie, every manipulative tactic before it even unfolds? Their schemes, once so carefully rehearsed, now fell apart under the piercing clarity of your understanding. Your silence was the light that dismantled their carefully crafted darkness. They couldn't compete with it because your strength came from something they could never possess: authenticity. Unlike them, you didn't wear a mask. You didn't need to manipulate or pretend. What they saw was your true self, unshakable, grounded, and whole. That kind of integrity made you untouchable. As Proverbs 4:18 reminds us, "The path of the righteous is like the morning sun, shining ever brighter till the full light of day." Your inner light was an unstoppable force, illuminating their lies and leaving them nowhere to hide. And then the final blow came. Not with words or dramatic gestures, but in the quiet power of your choice to walk away. You didn't walk away because you were defeated. You walked away because their presence no longer deserved your time or energy. You didn't seek revenge. You didn't waste your voice shouting about the injustice. You simply turned your back and moved forward. That quiet, deliberate decision spoke volumes. In that moment, they knew they'd lost. It wasn't loud or theatrical. It was absolute. Doesn't this remind you of Jesus' response to his accusers? When he stood silent before Pilate, he didn't retaliate or defend himself. His silence was his strength, unnerving those who sought to condemn him. Matthew 27:14 recounts, "But Jesus made no reply, not even to a single charge, to the great amazement of the governor." Isn't it remarkable how silence, when rooted in truth and confidence, can be more powerful than any argument? By choosing not to engage, you reminded them who truly holds the power. They came to control you, but you showed them that control is an illusion. And now they can't even speak your name without trembling, without feeling the weight of their own failures pressing on their conscience. The storm they unleashed to destroy you didn't break you, it broke them. Their chaos revealed their weakness, while you stood tall, unwavering, and victorious. What was it about your silence that unnerved them so deeply? Could it be that your peace reflected their inner turmoil, forcing them to confront the void within themselves? Philippians 4:7 reminds us of the gift you carried. "And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus." That peace became your armor, protecting you while exposing their futility. The victory wasn't just in surviving their storm, it was in standing firm, untouched, as their world unraveled around them. They approached you with overconfidence, fully convinced they could shake your resolve, break your spirit, and steal your peace. But now, in your presence, they can barely hold themselves together. Why? Because when you chose to stand firm in your light, you became a mirror. In your unshakable calm, they were forced to confront the emptiness within themselves, something they had worked so hard to avoid. Psychopaths thrive in darkness, drawing power from manipulation and control. They twist and deceive, not out of strength, but out of fear. Their fear stems from what they lack: true inner strength, lasting peace, and the kind of authenticity that doesn't need masks. When you refused to crumble under their pressure, you did more than resist their control. You revealed the gaping void within them. Your resilience became a spotlight, exposing the shadows they rely on to operate. This revelation wasn't something they could prepare for. For the first time, they felt fear, not of you, but of their own reflection. Have you ever considered why their attacks became more desperate over time? It's because every attempt to unsettle you only deepened their sense of inadequacy. Every time they tried to provoke you, they were met not with chaos, but with your stillness. And that calm of yours, it burned them like fire. Psalm 46:10 reminds us of the power in stillness. "Be still and know that I am God." Your unwavering calm was rooted in a higher strength, a divine assurance that their schemes could never reach. They came with their chaos, but you responded with peace, a peace that transcends understanding, as promised in Philippians 4:7. Can you see how that peace became your greatest weapon? It reflected back their lies and revealed the truth they tried so hard to bury. Their confidence crumbled under the weight of their own inadequacy, magnified by the light you carried. Isn't it remarkable how someone who once seemed so powerful could be brought low, not by conflict, but by your quiet resolve? Much like when Jesus cast out demons with a word or a glance, Mark 5:1-13, your very presence disrupted the darkness they brought with them. Could it be that your strength unnerved them because it came from a source they could neither manipulate nor understand? John 1:5 declares, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." That light in you, the unshakable power of God's presence, was something they could never touch. It illuminated their emptiness, leaving them scrambling to regain control they never truly had. As they retreated, weakened and exposed, their confidence shattered, one truth became undeniable. Your strength didn't just protect you, it revealed the hollowness of their facade. And in that revelation, you not only stood victorious, but also proved that no darkness could ever overcome the light within you. They came prepared for a fight, expecting something messy, chaotic, and reactive. They believed they could draw you into their game, where control was their ultimate weapon. But you didn't argue. You didn't match their chaos. Instead, you let their words hang in the air, waiting for them to collapse under the weight of their own emptiness. It wasn't just restraint. It was a quiet power that rendered you untouchable. Your resilience, rooted in peace and self-awareness, was something they couldn't crack. Without lifting a finger, you dismantled their entire strategy. They wanted a reaction to fuel their control, but your refusal to give it was the very thing that destroyed them. This unshakable calm reminds us of Proverbs 17:28. Even a fool is thought wise if they keep silent, and discerning if they hold their tongue. By choosing silence over confrontation, you showed wisdom and strength far greater than their manipulation could handle. Have you noticed how your stillness not only disarmed them but revealed their desperation? With every silent moment, every calm breath, and every steady move, you held up a mirror they couldn't look away from. And in that reflection, they saw their own powerlessness. Their carefully orchestrated manipulations began to unravel. They realized they couldn't provoke you, couldn't control you, and couldn't twist your spirit into submission. Like a puppet master whose strings had been cut, they lost their grip. And that loss of control was their undoing. Just as David stood firm against Goliath, not with brute force but with faith and a sling, you didn't need aggression to win this battle. Your stillness became your greatest weapon, one they had no defense against. But the part that terrifies them the most, your energy, became their karma. They arrived with the intention to steal your peace, your focus, your confidence, yet they left empty-handed and more vulnerable than ever before. The lies they spun fell apart, their manipulations backfired, and the chaos they tried to unleash circled back like a storm, consuming them instead. Doesn't this remind you of Galatians 6:7, which says, "Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows." Their actions sowed destruction, but it was their own lives that bore the consequences. It's almost poetic, isn't it? They planned to weaken you, but instead they exposed themselves, much like Haman in the book of Esther, who built gallows for Mordecai only to be hanged on them himself. Esther 7:10. Their schemes turned against them. Have you wondered why their presence now feels so distant, their power so diminished? It's because the light you carried was something they could neither extinguish nor endure. John 1:5 tells us, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." That light within you became their undoing. As they retreat, left to face the chaos they created, one thing becomes clear. Their failure wasn't just in losing control of you, it was in underestimating the strength God placed within you. Your peace, resilience, and unwavering focus didn't just protect you, they became the very force that dismantled their plans. And now, they're left with nothing but the realization that the storm they meant for you was, in truth, their own undoing. Do you see it now? That's the ultimate irony. The very darkness they sought to cast upon you became the weight that crushed them instead. They tried to infect you with chaos, manipulation, and despair, but their plans backfired spectacularly. And here's what terrifies them most. You lost nothing in the process. Instead, you emerged stronger, brighter, and more powerful than ever. Your energy expanded while theirs disintegrated into nothingness. Every moment they spent trying to break you became a burden they now carry, a constant reminder of their failure. Your light is uncontainable, a fire they can neither extinguish nor endure. No matter how much effort they put into avoiding the truth, they can't look at you without feeling the weight of their own inadequacies. They can't speak your name without stumbling over the reality they tried so hard to deny. You were never their victim. You were their reckoning, the force that shattered their illusions and exposed the emptiness they've spent a lifetime running from. Their fear of you is palpable, but not because you sought revenge or caused them harm. It's because your presence forced them to confront who they really are. You became a mirror, reflecting their own darkness back at them, leaving no room for the lies they used to hide behind. Like the Apostle Paul's encounter on the road to Damascus, when he was struck by the blinding light of truth, Acts 9:3-6, they were unprepared for the clarity you brought into their lives. The chaos they unleashed upon you circled back, and they realized too late that they were not prepared for the strength you became. Doesn't this echo Romans 12:21, which teaches, "Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good"? By refusing to engage in their darkness, you didn't just survive, you triumphed. The good within you, powered by divine light, overwhelmed their attempts to drag you down. And now they stand exposed, unable to escape the consequences of their actions. How does it feel to know that the battle they planned for your downfall only strengthened you? Isaiah 40:31 reminds us, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint." Doesn't this resonate with the journey you've endured? You didn't just survive their schemes. You rose above them, soaring far beyond their reach. Their greatest fear now is the realization that their chaos didn't destroy you. It revealed you. The very trials they set before you became the fire that refined your spirit, much like gold is purified through flame. And in the end, they weren't just defeated, they were transformed into witnesses of your resilience. You didn't just overcome, you became the living proof that no weapon formed against you could prosper. Isaiah 54:17. They sent destruction your way, but they weren't ready for the unstoppable force of light that you have become. You were not chosen by chance. Everything about you, your unwavering light, boundless energy, resilience in adversity, and the way you continued to shine when life tried to dim your brilliance, caught their attention and unsettled them deeply. Why? Because your strength mirrored their weaknesses. Your authenticity exposed their falsehoods. Your inner peace highlighted the chaos they carried within. People like them cannot function in the light. They thrive in darkness, weaving confusion and fear to maintain control. When their whispers and manipulative words failed to shake you, they escalated their tactics. They sent someone, a weapon disguised as a person, designed to distract, divide, and destroy. They assumed you wouldn't notice the trap, thinking they could outmaneuver you. But why did they target you? Because your energy carries a divine power. When you walk into a room, your presence is felt. The calm confidence you exude unnerves those who are insecure. Your independence, which doesn't rely on their validation, terrifies those who crave control. Your success, peace, and endurance stir envy in their hearts because they know they lack the strength to replicate it. This scenario echoes the story of David and Saul. Saul was deeply threatened by David, not because David sought to harm him, but because David's anointing from God revealed the insecurity and disobedience in Saul's heart. 1 Samuel 18:7-9. Despite Saul's many attempts to destroy David, David remained steadfast, trusting God's protection. Have you ever considered that those targeting you may see the same anointing on your life as Saul saw on David? Could it be that their jealousy is a reflection of the divine purpose within you? Think also of Nehemiah, who faced opposition while rebuilding the walls of Jerusalem. Nehemiah 4:1-3. His enemies tried to discourage him, using mockery and threats to halt his progress. Yet Nehemiah responded with prayer and perseverance, declaring, "The God of heaven will give us success." Nehemiah 2:20. Like Nehemiah, your determination and trust in God's guidance make you unstoppable despite their schemes. So, ask yourself, how might God be using their attempts to harm you to strengthen your faith and purpose? Could these trials be preparing you, just as Joseph's hardships prepared him to save nations? When Joseph's brothers sold him into slavery, they intended harm, but God turned it for good. Genesis 50:20. Could it be that the very challenges meant to destroy you are setting you up for a breakthrough that only God could orchestrate? They sent someone unstable and manipulative your way, a person filled with chaos and unpredictability, because they believed it would be enough to shake your foundation. They hoped to use confusion to cloud your focus, to weaken your spirit, and to make you question your worth. Their goal was to see you stumble, to witness your downfall, and to take satisfaction in your pain. But they didn't understand the depth of your strength. Your light is not fragile, and your energy is not fleeting. It's rooted in something far greater. What they failed to realize is that you've faced storms before. Like Daniel in the lion's den, you've stood firm in the face of overwhelming danger. Daniel 6:16-23. You've walked through fires of adversity, just as Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego emerged unharmed from the blazing furnace, because God was with them. Daniel 3:24-27. You've endured trials that would have broken most people, yet every time you rose stronger. Chaos doesn't defeat you, it refines you. Every battle you've faced has prepared you for this moment, sharpening your resilience and deepening your faith. And that is why you were targeted. Those who dwell in darkness cannot bear the sight of your brilliance. Your light exposes their shadows, and your integrity highlights their lack of it. Your courage and authenticity reveal the emptiness of their deceitful ways. Like Saul's envy of David's anointing, their jealousy is not about who you are, but about the greatness they see in you that they cannot replicate. 1 Samuel 18:7-9. Have you ever wondered why your very presence seems to trigger such hostility? Could it be that your light reminds them of everything they wish they were? Their attempts to bring you down stem from their fear of your potential, fear of your destiny, and fear of the truth you represent. They see in you someone who cannot be controlled, someone whose power comes not from manipulation, but from authenticity and faith. Like the Pharisees who plotted against Jesus out of fear of losing their control, they act out of desperation, revealing their own weakness. Matthew 26:3-5. But in trying to destroy you, they have exposed themselves. Their actions reveal their hollow, desperate nature. Ask yourself, could their opposition be a sign of your divine purpose? How often do we see in Scripture that those who walk with God face the greatest resistance? Joseph's brothers thought they could destroy his dreams, but their actions only propelled him closer to his destiny. Genesis 50:20. What if this challenge is not a setback, but a setup for the greatness God has planned for you? What if every attack is evidence that you're exactly where you're meant to be? Your light was so radiant, so blinding, that they were desperate to find any way to dim it. They plotted, schemed, and tried to extinguish what they couldn't understand. But what they failed to see is that their very efforts became the fuel that ignited an even greater fire within you. Every attempt to break you only elevated you. The lies they spread sharpened your discernment. The chaos they created deepened your stillness. Instead of crumbling under their weight, you rose above it all, untouchable, unstoppable, and unshakable. This mirrors the story of Joseph, whose brothers threw him into a pit out of envy. Genesis 37:23-24. They thought they could extinguish his light by selling him into slavery, but their actions only propelled him into God's plan. Have you ever wondered if the obstacles in your life are divinely allowed to prepare you for something greater? Could the very trials meant to destroy you be part of the process that strengthens your purpose? They couldn't handle the intensity of your light, so they sought to extinguish it. And now that your brilliance has grown even brighter, they cannot bear to face it. The very person who once laughed at your struggles now trembles at your name. Isn't it ironic how chaos often returns to the one who sends it out? Like Haman, who built gallows for Mordecai, but ended up hanging on them himself. Esther 7:10. They failed to see that their own actions would lead to their undoing. They believed their manipulations and lies would break you beyond repair, but their arrogance blinded them to the truth. Every scheme against you would boomerang back upon them. Initially, they acted with confidence, believing they had outsmarted you. They hurled lies like arrows, hoping to wound you. They wove webs of deceit, thinking you'd be ensnared. They plotted in shadows, convinced that their secrets would remain hidden. Yet when their plans unraveled and you stood firm, their confidence crumbled. The weight of their actions began to press down on them, exposing their hypocrisy and weakness. You didn't need to lift a finger in retaliation. Like David against Goliath, you stood in faith, allowing God to fight the battle for you. 1 Samuel 17:47. The energy they poured into destroying you turned into the very storm that consumed them. Suddenly their lies unraveled, the people they deceived turned against them, and their carefully crafted masks fell, revealing their true nature. Their downfall became a spectacle, and their attempts to laugh at your supposed defeat only highlighted the chaos in their own lives. How often does the Bible remind us that no weapon formed against us will prosper? Isaiah 54:17. Could it be that the very storms they sent to harm you were part of God's plan to cleanse and elevate you? Now, as they tremble at the thought of you, they are faced with the reality they tried to deny. You were never broken, only refined. What if this is God's way of showing you that He has been in control all along, turning every attack into an opportunity for your growth? You didn't need to fight back to ruin them. Your growth, your resilience, and the radiance of your light were enough to dismantle their plans. Now, they live in a constant state of fear of your name, which serves as a reminder of their failure. They fear your success because it mirrors their emptiness, and they fear your light because it casts a stark contrast to their darkness. You were never just a victim of their schemes. You became the lesson they weren't prepared to learn. This reflects the biblical truth that vengeance belongs to God, not to us. Romans 12:19 reminds us, "Do not take revenge, my dear friends, but leave room for God's wrath, for it is written, 'It is mine to avenge, I will repay,' says the Lord." Have you considered how your faith in allowing God to balance the scales has played a role in their downfall? Like Pharaoh in the book of Exodus, who hardened his heart against Moses and the Israelites, their arrogance led them into a trap of their own making. Exodus 14:26-28. Their downfall was inevitable because they fought against someone protected by divine purpose. That's the beauty of divine justice. It never misses its mark. They mocked you, betrayed you, and underestimated your strength. But every ounce of chaos they sent your way return to them with greater intensity. The lies they wove now suffocate them. The manipulations they crafted have become their own prisons. The energy they drained from you has left them hollow, unable to replenish themselves. They can only watch from a distance as your success, peace, and power grow beyond their comprehension. How often do we see in Scripture that God turns what was meant for evil into good? Genesis 50:20. Could this be his way of demonstrating that no weapon formed against you will ever prosper? Isaiah 54:17. They wonder how you endured what they believed would destroy you. They cannot fathom how you emerged stronger, brighter, and untouchable, but the difference between you and them is clear. You were built to withstand the storms. Like gold refined in fire, your spirit has been tested and proven unbreakable. 1 Peter 1:7. They underestimated the depth of your resilience, the source of your strength, and the power of your light. Now, they are left to grapple with the consequences of their own actions, consumed by the shadows they created. When you walked away, it wasn't a retreat, it was the ultimate act of strength. Turning your back on them was not weakness. It was the final, undeniable statement that they no longer had power over you. Just as Jesus remained silent before his accusers, knowing their words held no authority over his destiny. Matthew 27:14. Your silence became the loudest declaration of their defeat. In that moment, they realized they had lost. Not only their grip on you, but also the opportunity to harm you further. Now, they tremble at the mere mention of your name. Their karma is not just the loss of you, it's the inescapable knowledge that they tried to destroy someone who was divinely protected, someone they could never break. Ask yourself, could their downfall be a testament to God's promise to fight for those who remain faithful? What if every attack you endured was allowed not to harm you, but to show the world that you are unshakable, unbreakable, and chosen for something greater? They came into your life to take, to strip you of your light and peace, but instead they lost everything. They sent chaos your way, hoping to weaken you, yet they weren't prepared for the storm that rebounded upon them. They thought they held the power to dictate your story, to reduce your identity to their lies, weak, broken, and insignificant. That's the tactic manipulators use. They don't merely attack your peace, they attempt to distort your very sense of self, hoping you'll believe the false image they've created. Manipulators thrive on control, not just of the situation, but of the narrative itself. They thought they had you cornered, believing their lies would rewrite your truth. But here's what they never anticipated. You took the pen back. When they attempted to dismantle your spirit, they underestimated your ability to reclaim your identity. Like Nehemiah rebuilding Jerusalem's walls despite opposition, you stood firm and refused to let their words define you. Nehemiah 4:6. Have you ever noticed how people who thrive in darkness are most threatened by someone who refuses to live by their script? You didn't need their approval to stand tall. You didn't need their distorted version of events to validate your experiences. They assumed their lies would echo louder than your truth, but your resilience silenced their noise. This is reminiscent of Job's story, where his friends accused him of wrongdoing, but Job remained steadfast, trusting that his integrity and God's justice would prevail. Job 13:15-18. Have you ever felt like others tried to tell your story for you, only to find that God's truth about you always shines through? Instead of letting their narrative define you, you chose to write a new chapter, a victory that belongs solely to you. You refused to accept the role of victim they tried to assign you. You stepped out of the trap they laid and became someone they couldn't comprehend. Someone who wins by refusing to play their game. Like Jesus, who responded to false accusations with calm authority, Knowing the truth of his mission, you let your actions speak louder than their words. Matthew 26:62-63. You didn't seek revenge, nor did you need their downfall to rise higher. Instead, you allowed your silence to echo with strength, your success to shine with undeniable clarity, and your reality to overshadow the fiction they tried to spin. Their lies crumbled under the weight of your truth, and their attempts to control your story were undone by the power of your authenticity. Have you considered that your refusal to engage in their chaos might be your greatest victory? What if the storms they sent were never about breaking you, but about revealing the strength God placed within you? Do you see what you've done? You've pulled back the curtain on their tactics, exposing them for what they truly are: desperate and hollow attempts to control a narrative that was never theirs to write. Every manipulator builds their house of lies like a fortress, believing that if they shout their distorted version of events loud enough, it will somehow solidify into truth. But their plan failed. They tried to paint you as fragile, as someone who would crumble under pressure, but instead you rose with a strength they never expected. Here's the powerful reality they now face. They cannot erase what you've already accomplished. You've shown that peace speaks louder than chaos, that integrity stands taller than deceit. Your calm, unwavering demeanor became their undoing. While they relied on manipulation to exert control, your steadfast energy dismantled their entire strategy. Their words no longer carry any weight because you've rewritten the narrative into something undeniable, transformative, and true. Think about Job's story in the Bible. His friends accused him, trying to define his suffering as punishment, but Job refused to accept their false narrative. He remained faithful, and God ultimately restored him, proving that Job's integrity was more enduring than their accusations. Job 42:10-12. Similarly, have you considered how your perseverance has revealed not just their lies, but the truth of your resilience and divine purpose? You didn't just survive their attempts to destroy you, you thrived because of them. Like Joseph, who was betrayed by his brothers and sold into slavery, the trials they sent your way became the very tools God used to elevate you. Genesis 50:20. Joseph's journey wasn't defined by the pit or the prison, but by his transformation into a leader who saved nations. Could your own journey be preparing you for a purpose far greater than you imagined? Your story is not one of destruction, it's one of transformation, just as the greatest heroes in history and scripture have faced darkness, only to emerge stronger, wiser, and unshakable. So have you. The storm they sent to break you became the fire that refined you. Like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, walking unharmed in the fiery furnace, you've shown that even the fiercest trials cannot touch those who are protected by God's hand. Daniel 3:25-27. You are living proof of a timeless truth. Challenges do not define the hero. They reveal their strength. What if this journey isn't just about what you've endured, but about who you're becoming? Could it be that every hardship was designed to refine you for something greater, just as God's chosen ones throughout history were tested and prepared for their divine missions? This isn't just about survival, it's about transformation and influence. By reclaiming your story, you've done more than rebuild yourself. You've shifted the very definition of strength. You've shown that pain doesn't have to define anyone, that it's possible to rise above adversity without being consumed by it. Your journey has set a new standard for resilience, proving that walking away with grace and dignity carries more power than 1,000 angry words or acts of retaliation. What makes your story even more profound is its clarity. You've revealed that real strength doesn't require noise or validation from others. It doesn't thrive on manipulation or harm others to succeed. True power lies in quiet confidence, in the unwavering ability to remain firm without being drawn into the destructive games of others. This is where your light becomes transformative. It breaks the mold of what people expect strength to look like. Consider Jesus, who stood silently before his accusers, allowing his truth to speak louder than their lies. When Pilate asked him if he was the king of the Jews, Jesus simply replied, "You say that I am." Luke 23:3. In that moment, his quiet certainty demonstrated that true power doesn't need to defend itself. It simply exists unshaken. Have you thought about how your quiet strength echoes this kind of unassailable confidence? Your actions have shattered the illusion that those who control through fear and manipulation hold the real power. True power belongs to those who know who they are, who stand firm in their truth, and who refuse to be moved by storms or shadows. Like the psalmist who declares, "He is like a tree planted by streams of water, which yields its fruit in season, and whose leaf does not wither. Whatever he does prospers." Psalm 1:3. Your unwavering confidence is a testament to your rootedness in truth. And now, your story ripples outward. It inspires others to rise above their pain, to find strength in their own quiet certainty, and to reclaim their power. Your journey isn't just a personal victory. It's a beacon for others who feel trapped by fear and manipulation. Could it be that your resilience is not just about your own growth, but about awakening others to their potential? What if your story is part of a greater purpose? To show that true power lies not in control, but in courage, authenticity, and faith. Whether you realize it or not, people are watching. They've seen the battles you've faced, the chaos you've turned into clarity, and the way you've chosen growth over destruction. Your journey is more than personal. It has become a guiding light for others walking through their own storms. Without even speaking, your life sends a message. You don't have to lose yourself. You don't have to play their game. You can stand in your power and come out stronger. The impact of that message is profound. It's not just about your survival. It's about showing others that they can rise too. By refusing to let manipulation define you, you've given hope to those who feel trapped. You've demonstrated that it's possible to reclaim your story, to rewrite it with strength and dignity. Like Esther, who risked everything to stand firm for what was right, your courage inspires others to see that they, too, can defy the odds. Esther 4:14. Have you thought about how your story might be the encouragement someone else needs to reclaim their power? Your refusal to let them dictate your narrative has created something unshakable. The truth they tried to twist is now undeniable, and they can no longer take credit for your growth. Instead, your resilience has exposed their weakness. This mirrors the words of Romans 8:28, which remind us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." Could it be that even the challenges they sent were used by God to shape you into someone stronger, someone who now inspires others to rise? Your journey has become a beacon of possibility. You've shown that no matter how dark the storm, it's possible to come through brighter and stronger than before. The question now is, how will your example continue to ripple outward? What if your story isn't just about your victory, but about empowering others to find their own strength and truth? Perhaps the light you carry isn't just for you. It's for everyone who dares to believe that they too can overcome. What's left for them now? Only their own reflection. They are left to sit in the darkness they once tried to pull you into, forced to confront the truth they can no longer deny. You didn't fall. You didn't fade. You didn't falter. Instead, you rose, reclaiming your story, and, in doing so, redefining what it means to be truly strong. They sent chaos into your life, expecting it to shatter you. They believed their lies, manipulations, and schemes would chip away at you until there was nothing left. What they failed to grasp was the nature of your light, a light that does not flicker or waver even when storms rage. They underestimated not just your resilience, but the source of your strength. Have you ever considered that your endurance might be rooted in something far greater than yourself, like the promises of God to sustain and protect His chosen ones? This echoes the story of Daniel in the lion's den. When his enemies conspired against him, hoping to see him destroyed, Daniel's faith and calm spirit carried him through unscathed. The lions that were meant to devour him instead revealed God's power, leaving his accusers to face the consequences of their own schemes. Daniel 6:16-24. Could it be that your trials, like Daniel's, were meant to showcase the strength and protection that comes from walking with God? You didn't merely survive, you triumphed. While they spiraled into chaos, you remained calm. While they fell apart under the weight of their own schemes, you stood firm. Your unwavering peace became their greatest fear. They tremble at the thought of you now, not because you seek to harm them, but because you refuse to let them harm you. You've become something they can't comprehend, untouchable, unshakable, and unstoppable. Like David standing before Goliath, you faced their intimidation with quiet confidence, knowing that your strength came from a higher source. 1 Samuel 17:45-47. And just as Goliath fell, their schemes have crumbled under the weight of their own arrogance. The truth is, your victory doesn't lie in their defeat. It lies in the fact that you've risen above their reach. So ask yourself, could this entire journey have been a testament to the power of staying true to yourself, even in the face of relentless opposition? What if their attempts to bring you down only served to highlight the strength and light that set you apart? Perhaps your triumph isn't just a personal victory, but a living example of what it means to overcome darkness with unwavering faith and integrity. Let this truth be the reminder you carry into every step forward. Your light is an unstoppable force. It cannot be dimmed, controlled, or destroyed. The chaos they sent to break you has turned back on them, and what was meant to harm you has only strengthened you. You emerged from the storm not just intact, but stronger, brighter, and freer than ever before. So hold your head high, knowing that your story is proof of this eternal truth. Real strength is found in unwavering integrity, quiet courage, and a connection to truth so rooted in purpose that no one and nothing can shake it. Your story is a living testament to the triumph of light over darkness. It echoes the promises found in John 1:5. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. Like the heroes of faith who stood firm in the face of trials, your resilience sends a powerful message. Think of Moses standing before Pharaoh, unwavering as God worked miracles to set his people free, or Paul and Silas singing praises in prison, their faith unshaken even in chains. Exodus 14:13, Acts 16:25. Could your journey, like theirs, be a beacon for others searching for hope in their own darkness? Your life now serves as a beacon for anyone who needs the reminder. No storm, no chaos, no manipulator can extinguish what was divinely created to shine. You didn't break, you didn't flinch. Your quiet strength and unshakable faith have proven that the greatest power lies not in retaliation, but in standing firm in your truth. And now they know. They know that the light within you isn't fragile, that your spirit isn't something they can control or destroy. You are untouchable, not because of what you've done to them, but because of what you've refused to let them do to you. So, ask yourself, how will you carry this light forward? What if your story is not just about overcoming, but about leading others to discover their own untouchable strength, rooted in faith, resilience, and truth? Remember this truth: no matter what or who the enemy sends your way, whether it's a person or a situation designed to shake your faith, God's protection over you is stronger than anything that could come against you. Just as David faced the giant Goliath with nothing but a sling and unwavering trust in God, you too have been given the power and authority to overcome any forces of darkness. They may try to send a psychopath or anything designed to terrorize you, but know this: you can stand firm, knowing that God has equipped you to send that fear away, just like you scared that psycho away. God is your shield, your fortress, and your protector. As we close, I want to encourage you to take a moment and reflect on the strength God has placed within you. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Your faith will keep you standing, no matter how fierce the storm may seem. If this message spoke to your heart today, I encourage you to consider supporting this channel through Super Thanks. Your generosity helps us to keep spreading God's word, and for that, we are deeply grateful. But even if you can't donate, know that your presence, your prayers, and your support mean the world to me. I am thankful for every one of you, no matter how you choose to support this ministry. Please don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share this powerful message with someone who might need it today. I would also love to hear your thoughts, so feel free to leave a comment below. Let's engage together. May you be blessed beyond measure, protected and empowered as you walk in the calling God has placed on your life. You are truly unstoppable in Him. Chosen ones. Have you ever wondered why the atmosphere seems to shift when you walk into a room? Why people suddenly act differently? Or why certain situations feel heavy without explanation? It's because your very presence carries a divine frequency that disrupts the plans of darkness. The forces of evil, the ones that once mocked you and sought to destroy you, are now trembling. They know your name, they see your light, and they fear the unstoppable power that God has placed within you. What changed? How did the trials that once nearly broke you turn into the foundation of your authority? The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. This isn't just a poetic statement, it's your reality. The light you carry is not of this world. It's divine, eternal, and impossible to extinguish. Even the demons who studied your weaknesses now whisper your name with dread because they see what you become. Comment 777. If you felt this shift in your spirit, if you've noticed that the battles you once feared now crumble in the face of your resilience, and to everyone who has supported this ministry through Super Thanks, your kindness is a reflection of God's hand moving through this message. Thank you for being a vital part of this journey, for helping us spread this light to countless others. But pause for a moment. Why do they fear you now? What did God do in your life that has caused such a profound change in the spiritual realm? Could it be that every tear you cried and every battle you endured was part of a larger divine plan? Think back. How many times did you feel like giving up, only to see God turn the impossible into a miracle? Every attack against you became the very fire that refined you. The enemy didn't anticipate that you would rise, not just as a survivor, but as a warrior of light. No weapon forged against you will prevail. Isaiah 54:17. How many battles have proven this promise true? Chosen ones, do you feel the shift in your identity? What was it about your journey that transformed you into someone even demons respect? You've walked through valleys so dark that most couldn't survive, yet God carried you through. Now, you stand as a living testimony of His faithfulness, a beacon of divine authority that darkness cannot touch. Your transformation wasn't random, it was intentional. Every scar you carry is a mark of victory, a reminder of how God has fought for you and equipped you for this very moment. So what's next? Why is the spiritual realm so focused on you now? What is it about your calling that makes even your adversaries cautious? Stay with me as we explore the answers together. The journey ahead will reveal why your enemies are trembling, why their plans have failed, and how God is positioning you for something far greater than you ever imagined. Are you ready to step fully into your divine authority? Let's uncover the truth that will leave you in awe of the God who fights for you. God's chosen ones, demons, fear you now. They recognize your power on a higher spiritual level. Chosen ones, do you realize how untouchable you have become? The transformation you have undergone is not just visible, it radiates a power that cannot be denied. Forces that once surrounded you, looking for ways to break you, now stand back in awe and confusion. Why? Because you're no longer who you used to be. Do you feel it? That unshakable sense of peace in the storm, the quiet authority that follows you wherever you go. It is not arrogance. It is the result of trials that have refined you, of battles that have proven your spirit unyielding. Demons see what you carry now, divine strength that repels them, forcing them to respect you. Chosen one, the first unmistakable sign of your exalted spiritual status will be revealed in your sleep as you dream. These are not just nightmares or random visions. They are battlegrounds, arenas where spiritual encounters take place and where your authority is tested and proven. Think about it. Why do dark forces now challenge you in your sleep? Because they cannot reach you in your waking life. You have built such a fortress of faith and divine alignment that their whispers fall powerless against you. Consider Joseph in the Bible, a man whose destiny was revealed through dreams. Genesis 37. The enemy sought to destroy him using jealousy and betrayal, but God used those very trials to elevate him to power. Like Joseph, your battles, even in sleep, are not signs of weakness, but of strength recognized. The enemy does not test what is weak. They test what they fear. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world. Ephesians 6:12. Your ability to overcome in dreams reveals a deeper spiritual truth. You are operating in divine authority. These encounters are not moments to fear, they are opportunities to assert your power. Every time you rise victorious in these spiritual battles, it is as if God Himself is reminding you, you are more than a conqueror. Romans 8:37. The enemy sees your unwavering faith and it terrifies them. Here is a truth you must understand. Dark forces respect spiritual authority. They are not moved by titles or appearances. They respond to the unseen power that flows through you, the power of Christ. Jesus Himself demonstrated this when He cast out demons, and they cried, "What have we to do with Thee, Jesus, Thou Son of God?" Matthew 8:29. Why? Because they recognized divine authority. Now let me ask you, when you walk into a room, do you notice the uneasy stirrings in others who operate in darkness? This is no coincidence. Like Jesus, your alignment with God has elevated you to a position where darkness cannot hide in your presence. The same forces that once sought to diminish you now step aside because they see God's light reflected in you. Dark forces do not respect mere words, they respect power. And power, true divine power, comes through faith, surrender, and an unshakable identity in God. Your victories, whether in dreams or life, are not yours alone. They are signs of God's work in you. So, chosen ones, what does this mean for you? It means that the battles you face are not a sign of failure, but a confirmation of your strength. The respect you command is not of this world. It is spiritual, undeniable. and eternal. The forces of darkness recognize what you carry, a sovereign soul, empowered by divine will. Remember this: you are untouchable, not because of who you are, but because of whose you are. God's hand rests upon you, and even demons must bow to that truth. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. So when the whispers come, when the shadows circle, do not fear. Stand firm, for the battle is already won. Darkness may try, but it cannot overcome the light within you. You are chosen, and even demons know your name. Chosen ones, have you noticed the silence that falls around you? The second undeniable sign that you command respect from dark forces is the profound silence that falls in the presence of those who once stood against you. It isn't ordinary awkwardness, it's spiritual, heavy, and undeniable. Have you seen it? The ones who once plotted, slandered, or schemed against you now grow quiet when you enter the room. They avoid meeting your gaze, their words falter, and their actions seem restrained as though something unseen holds them back. What changed? It is not fear of what you might do, but reverence for what you have become. Think about it. Why do they act this way? Why do the boldest voices against you now grow faint? It is because your energy, refined by trials and fortified by your alignment with God, has become a shield, a force they cannot comprehend or overpower. Their spirits instinctively sense that something about you has shifted. Where there was once weakness, there is now an unshakable authority. Where there was doubt, there is now unrelenting light. Even those who do not understand the spiritual realm feel the weight of your presence. Have you ever walked into a room and felt the atmosphere shift? Conversations stop, eyes dart away, and those who once spoke boldly against you suddenly seem unsure of themselves. This is no coincidence. Their spirits recognize what their minds cannot yet articulate. You are untouchable. The forces of darkness that once empowered their actions now falter in your presence. Like King Saul, who was tormented by an evil spirit until David's presence brought relief, 1 Samuel 16:23, the darkness within them cannot stand the light you carry. What's remarkable about this silence is that it isn't just physical, it is spiritual. It reaches beyond human interactions into the unseen realm. Have you considered why this happens? It is because your light disrupts their darkness. When you align yourself with divine truth, you step into a power that cannot be ignored. Darkness cannot thrive where light dominates, and your presence is like a lamp in a darkened room. Matthew 5:14-16. This silence is a surrender, a subtle yet undeniable acknowledgement that they can no longer confront you as they once did. What is it about you that has changed? Is it your words? No, it's deeper than that. It's the spiritual authority you now carry. This authority doesn't come from titles or positions. It comes from what you've endured, what you've overcome, and the faith that sustains you. When you walk with God, your spirit becomes a reflection of His power, and even the darkest forces take notice. Submit yourselves therefore to God. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you. James 4:7. Look around you. Those who once attacked you no longer know how to approach you. They hesitate, they retreat, and sometimes they disappear entirely. Why? Because the forces that once gave them boldness have lost their hold. Have you ever stopped to wonder why relationships fell apart, why slander stopped, or why certain people seem distant? It is because your growth has repelled what cannot survive in your presence. The light you carry now overwhelms anything that opposes it. This silence is not weakness. It is proof of your power. It is the stillness that comes when darkness is confronted with light it cannot overcome. The same silence fell when Jesus cast out demons. In his presence they cried out, but they could not resist his authority. Mark 1:25-27. That same authority now flows through you. Do you see it? The battles you once fought openly are now won in your very presence. So ask yourself, why do they hesitate? Why do they grow quiet? Because the energy you carry, the spirit within you, now commands a respect they cannot deny. You don't need to speak for them to feel it. Your presence alone declares victory. They know what you have become, a chosen vessel of God's light, untouchable and unstoppable. And here's something even more profound. This silence is not about fear, it is about acknowledgement. Their spirits recognize that you no longer fight alone. You stand with the authority of heaven behind you, and the enemy trembles at the sight of it. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. So, chosen ones, have you noticed it? Have you felt the silence settle around you like an invisible shield? If so, rejoice. It is a sign of who you have become. The world may not understand it, but the spiritual realm does. Darkness cannot thrive where you stand, and even those who once opposed you now feel the weight of your transformation. You don't have to fight as you once did. You simply have to stand. The silence speaks for itself. Your presence alone carries the power of God, and even the forces of darkness know it. They respect you because they have no choice. Chosen ones, do you see how your presence transforms everything around you? The third sign that you command respect from dark forces is the undeniable shift in energy the moment you step into a space. It isn't subtle, it's a total recalibration, like an unseen hand sweeping through lifting tension, dissolving heaviness, and replacing it with peace and clarity. Have you noticed it? After the initial silence, the discomfort will dissipate, people breathe easier, and something oppressive that once lingered vanishes. This isn't optimism or coincidence. It's spiritual reality manifesting through you. Think about it. How often do you step into a place and sense the change? Conversations grow lighter, confusion dissipates, and what felt chaotic moments before begins to settle. Why does this happen? It is because your very presence carries divine authority, and the darkness cannot coexist with the light you embody. Dark forces may linger where they feel unchecked, but the moment you arrive, they scatter, not because they are defeated outright, but because they are outmatched. Your energy, fortified by faith, trials, and unwavering truth, creates an atmosphere where darkness cannot thrive. This is not a psychological trick. It is a spiritual phenomenon. Have you ever walked into a gathering and watched as someone who once carried malice toward you suddenly grew quiet? Or seen hidden agendas and false smiles falter, exposed by the light you bring? The truth is, the shadows that hide in people's hearts cannot stay hidden when your presence illuminates them. The energy you carry acts as a purifier, forcing what's concealed to come into the light. Those who live in deceit or darkness may avoid you, not out of fear of you as a person, but because the spirit within you unsettles what they are trying to hide. Jesus himself demonstrated this. Wherever he went, people felt the shift. Demons cried out in discomfort at his presence, not because he sought them, but because his authority exposed them. Mark 1:23-27. What have you to do with us, Jesus of Nazareth? Have you come to destroy us? They cried. They could not remain silent. They could not remain hidden. And in the same way, your spirit, refined by your connection to God, carries that light. You don't need to say a word. Your presence alone transforms the space. Have you ever paused to wonder why certain people feel drawn to you while others feel uneasy? Those who live in truth find comfort in your presence because your light confirms and strengthens their own. But those who carry hidden darkness, jealousy, or ill intent find themselves exposed, whether they realize it or not. They may shift nervously, grow quiet, or avoid being near you altogether. Why? Because your light reveals what darkness cannot hide. For you were once darkness, but now you are light in the Lord. Walk as children of light. Ephesians 5:8. This is the power of alignment with God. You no longer have to try to influence the atmosphere. You are the influence. The spaces you enter bow to the frequency you carry. Have you felt that power yet? The invisible forces that once thrived in confusion, deceit, and malice have no place to anchor themselves when you arrive. What you carry within you, truth, faith, and divine sovereignty, demands dominion. And here's the profound truth. They don't simply leave, they bow out. It's as though an invisible line has been drawn that they cannot cross. What does this tell you? It tells you that the authority you now hold isn't something dark forces can challenge. You have risen to a level where you no longer fight against them. They retreat the moment they sense your presence. It's not pride, it's power. It's the evidence of God's hand on your life. Have you ever considered the ripple effect your presence has on the people around you? How many times have friends or strangers told you they feel at peace when you're near? Have you noticed that spaces once filled with chaos and unease begin to settle as you enter? That is no accident. It is the impact of your divine alignment. Your energy does not just occupy a space, it transforms it. The enemy knows this about you, and so do the spirits of darkness. They once thought they could manipulate or break you, but now they know the truth. You are untouchable. Your spirit has become a fortress. Where you stand, there is no room for deceit, chaos, or oppression. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. Chosen ones, understand this. You're not like everyone else. What you carry is rare. Your presence is a gift to this world, a force of divine order in a realm that thrives on confusion. Dark forces don't just notice you, they respect you. Not because they want to, but because they have no choice. If you've felt this shift, if you've seen it happen around you, it's time to ask yourself, what will you do with the power you now carry? Because this authority is not for show, it is for impact. Every room you enter, every space you occupy becomes a sanctuary. The question is, do you see it? Do you embrace it? This isn't the time to shrink back or doubt yourself. The shift you bring is real, and those who carry darkness know it better than anyone. When they bow out in silence, they are not leaving because of you. They are leaving because of the light within you. That's who you are, a chosen vessel, empowered and untouchable. If you are here, it's not by accident, it's because you were meant to hear this. You carry a presence that transforms the world around you, and the darkness knows it. The question is, do you? Chosen ones, have you noticed? Even your enemies acknowledge your strength. The fourth undeniable sign that you command respect from dark forces is when even those who dislike you cannot help but speak of your strength. They may not dare say it to your face, but in the shadows, in whispered conversations, their words betray a truth they cannot suppress. You are unbreakable. It isn't admiration that drives this recognition, it's the weight of having watched you rise when everything was designed to make you fall. Have you ever wondered why those who once tried to tear you down now speak of you with a strange mix of bitterness and respect? Why the very people who plotted against you find themselves acknowledging the resilience you've shown? This is not flattery, it's concession. They resent your rise, envy your power, and despise the way you walk with unwavering faith. But they cannot deny what you've become. They've seen it. The battles that should have crushed you, the betrayals that should have left you shattered, the opposition that was meant to strip you of everything you had. Yet here you are, standing tall, unbroken, thriving, stronger than ever. How could they ignore it? Your spiritual resilience has left an impression on even your greatest detractors. Though they may resent you, they see the undeniable evidence of your authority. They know you are untouchable. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. Isaiah 54:17. Let this truth settle in your spirit. What they cannot break, they must bow to. The recognition you receive is not voluntary. It is compelled by the force of your divine alignment. Think about this. How many times have you heard through others that your enemies speak of your endurance, of the battles you've won? Even in bitterness, their words become a testament to the strength you carry. What they once mocked, they now respect. What they once sought to destroy, they now fear. Do you see how powerful this is? Their respect doesn't come from kindness or admiration. It comes from having tried and failed to bring you down. They've thrown slander at you, set traps for you, and formed alliances to undermine you. But every scheme they've devised has crumbled. Every plan has been overturned. Why? Because you are anchored in something they cannot touch. Your foundation is built on divine truth, and no earthly or spiritual force can shake it. Do you ever stop to wonder why the opposition didn't succeed? Why the betrayal didn't break you? Why the storm didn't drown you? It's because your strength comes not from yourself, but from the one who sustains you. Like Job, who endured unimaginable suffering, yet emerged with double what he lost, your journey has been marked by endurance and restoration. Job 42:10. And those who doubted you, those who criticized and plotted against you, now see the truth. They may not like it, but they can't deny it. Even their bitterness serves a purpose. Every word they speak, every acknowledgement they make, becomes fuel to confirm your strength. They've seen how situations bend in your favor, how obstacles crumble before your persistence, and how attempts to derail you fail time and again. This is not coincidence, it's divine orchestration. Your alignment with God has made you a force they cannot overcome. If God is for us, who can be against us? Romans 8:31. Chosen ones, understand this. You command respect, not because you sought it, but because your energy demands it. Your spirit burns like a flame that cannot be extinguished. Dark forces see it. Your enemies feel it. Even those who despise you acknowledge it, reluctantly, yes, but undeniably. This is how the spiritual mechanics of divine law work. You're not here by accident. You have been refined by trials, strengthened by battles, and lifted by a power greater than yourself. Ask yourself, why do they still talk about you? Why do those who dislike you obsess over your journey? It's because they are witnessing a power they cannot comprehend. They see you endure, rise, and thrive against odds that would have broken anyone else. It frustrates them, it humbles them, and ultimately, it forces them to respect you. Your authority is not of this world. It comes from the divine, and it cannot be shaken. The battles you've faced, the betrayals you've survived, and the opposition you've overcome have all served to prove this one immutable truth. You are untouchable. Those who doubted you must now bow to the reality of who you've become. Even their criticisms are silenced by your victories. So I ask you, do you see what they see? Do you understand the power you carry? Because the truth is this, you do not need their approval. You have already earned their respect, whether they want to give it or not. Your resilience speaks louder than their words, and your rise silences their slander. Chosen ones, your very existence is a testimony to God's unshakable power in your life. What was meant to break you has only made you stronger. The light you carry cannot be dimmed, and the authority you walk in cannot be ignored. Even dark forces now concede. You are unbreakable, and they cannot touch you. Chosen ones, do you realize the realms you command now? You are no longer just navigating life. You are commanding realms. This is not metaphor, it is spiritual reality. Your alignment with divine purpose has elevated you to a level where darkness cannot function in your presence. The law of dominion ensures that beings who walk in alignment with God's will override darkness, not through force or effort, but by their very existence. Have you felt it? The spaces you enter shift. The shadows that once lingered now flee without confrontation. Chaos that once thrived in corners of your life begins to unravel in the face of your presence. Your energy is no longer subtle. It is radiant, relentless, and impossible to ignore. For the lower realms, your very existence is a warning. Stay back or be consumed. What changed? Your trials, your struggles, your unwavering faith. These have forged you into something untouchable, something that cannot be manipulated or broken. Your purpose has been purified through fire, honed through betrayals, loneliness, and relentless spiritual battles. Do you understand the power you now carry? Where once you might have fought to overcome darkness, now you stand and it yields. There's no need to declare your authority. It's embedded in every step you take, every decision you make, and every breath you draw. Darkness sees you and knows it cannot win. It may circle, it may observe, but it dares not come closer. Even the forces that once tested you now tread carefully, for they feel the weight of your spiritual sovereignty. This is not about ego or superiority. It is about divine alignment. Have you noticed how betrayal and hardship have transformed you? How the very people and forces that tried to harm you became tools of your growth? Like Joseph, whose brothers betrayed him, selling him into slavery. Yet God used their evil for good, raising Joseph to a position of dominion. Genesis 50:20. Your trials didn't just test you, they purified you. Every betrayal carved a deeper well of wisdom in your soul. Every disappointment taught you to see through deception, to discern the intentions of hearts beyond words or appearances. Think about it. How many battles have you faced that were meant to destroy you? How many seasons of loneliness or rejection have you endured? Yet here you are, not just surviving, but thriving. The fire that was supposed to consume you burned away the impurities instead, leaving you stronger, brighter, and untouchable. Like gold refined in the heat of a furnace. 1 Peter 1:7. Your struggles revealed the unshakable core of who you truly are. This is why darkness yields. It no longer sees weakness, it sees immovable strength. It no longer finds confusion, it finds clarity. Where you once felt devastation, you now see divine purpose. Have you begun to notice the peace that follows you? The order that emerges where once there was chaos? These are not coincidences. They are the direct result of your elevation. Let me ask you this. Do you recognize how far you've come? Do you see the shift in your life and energy? Even those forces that used to challenge you now step aside because they see the divine protection surrounding you. The spiritual realm recognizes hierarchy, and you have ascended, not by chasing power, but by surrendering to the process God set before you. Submit yourselves then to God. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you. James 4:7. This truth cannot be ignored. Light is inherently greater than darkness. The law of dominion works because light disrupts darkness effortlessly. You no longer need to shout, prove yourself, or engage in battles meant to drain you. Your very presence, your essence, now dismantles anything not rooted in truth. Chosen ones, understand this. The respect you command is not freely given. It has been earned. Your resilience, your faith, and your refusal to yield to the trials that sought to destroy you have elevated you. What others see as a quiet, unstoppable force is simply the reflection of your divine purpose shining through. Do you feel it? The clarity, the unwavering strength, the absence of fear. This is the result of the fires you've endured. Darkness no longer challenges you because it knows it cannot win. What once opposed you now bows to the immovable authority you carry. Every betrayal, every disappointment, every moment of loneliness was not meant to harm you. It was meant to refine you. Look at yourself now. You have become untouchable, a sovereign soul that walks with divine power. Where shadows once dared to linger, they now flee, for they know who you are. Chosen ones, your trials were not the end. They were the beginning. You have emerged stronger, purer, and brighter than ever before. Darkness does not challenge you anymore. It yields. And that is your proof. You are not merely surviving life. You are commanding realms. Your very existence is a force that transforms the world around you. The question now is this: do you see yourself the way heaven sees you? Do you recognize the power that your journey has unlocked? Because when you do, you'll understand. Darkness has no choice but to step aside. Chosen ones, do you see the purpose in your loneliness and battles? Loneliness, though suffocating, became the crucible where your faith was forged to perfection. It was there, in the silence of isolation, where no one stood beside you, that you learned to trust in divine purpose alone. The nights that stretched endlessly, filled with questions and tears, were not wasted. They were preparation. Every unseen war you fought in silence, every battle that no one witnessed, was a test that proved your resilience and strengthened the authority you now carry. You endured, not just to survive, but to emerge victorious. What you went through wasn't by chance. The pain, the isolation, and the betrayals were the very fires that purified you. Do you realize this? What was meant for your destruction became the foundation of your unshakable strength. Like gold tested in fire, 1 Peter 1:7, your trials burned away doubt, fear, and weakness, revealing the brilliance of a spirit aligned with divine will. Your scars are not shameful. They are proof of your victories. They tell the story of a faith so strong, so immovable, that even darkness now fears your light. Think about it. How many times did you wonder if you'd survive? How many nights did you feel forgotten? Yet, here you are. The very forces that sought to destroy you now retreat at your presence, because they see what you have become. Untouchable, radiant, and unstoppable. Your story mirrors those of the chosen ones who walked before you. Consider David, a shepherd boy anointed by God to face Goliath. David's victory wasn't rooted in size or skill, but in divine authority. He stepped onto the battlefield knowing that the power within him was greater than the giant before him. "The battle is the Lord's," David declared, 1 Samuel 17:47, and that truth secured his victory. Do you see the same truth in your life? You didn't overcome your battles by accident. You carried the weight of a divine promise. Like David, you were given tools not to avoid the fight, but to win it. "No weapon formed against you shall prosper," proclaims Isaiah 54:17. This isn't just a hopeful statement, it is spiritual law. Every betrayal, every opposition, every scheme meant to tear you down has been overturned because you walk under a divine covenant. The same forces that rose against you now bow before the authority you carry. They do not respect you out of choice, but out of necessity, because they cannot withstand the power of God working through you. Even history reflects this truth. Look at Nelson Mandela, who endured 27 years of imprisonment. What should have broken him instead refined him. He emerged not with vengeance, but with forgiveness. An unshakable strength that commanded respect even from his enemies. His trials became the furnace that forged his authority. Mandela's resilience united a divided nation because his spirit carried a power rooted in something far greater than circumstances. Isn't this your story too? You've faced betrayals, injustices, and opposition designed to crush you, yet you emerged with wisdom, strength, and a light that cannot be dimmed. And what about Florence Nightingale, whose faith-driven mission brought healing to war-torn places? She didn't just change physical spaces, she transformed the very energy around her. Her calling disrupted chaos and created order because her divine alignment was unshakable. That same force now moves through you. When you walk into a room, it's not just noticed, it's felt. Darkness scatters, negativity dissolves. Those around you sense the weight of divine authority, whether they realize it or not. Have you seen it? The way people are drawn to your presence, not for comfort, but because it disrupts what is false and awakens what is real. You shine with a light that cannot be ignored, a light that transforms and renews everything it touches. This isn't by accident. This is the result of your endurance, your unwavering faith, and your alignment with God's purpose. Romans 37 declares, "You are more than a conqueror through him who loved you." This is your truth. This promise does not simply encourage you, it defines you. It ensures that every weapon formed against you will fail, and that every obstacle in your path will become a stepping stone. Your strength isn't yours alone. It's fueled by the divine purpose you were born to fulfill. Now, chosen ones, look back on your trials. What once felt like devastation was a process of transformation. Every tear, every moment of loneliness, and every betrayal was God's way of removing what no longer served you, leaving behind a warrior forged by fire. You didn't just endure, you rose. And now, even the forces that once opposed you have no choice but to yield. Your presence commands attention, not because of what you say, but because of who you are. You carry the unmistakable mark of someone who has been through the fire and emerged refined, radiant, and victorious. Like the legendary phoenix rising from the ashes, your energy now reshapes the world around you. You walk with authority, transforming every space you enter and every heart you touch. The shadows that once threatened you now step aside, for they know what you carry. Darkness does not challenge you anymore. It bows to the brilliance of your light. This is the reality of being chosen. Your mission was written long before you arrived, and no force in heaven or earth can undo what God has ordained for you. So ask yourself, do you see the power of your journey? Do you realize the authority you now carry? Because the truth is this, you were not just tested, you were transformed, and now you are unstoppable. Those who seek truth are drawn to you, finding strength in your presence. Yet, those with hidden intentions, the ones who thrive in shadows, find themselves exposed, stripped of pretense in the brilliance of the light you carry. Have you noticed this? It's no accident. This is the ripple effect of divine alignment, a force so undeniable that it transforms not just people, but entire spaces, forcing even unseen energies to bow in recognition of the authority that flows through you. Your power, like the phoenix rising from ashes, was born from pain, betrayal, and battles that should have broken you. Instead, those very trials refined you, fortified you, and unleashed the brilliance you now carry. Do you realize the magnitude of this? The spaces you enter feel lighter, stronger, and more alive because your presence demands transformation. The light within you doesn't just shine, it penetrates, disrupts, and dissolves what is false, leaving only truth to stand. Have you ever wondered why even your adversaries tread carefully now? Why those who once opposed you seem hesitant, unsure, and restrained? It's not because you've sought vengeance or demanded respect. It's because the authority you now carry commands it. Like Orpheus, whose divine gift moved even the gods of the underworld, you wield a transformative energy that reaches beyond boundaries. Orpheus's music inspired reverence where none was expected, moving the immovable through the purity of his gift. So it is with you. Your gift, forged through trials and purified by purpose, has become a force that no opposition can ignore. Think about it. When you enter a room, the atmosphere shifts. Chaos that once thrived begins to retreat. Tensions dissolve, as if an unseen hand has swept through, realigning everything to a higher order. This is not coincidence. It is spiritual elevation manifesting through you. Darkness cannot coexist with the energy you emit, and adversarial forces do not respect weakness. They respect power. You may not see this directly, but you feel it. The stares, the silences, the pauses when others speak in your presence. Why? Because they sense it. Even those who once sought to harm you now tread carefully, recognizing that the authority flowing through you is unshakable. The purity of your alignment has left no room for denial. Those who once plotted against you now hesitate because they see the futility of their efforts. Every attempt to tear you down has only elevated you higher. Every betrayal has made you sharper, and every battle has deepened your wisdom. What was once meant for harm has instead refined your purpose. They recognize this now, not out of choice, but out of necessity. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done. Genesis 50:20. Your transformative energy does more than shift atmospheres, it realigns them. In your presence, chaos loses its grip, confusion dissolves, and hidden agendas are exposed. Why is this? Because the light you carry disrupts anything that isn't rooted in truth. Even the unseen forces, those dark entities that once sought to challenge you, pause in your presence. They do not bow out of favor. They do so because they must. Let this sink in. The respect you now command didn't come cheaply. It was earned through nights spent in battle, moments of betrayal, and seasons of loneliness. You didn't simply endure, you were transformed. Like the phoenix, you emerged from the ashes brighter, stronger, and untouchable. Your resilience has become your greatest weapon, and your light is the proof of your victory. Think about Orpheus' gift, how it moved even the hardest of hearts, melting resistance and demanding acknowledgement. That's what your presence does. It doesn't force respect, it inspires it. Darkness, which once sought to extinguish you, now steps aside because it cannot withstand the power of God moving through you. Your light is not just seen, it is felt, and it leaves no room for opposition to thrive. Have you realized how unstoppable you've become? Look back at the trials you've endured, the betrayals, the rejections, the unseen wars that no one knew you were fighting. Those battles were not to destroy you. They were to reveal who you truly are, a chosen vessel of divine authority. The pain was the process, and now the light within you radiates so powerfully that even your enemies cannot deny it. You don't need to announce your authority. It's woven into your very essence. Those who once sought to harm you now speak of your strength. Those who underestimated you now revere what you've become, not out of admiration, but because they have no choice. They cannot extinguish the light they once tried to overcome, and they know it. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. Chosen ones, understand this. Your power is not just in your words or actions, it is in who you are. The battles you faced did not break you, they forged you into someone who cannot be ignored. Your purpose is undeniable, and the authority you now carry is felt in every step you take. Even unseen forces pause because they know the truth. You are victorious. So I ask you, do you see the ripple effect of your presence? Do you recognize the transformation you bring wherever you go? Because this is the truth of being chosen. You don't simply walk through life. You change it. You disrupt darkness. You realign what's broken, and you inspire those seeking light to rise alongside you. You are no longer just someone who endured. You are someone who overcame. Your light is unquenchable, and your presence is undeniable. Darkness does not challenge you anymore. It bows. Chosen ones, do you realize the power in cultivating your spiritual authority? Your spiritual authority is not a static gift. It is a living, breathing force that demands daily cultivation and unwavering focus. The authority you carry, so undeniable, so transformative, requires deliberate care to maintain its brilliance and impact. How do you do this? By grounding yourself every day through practices that anchor your elevated frequency and align you with divine truth. Prayer and meditation are not empty rituals. They are your lifeline to the divine. Through prayer, you receive the guidance, clarity, and strength to navigate a world filled with distractions and darkness. When you bow in humility, you rise in authority. Have you noticed how these moments of connection bring a peace that cannot be explained? That is not just peace. It is the fortification of your spiritual shield, a barrier that repels negativity and lower vibrations. Each prayer, each meditation strengthens the fortress around your spirit, ensuring that nothing unclean, no weapon of darkness can penetrate the light you carry. Visualize divine light enveloping you, radiant, protective, and unshakable. This is not imagination, it is spiritual reality. Just as the psalmist declared, "The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear?" Psalm 27, chapter 1. So too must you walk in this truth daily. Darkness trembles at the presence of divine light, and your ability to invoke it through intentional practice makes you untouchable. Do not neglect the wisdom of sacred traditions, the blessings of the ancient sages, the chants of the Celtic druids, or the stories of protection passed through generations. These aren't just relics of history. They are living energies with the power to amplify your authority. Speak affirmations that call upon divine favor, words that align your spirit with God's promises. Use sacred symbols to seal your spaces, crosses, holy oil, or whatever resonates with your spirit, and let them be physical reminders of the authority you carry. These practices do more than protect you. They magnify your presence so powerfully that adversarial forces cannot withstand it. Do you feel the ripple effect of your cultivated energy? When your presence becomes a force of transformation, it is not by chance. It is because you've honored the sacred disciplines that align you with divine will. Remember, protection is not passive, it is intentional, and those who are chosen must walk with a level of care that reflects the power they've been entrusted with. But here is the greater truth. Your authority grows strongest when it is used in service to others. Gifts hoarded for self-gain lose their divine potency. Authority that uplifts, heals, and inspires becomes unassailable. Like the leaders who walked before you, Moses, who freed a people from bondage, or Esther, whose courage saved an entire nation, your role is to illuminate paths and break chains. Have you embraced this? When you pour your light into the lives of others, darkness has nowhere to thrive, and your authority is solidified in both the spiritual and physical realms. This is the essence of divine leadership: to serve, to heal, to transform. Every choice you make, every step you take, and every action you offer in service reinforces your position as a chosen vessel of divine power. And when you walk in purpose, when your energy aligns with the highest good, no force, seen or unseen, can stand against you. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. This promise becomes your reality when you remain aligned and intentional. It doesn't mean the weapons won't form, but it guarantees they will fail. Darkness cannot diminish what God has ordained for you. Chosen ones, do you understand this? When you cultivate your spiritual authority through discipline, through prayer, through service, you become unstoppable. Your power does not diminish, it multiplies. Your light does not flicker, it burns brighter. The question is this: are you willing to honor your calling daily, to rise each morning with the intention to serve, to protect, to align yourself with divine truth? Because when you do, no darkness can touch you. Every space you enter transforms. Every soul you encounter feels the impact of your presence. You are not just walking through life, you are a beacon of divine purpose. Stand rooted, stay aligned, share your light. This is how your authority not only survives, but grows. This is how you remain untouchable, unstoppable, and undeniably chosen. So, beloved chosen ones, you are no longer just surviving. You are reigning in your divine light. The trials that tested you, the battles that wearied you, and the scars that mark you were never signs of defeat. They were the fires that refined you, shaping you into a force that cannot be ignored. Look at yourself now, stronger, wiser, and untouchable. Do you feel it? That unshakable authority, that undeniable power. It flows through you, not because you demanded it, but because you earned it. Every battle was preparation, every betrayal was a lesson, and every moment of doubt was an opportunity to draw closer to the truth of who you are: chosen, anointed, unstoppable. Even the darkness that once pursued you now bows in acknowledgement of what you've become. It no longer challenges you because it knows it cannot win. Let no shadow, no voice of doubt, and no opposition dim the fire that burns within you. Your light matters. Your purpose is too important to be silenced. You were not refined to remain hidden. The world, both seen and unseen, needs what you carry. Do you feel the call to rise, to lead with courage, conviction, and unwavering faith? Step boldly into your role as a spiritual leader, because your journey is not just for you. It is a beacon for others, those still wandering in the dark, searching for the light you now bring. Speak your truth, share your victories, inspire others to rise. Let your story become proof that trials are not the end, but the beginning of transformation. This is not the time to shrink. It's the time to lead, to illuminate, and to show the world what divine alignment looks like. Your presence commands change. You are the disruption to darkness, the calm in chaos, and the light that cannot be extinguished. If this message spoke to your spirit, if you felt seen, heard, and empowered, please take a moment to like, share, and comment below. Share this with someone who needs a reminder of their strength, their light, and their purpose. Let's amplify this message so that no chosen one walks their journey feeling unseen or alone. To each of you who have journeyed to this point, thank you. Thank you for your time, your presence, and your willingness to receive this message. I don't take your support lightly. You are part of a powerful community of chosen ones, rising together. Every step you take, every lesson you learn, and every moment you share adds to the collective light that we bring into this world. I see you. I honor you. I'm grateful for you. May you always remember who you are, a vessel of divine purpose, a warrior forged by fire, and a light that darkness cannot overcome. May the trials you've endured serve as a testament to your unshakable strength. And may the battles you've won remind you that you were never alone. Not then, not now, not ever. May your steps be guided by divine wisdom, your heart be filled with unshakable peace, and your path overflow with blessings beyond measure. May the light within you shine so brightly that it transforms every space you enter and uplifts every soul you encounter. You are seen, you are chosen, you are loved. Walk boldly in the confidence of who you are, knowing that no force in heaven or on earth can diminish what God has ordained for you. You are not just surviving, you are reigning, shining, and leading. May every day remind you of this truth. You are untouchable, unstoppable, and undeniably chosen. If this message blessed you, like, share, and spread the light. You never know whose heart might need this reminder today. Together, let us rise, illuminate and transform the world, one chosen one at a time. Blessings and love to you always.